I believe that Terrarians often speedrun the games of Moonlord and never take their time on their worlds.
Yes!
Let's go!
Yes!
Dude, we did it!
Last one!
We actually did it!
It was over. I had done it. Quite possibly the biggest challenge I had ever taken on Terraria.
Yes! We finally did it! The first Moonlord fight you've ever seen in your life! You're toast! You're gone, buddy boy! It's all over!
Yes.
It's all over!
I want to change that. So over the course of a year, I played on one world, with each stage of progression being blocked until the start of a new month. I did this so I could seriously take my time with each stage of Terraria's progression and see what it has to offer. This was the greatest Terraria experiment of my life. This is what happened. For the month of January, everything started about how you'd expect when starting a new world. I chopped down some trees, explored some caves, collected treasure, and worked on getting to full health. This alone took most of my time through the month, but there were a few things that I found particularly interesting as I made my way through the world. With the latest introduction of quick build swapping, Terraria players are now able to create several different class builds to suit their various needs. From what I've observed, most players still only choose one of the 4 main classes, while reserving the other 2 slots for a mining and a fishing build. But with all the extra time I had, I found myself attempting to get a full loadout for 3 of the 4 main classes instead. So instead of finding all the gear for the one class I was going to play, I instead looked for the gear necessary for every class. This had one side effect I had not expected. Each of the Terraria biomes have their own unique gear and challenges. However, you can entirely avoid exploring some of the biomes through all of pre-hard mode, depending on the build you're going for. I most often find that I don't hardly explore either the underground tundra or desert, or sometimes even both, when I'm doing a normal run. However, since I'm laying the groundwork for getting the equipment for every class, I ended up exploring each of the biomes, far more than I usually would, especially since I need duplicates of several accessories, so I can merge them in the Tinkerer's Workshop for every class. Getting the Terraspark boots in particular for these 3 classes will prove to be a challenge. Another challenge I foresaw, but didn't fully appreciate, was the fact that I could not get a Nightmare pickaxe, or rather a Crimson alternative, the Deathbringer. This limited my options severely in the underworld, so I hardly even went down there. Perhaps even more substantially, the Goblin army was locked behind the February progression, meaning I could not simply destroy one of the few hearts and get the loot down here. This actually made getting a gun and ammunition more difficult than usual. A lot of the time, I would get a musket early game and use it to progress through a large portion of pre-hard mode. But because I couldn't get the Crimson Undertaker, the musket alternative, I had to rely on other methods for early progression in weaponry. I also had to find a boomstick if I wanted the arms dealer to spawn in at all. There was also one accessory in particular that I had an unusually hard time finding. This was the Feral Claws. Usually, I don't go into a run with a certain class in mind, but instead go for whatever one I find the most convenient in pre-hard mode. In other words, the RNG will often determine my starter class. However, because I had the time, I devoted several hours searching for these Feral Claws. In a normal run, I would have simply given up in favor of focusing on another class so I could continue progressing through the game, but this time, I was more willing to devote hours to getting exactly what I wanted.
Feral Claws!
Yes! Terraria is an amazing game, and every time I play it, I'm filled with wonder. It's amazing to me how many times I can play it and still find something new and fun about it. And that's what this journey is all about. It's about slowing down and seeing what someone can really do when they spend serious time on every stage of the game. What will the world look like when I'm finally done? What will be built and accomplished? I don't know. But after 1 month on this world, I can only say that I can't wait for February. The first week went about how you'd expect it to. I immediately started off by rushing to the Crimson to break a few hearts so I could fight the Brain of Cthulhu. I managed to lose my first fight against the Brain since I decided to make this a Master Mode world, which I'm not very used to, and I went into the fight with very little preparation. This has been a recurring theme I've found as I've gone through the world thus far. Whenever I fight a boss, I don't take it very seriously, since I know that I'll have ample time to fight it again. If anything, failure can sometimes seem preferential, since it means I'll still have something to do. This is definitely a mindset I wouldn't have normally on a typical run. It didn't take long for the Goblin army to arrive and try to tear me apart. There isn't anything interesting that happened with it though, so back to the Brain. I failed a second attempt and then defeated it on the third try. All the while, I made little to no change to my build, or use of potions, but only made some tweaks to my overall strategy. I also put in some real effort to take full advantage of the multiple builds I had created, actually using my ranger and melee builds in my victorious fight. I even discovered there was a shortcut to switch builds, and I attempted to become proficient with using them, so the transition between builds was seamless. After defeating the Brain, I spent some time in the underworld mining hellstone ore. But all of that was only week 1 of February. Now what? This was the point where I was seriously starting to stretch what could be done. For the entire second week, I focused on doing one thing, and that was lava fishing. I did this only because I love the lava shark mount and I wanted it. Other than that, I also needed the obsidian rose so I could get my first pair of Terraspark boots. It didn't take long for me to get the lava shark, as the second crate I fished up had the superheated blood. However, the obsidian rose proved to be a little elusive. I even went to the dungeon to collect a water candle and use a battle potion to increase the spawn rates. Eventually, I managed to get one, and with my lava shark and Terraspark boots in hand, I was once again faced with the question of what to do. It was at this moment I realized I had not yet found the enchanted sword, so I started digging all over the place in locations where the sword was most likely to spawn. But I had no luck, at least not on week 2. On week 3, I discovered that it's actually possible for an enchanted sword to not spawn on a world. But my world was a large world, it had to spawn, right? Well, that's what I aimed to find out on week 3. I continued mining large chunks of the world, anywhere that could feasibly be an enchanted sword, but had no luck. It seemed that everywhere I tried, there was nothing to be had. I was just about ready to give up when this happened.
We found it! Oh my goodness! I was so close to giving up. We done it! Ah!
Now that the enchanted sword was found, I decided to display it as a trophy. I then went to the desert to collect a bat statue, but that didn't take too long. This whole month, there has been several blood moons, and each time I would actually attempt to farm it, rather than half-heartedly killing an enemy here and there. I even went fishing in an attempt to get the vampire frog staff. Despite farming the moon 3 times, I never got the amazing money trough. Though on the 3rd blood moon, I did get the vampire frog staff I was after. But by the time that I got it, I already had the better imp staff. One last time, I was faced with what to do, so I did what anybody out of options would do, and that was build. I'm not much of a builder, but I've watched a tutorial or two, so I ended up creating this creepy face thing and a nice building for my jungle pylon. I also just recently realized that using one town slime made it significantly easier to get pylons quickly, since I didn't have to wait until I beat a Queen Bee to get the Witch Doctor, or Skeletron to get the Mechanic. There is actually one more week in February, but that one won't actually appear in this video, as it didn't make it into any of the monthly update videos, so that one unfortunately is a livestream exclusive. But I will say I spent most of my time doing a little bit of building and a little bit of farming. March is the first month of the year where I can only beat one boss or event. Considering how I had already accomplished just about everything that I could do in pre-hard mode at this time, I wasn't very optimistic going into this month. But it was only week 1, so at least I could still defeat Queen Bee, so I went to the jungle and made an arena at the first hive I found and started my first fight. I immediately died a humiliating defeat. During the fight, I had attempted to keep doing the class swapping I wanted to become proficient at during the last month, but I had overlooked the fact that only one class had a horseshoe and Terra Spark boots, while the other two had considerably worse accessories. I also discovered that switching classes was a bit difficult with a faster boss like Queen Bee, but considering how several hard mode bosses are also fast, I knew that I'd have to improve my class swapping skills if I wanted the alternate builds to be useful. I lost 2 more fights against Queen Bee until defeating her on the 4th attempt. A rather poor performance for a so-called Terraria veteran. I tried for a while to keep using my melee and ranger build, but after each fight I kept leaning more heavily on the ranger build, finding that a melee build just didn't work out well with the arena I had set up. Another blood moon happened and I finally got the money trough, which is very helpful. I then got to farming the bee for the bee's knees and the master mode pet. It took a while, and after defeating the Queen Bee, I decided to create a room for my crafting stations. I loaded up the world on the second week and figured there was at least one thing I could do. It wouldn't serve any real purpose other than being a flex, but I built a new arena on the surface of the jungle and got to fighting the enraged Queen Bee. After failing, I remembered that the Old One's army was a thing, so I fought it once before returning to Queen Bee, figuring having a sentry could be helpful. On the second try, I failed again, and I went back to the Old One's army since I hadn't gotten the war table. Before going back to the enraged bee, I ended up getting the infinite honey bucket from the angler for the first time in my life, so that was exciting. On the third attempt, I defeated the enraged Queen Bee, performing better with the enraged bee than the irregular one. I don't know what that says about me, but whatever. I put up the trophy on the arena and the treasure bag on display as markers of my victory. I then defeated the Old One's army again and got the Old Mage's Tome, which I wasn't really impressed with. Sorry if you like it, but I don't get it. To finish out the week, I built a little house with a honey pool, did some lava fishing, and I wrapped up with a little bit of golfing. When I logged into the world, a blood moon was happening, but I already had all the drops I could ask for from it. I still spent some time messing around and killing enemies for the fun of it, but when the sun rose, I got right back to golfing. I had been golfing this whole time because I wanted to get the golf cart. But after I got to a high enough level, I discovered that you couldn't get the golf cart until after Skeletron, which struck me as an odd limitation. Out of spite, I purchased a golden trophy and set it up in my house. It was at this moment I decided to do something I had never done before. I made my way to the Crimson so I could dig around it and prevent its spread in hard mode. Along the way, I even saw something I had never seen before, and that was 2 meteorites that landed right next to each other. I decided not to mine it out because it was that cool. This world had 2 crimson biomes and they were right next to each other with only 2 living trees separating them. This kind of made things a little easier, which was nice. A whole lot of dynamite later and I had dug a path wide enough to prevent the crimson from spreading. I knew a new crimson would spawn once in hard mode, but at least this would help control the spread a little bit. I then decided I should get some materials to get the Terra Spark boots for each class, especially since I only had Spectre boots for the mage one. I went to the jungle to get an anklet of wind and my imp made an assassination attempt. It worked. After that debacle, I found an anklet of wind and finished off the week by finding some ice skates in the tundra. I started week 4 thinking I'd try to get the rest of the pieces for the Terra Spark boots, but after about half hour of lava fishing, I got bored and went to do something else. When I returned home, I took another look at whatever this is and decided I needed a proper trophy room, so I spent most of my time building that. I then found another pair of ice skates to get a second pair of Frostspark boots, so I was a little closer to getting my third pair of Terra Sparks. I fought the Goblin army again for a good measure and decided my base looked ugly and redid the design. This month started a bit weirdly. When I logged onto the world, I noticed that my map was entirely black, as if I had loaded a new character onto the world or that the world was entirely new. But of course, with the entire point of this series being to play on one world for an entire year, and last I checked it was April, this was a bit odd. I've spent the first 5 to 10 minutes wandering around and checking my treasure chest and inventory, making sure that nothing else was reset like the map was. As far as I could tell, nothing had changed. The last thing I had done on this world was revamp my house here, and it looked exactly the same as I left it. All I knew was that something weird had happened with the map, and that was it. This made April a little bit of an odd month, where I debated whether I should go around my regular business or re-explore all the places I had already been to so I could get the map the way it should be. But I didn't think it would be a worthwhile endeavor just to refill my map, so I went about my business and thought that it might actually be fun stumbling upon places I had already visited in the future. After coming to a decision on that, I did my first fishing quest of the month, still trying desperately to get the accessories needed for the shell phone, but the angler was not cooperating. Despite doing the fishing quest nearly every day since beginning this world, I had only received a single accessory from the angler. This is why nobody likes you. Afterwards, I decided that I did want to at least re-explore the entire surface of the world, and by the time that I was finished, it was already time for another quick fishing quest. But it was a new month, and I had 2 bosses to defeat, and I figured I would take down Deerclops before I went on to Skeletron. Ever since Deerclops was added, I felt like he's a rather odd boss that doesn't quite fit anywhere. The stuff he drops isn't all that useful. The main benefit is that he drops the eye bone, but I didn't want to replace my adorable red panda, and that he also drops one of the only pre-hard mode sentries, unless you count the ones you can get from the Tavern Keep. I have also heard that the Weather Vane isn't that bad, but I have yet to do a mage run since Deerclops was added, so I've never exactly found a reason to fight him. Maybe with 1.4.5, they'll make some adjustments. On the bright side, I guess, he doesn't despawn after death, which I actually think is why the loot he drops isn't that good. Even though he's pretty tough, you could beat him early in the game with a certain level of determination and willpower. I did not perform all that well against him, but now that I think about it, I think this was the first time I'd ever fought him in Master Mode. Not to mention, I haven't fought him many times in general. I also thought he was entering his invincibility mode far too frequently. It felt like I had to be close enough to poke him with a stick in order for him to actually go out of his invisibility state. Maybe this is an oddity of my world, or maybe it's because this is also one of the few times I've actually fought him solo, and I'm not used to how close you actually have to be. But after a few deaths, I finally took him down, and when I got the radio thing, I realized that I don't think I actually have ever fought him in Master Mode before, because this was the first time I'd ever gotten one of these, and I just had to have some fun with it.
We report to you now from the 1950s. It is Terraria. Terraria, we're having a really good time now that we got our radio thing. We have defeated ourselves a Deerclops.
I defeated Deerclops a few more times for good measure, and so I could collect all of his different drops, dying the same number of times in each fight despite my best efforts. Now it was time for Skeletron. Defeating him I felt would open a world of possibilities with the dungeon being accessible. I wasn't entirely sure what I expected, but I did think that the dungeon would be where I'd spend most of my time this month. I also used Lucy the Axe to chop down some trees near the dungeon as I prepared my arena, and I'm not sure whether the text is funny or makes me feel uncomfortable. Needless to say, I often find myself not using this axe. After completing the arena, something suddenly struck or inspired me, so I abandoned the arena and returned to the dual conjoined meteors in the tundra. I thought it was so cool having these 2 meteors fall right next to each other, so I didn't mind it last time. But I really wanted to use meteor armor in my fight against Skeletron because I think it and the space gun is a great strategy against him. Last month I wasn't sure what to do with it, but now I had an idea. For some reason, I never used gemstone blocks in any of my building projects. And today, I suddenly remembered that those blocks existed, and thought that they could create a cool design. So I painstakingly and slowly mined out the meteor piece by piece, so I could faithfully recreate the entire scene. It was a long and laborious process with the meteor heads making the whole thing needlessly difficult. There's probably a better way I could have gone about this, but I was committed and eventually got it done before heading to Skeletron with my meteor gear. There isn't much to say of the boss fight though. Lately I found Skeletron to be a remarkably easy boss. He's never been the hardest boss in the game, but recently I found him to be a lot easier when on a single player world. After beating him, I searched the dungeon for all the things that I wanted, and then put the Skeletron relic in my collection. When I hopped onto the world, it dawned on me that I could get the golf cart I was looking so forward to last month. I quickly purchased it, and must tell you that it was an absolute joy to have. I'm a big horse lover, but this golf cart can jump like no horse can, for some reason. Plus, it has little lights on the front. It's just a lot of fun. Top tier mount, would recommend, even though it's kind of a pain to get it. I also thought at this point that it would be a good idea to start setting up teleporters, but I didn't have a whole lot of money, so I set up one teleporter going from the tundra to the dungeon so I'd have easy access to it. I honestly didn't have much of any idea as to what I wanted to do anymore. Most of the side stuff had already been done at this point, and I'm coming up a bit empty on things to do. I went to the dungeon thinking I'd spend all of my time mining out all of the spikes for the heck of it, but then a blood moon happened and I went to the surface to kill some mobs for fun. There was also a point where I opened the map and the blood moon was massive. Is this normal? Cause I don't know. I went back to the dungeon to keep on clearing out spikes and spent almost an entire hour down there. I had some other ideas for the dungeon as well though. I kind of wanted to mine out all of the blocks around it so there'd be a fully exposed dungeon hanging around, but decided against it. I might go back to the idea sometime, but I couldn't really think of something to do with it, and in the end, it probably would look really weird. Even so, I think something cool could be done with it somewhere down the line. But after an hour in the dungeon, I realized I hadn't yet used my shadow key to open the shadow chest in the underworld. This feels like a rather large oversight, so I went to the underworld to start collecting the loot. After some time doing that, I once again looked for things that I could do and did a few more fishing quests, receiving a second bottomless water bucket, but still no accessories in sight. I also decided that I'd make a swimming pool for my lava shark. The lava shark is easily my favorite mount, and I think it's so much fun to ride it, so I decided to make a nice pool of water for it to swim in. Maybe this doesn't make sense since it's a lava shark in water, and I have to ride it and can't exactly leave it there to swim around in all day, but I wanted to make a nice pool for him, so I did. I also figured I'd collect some of the final things I needed for the Terraspark boots for my other two builds, since I only had one pair of them at the moment. The only remaining parts that I needed were Obsidian Rose and Lava Charm, so I spent the rest of my time this week in the underworld until I got Terraspark boots for all of my builds. Week 3 and I was continuing to struggle for ideas, so I went to the underworld and went all the way to the left side for the heck of it. But after that, I decided to build something I really wanted to make. There's the floating sky islands that you usually kind of abandon after initially discovering them, so I decided to steal all of the clouds from one for the sake of my cool little build idea. Now at this point you might be wondering why I haven't been building more than I have. The reason is that I thought it kind of beat the purpose of this experiment. Building is something I viewed as either something you absolutely love or something you do to fill time when you don't know what else to do. I don't particularly love building, but I enjoy it as much as the next guy and didn't want to just build things for the sake of having something to fill my time with. But this was actually a project I was passionate about, which I think has become the requirement for building anything. It had to be something I was really excited to build. So let's get to that build. Maybe you can decipher what it is from this footage already, but I have been giving the miner a ridiculous amount of business this playthrough. I started blowing a hole in the shape of a semicircle around my base. My next step was to replace a bunch of dirt on the base with cloud blocks. And now you can probably tell what I'm doing. I always enjoyed the sky islands and how they looked. Something about floating chunks of land has always intrigued me, and I wanted to bring a little bit of that to my home. The build was relatively simple, creating the large hole and then placing the cloud blocks where it felt appropriate. I also added some cloud wall, which I think helped tie things together. I then added some rainy cloud blocks to finish up the floating island aesthetic, but after the clouds were placed, I thought that something should be done to the area below the island. It felt out of place and ugly. I debated for a while what to do, but eventually settled on this idea. I was going to replace all of it with living leaf blocks, and give it a kind of thick forest or grass feel. I'm not entirely sure if I accomplished this, but I like how it turned out. With this finished, I was pretty dry on ideas again. So I went to the desert so I could collect some desert fossils, so I could get sturdy fossils, so I could get scarab bombs. These bombs are absolutely amazing, and I used them to explore random caves underground for a while, just to see what I would stumble upon. But I didn't really find anything interesting. I finished off the week collecting random materials and exploring miscellaneous areas without any real direction. The start of the final week of April, and there was only one thing I had in mind. I needed to find the hairstylist. When creating the character for this world, I wasn't as set in how I usually build my character, since I always build him the same way for the channel. But back in January, I had actually given him the wrong hairstyle, or at least one different than the one I now use. Because of this, I wanted to make sure to find the stylist so I could change my hairdo to match my typical character. I had never actually gone out of my way to find this NPC before. I never had any need for the hairstylist, and whoever changes their hairstyle on Terraria. I know plenty of people look for her for the sake of getting the princess, but I rarely even remembered that was an NPC, so I never went out of my way to find her. I only ever get her when I stumbled upon her while normally exploring, but now that I was intentionally searching, of course, I could not find her. After about 40 minutes of searching, I decided to take a break so I could create some housing at the Aether biome. After all, having a pylon here is very helpful. The initial house isn't very interesting, but I wanted to return to it later, and don't worry, I will. It also just so happened that after leaving the Shimmer, I did one more fishing quest and finally got a third accessory from the angler. I could finally make the shell phone for what is literally the first time in a regular playthrough. But I put this on hold so I could search for the stylist for another 20 minutes, partially so I could make sure the NPCs moved into their houses in the Aether. I still didn't find her, so I went back to get my shell phone. I shimmered one of the extra fish planner things and got all 3 accessories I needed, only to go home and realize that I couldn't actually create the shell phone. I was still missing the kill counter thing and the stopwatch. I was speechless. I could have sworn I had all of these things. 4 months in, and I still couldn't get the gosh darn shell phone. I could get the tally counter from the dungeon easily enough. You usually end up with a bunch of extras, and I guess I must have thrown them away or else sold them without thinking. And also, since you can't shimmer for the stopwatch, and yes, you can't, I tried, I was relegated to waiting for the traveling merchant as I went to the dungeon to farm for the tally counter. It took quite a while, but I did eventually get the tally counter because, after all, when you're actually trying to get something, it never drops. I went back to searching for the stylist after getting the tally counter, and with some suggestions from chat, I finally found her and was able to get myself the proper hairdo, a very important achievement. After this, I collected some sand for my final build of the month. I had collected more gems, but not more glass, which I needed to make more gem spark blocks, which I was going to use in the shimmer. Returning to the skeleton of a build I had left there, I finished the build and added a few gem spark blocks as an accent to the Aether biome, which I both love and hate at the same time. Let me know what you think of it in the comments, but that was it for week 4. The beginning of every new month brings about what you would think is an obvious thing to do. With a new stage progression unlocked, I would usually get right to fighting the next boss or bosses on the list in the first week and go from there. However, this month is a bit unique. It's the 5th month in the challenge, which means we can now defeat the Wall of Fresh and enter hard mode, as I mentioned in the intro. However, there are several key problems that would arise if we were to fight the Wall of Fresh immediately. The first problem is that I can't fight any of the mechs until July, because in June, I will only be able to fight Queen Slime. This means that if I entered hard mode at the start of the month, that I would be in hard mode for 2 entire months before I could fight a single mech. Worse yet, I would not be allowed to destroy any of the Crimson Altars for that allotted time either, because the moment I do, the mechs could spawn naturally. To avoid this happening, I decided I would not be allowed to destroy any altars until the mechs became available. Now you could say that when a mech was about to spawn, I could just hide underground until the next day and still avoid fighting them, or else allow myself to be killed by them if they did spawn. But that's not the purpose of this challenge. I don't want to accidentally run into any bosses that are not yet unlocked. I did the same thing with the Goblin army back in January. An easy thing to do for early progression in pre-hard mode is to break a Crimson Heart or Shadow Orb and get the corresponding gun. But for the month of January, I decided I was not allowed to break a single orb because it could cause the Goblin army to spawn. Granted, events like the Goblin army invasion and natural bosses are slightly different things, since events are more or less unavoidable to the best of my knowledge. But I thought the same principle applied in this case, and thus I decided I could not break any altars. The eagle-eyed among you may point out I'll be defeating Golem in August, meaning the alien probe can spawn, but I can't fight the Martian madness until October. Maybe I'll change when I can fight the Martian invasion, or maybe I'll just list it as something that is unavoidable for this challenge. This meant that I couldn't get all of the hard mode ores, and there wouldn't be a whole lot I could do progression-wise in hard mode without them. Spending 2 months in hard mode with little to no hard mode gear doesn't exactly sound like a good time. Plus, the Crimson would begin spreading. Now, you veterans out there might be saying that I could have just fished for the hard mode ores instead of relying on broken altars. And you'd be right about that. And we'll have to use that strategy to get hard mode ores later in this month. But for reasons I can't entirely describe, I thought I'd prefer to keep the world from entering hard mode anyways. I think there's a simple beauty and elegance to pre-hard mode, and the world feels relatively peaceful and nice. Part of me just wants to stay here, rather than get into the try-hard hard mode. I feel the game really is quite different in pre-hard mode and hard mode. Before defeating the Wall of Fresh, it's so simple and quiet. But once you beat the wall, then you've officially entered the phase of the game you'd better get good at. And yet, at the same time, I'm fresh out of ideas for what I can do in pre-hard mode. Now at this point, you may be wondering why you've been watching me blow up blocks around the dungeon as I've been talking. The reason is, this is the one and only remaining idea I have, and I want to get some work done on it before hard mode enemies start spawning. See, last month I mentioned wanting to do a build with the dungeon, and I finally landed on an idea that requires me to blow up a tunnel around the entire outline of the dungeon. My first week of this month was spent exclusively doing this. For almost 2 hours, all I did was throw dynamite around the dungeon. I ended up using so much that I actually ran out of money, which was something I hadn't thought of happening when I'm spending so much time on one world. I ended up selling just about all of my Crimtane since I didn't exactly need it anymore, and it's worth quite a bit of money. This build of mine could turn into something really cool, or it could flop incredibly hard. I'm still not sure if I'm going to like how it's going to turn out, and yet, this is the biggest building project I've ever done in Terraria. So let me know what you think as more gets added to the build, as I'm sure it won't be finished by the end of this month. I wrapped up the first week by building a little floating island area underneath this part of the dungeon because I love my floating island home so much. At the start of this week, I looked at my dungeon build and realized that there were still some resources I desperately needed if I were going to complete it. I was going to use a lot of gem spark blocks in this build, and I'll show you what I'm going to be doing with them later. But for now, I needed to get myself a lot of sand and a lot of gems. So I bought myself even more dynamite and headed to the underground desert. Now you may be wondering why I went to the underground as opposed to carpet bombing the surface where there's a little more sand. Well, there's two reasons. For one, I don't like doing major terraforms of the surface unless I have a specific vision in mind. In other words, I don't want to destroy large sections of the surface desert just to collect sand. Secondly, since I also wanted gems, going underground would allow me to pick up a lot of desert fossils while I'm at it. I also don't care so much about the underground regions of my world being destroyed en masse, and maybe this will free up a lot of room for mobs to spawn in hard mode. So hopefully this area gets corrupted, since a place to farm desert spirits would be nice. On the topic of farms though, lots of people suggested in the last video that I should make some farms pre-hard mode. But the thing is, I don't make or like farms, so I haven't created any. And I won't be making any, at least not for now. I struggle with explaining my reasons sometimes, so let me see if I can today. The entire purpose of a farm is to, of course, make it a lot easier to get rare drops from enemies by optimizing an area to make it so more enemies spawn, or else make it incredibly easy to kill them. I understand the draw and appeal for such farms, since it can be a real pain trying to farm for some of these rare drops, while enemy spawns are hindered by confined spaces underground. I also understand people who don't feel like going through the time of their day just praying that they'll get that lucky drop before they've wasted several hours of their lives looking for a biome key or Rod of Discord. But I have never liked the idea of creating something in a game that's designed for me to be able to walk away from the game. Why would I want to create something for the sake of playing a game that is meant to operate without me actually playing it? Now there are also farms that I could create that would require my active participation, and I'm less adverse to that idea. But I always felt it made the game a bit more boring. Don't get me wrong, running around in circles for hours, begging enemies to drop the thing that I want isn't exactly riveting stuff. But I think it's even more tedious when you've created a farm specifically for this purpose. Maybe I'm just stubborn, but I guess I'd prefer to roam around a biome and maybe occasionally stray into an area that I haven't been to before, rather than hang around one spot waiting for the drop I want. I guess in the grand scheme of things, the reason I don't like farms is because it starts to feel more like work, rather than a game I want to play. And I do completely understand you who might say that you build the farm so that way you can play the game because you just want the one thing, so you make the farm so you can get that one thing and continue playing. Rather than doing that, I decide that I'll dedicate a certain amount of time to trying to find something, and if I can't, I just go on without it. And of course you're free to make your farms, but I thought I'd explain today why it is you haven't seen me build any farms. I hope that made some sort of sense. Maybe in hard mode, I'll break down and finally create some farms, since I do think I want to get every biome key. It'd be kinda cool to use every biome weapon in a boss fight or what have you, but we'll see how things go. Now you've once again been watching me make progress on the dungeon build as I've been rambling about different things. The actual build side of things went into full swing during the second week. You've seen the very beginning stages of it, and I admit, it doesn't look all that interesting right now. And this week definitely is when I started to wonder if I was wasting hours of my life on a build I'm going to end up hating. But basically, I'm going to be placing these stone slabs and slab wall around the entire area that I blew up. After that, I'll be using the gemspark blocks I collected to make these glowing green pillars all around the tunnel. I'm going for a kind of radioactive science lab nuclear testing site vibe. It's a bit different than what I typically like to do with builds, but it came to my mind at the end of last month and I decided to go for it. Still not sure how it's going to turn out though. I also split up my time a little bit this week with some fishing. I thought there were more things you could get from pre-hard mode fishing, but from what I'm hearing, there isn't really a whole lot that is great. Let me know in the comments if there really are some cool and rare things that you can get while fishing in pre-hard mode, because I don't fish that often, so I don't really know. I didn't end up with much of anything, but I did collect some fish from the Crimson for potions later in the run. I also fished up a few crates, and don't ask me why, but I like stacking my crates and not opening them. There could be some pretty good loot in these things, but I like stacking them so much that I'm willing to miss that good loot. And no, I'm not trying to save them for hard mode. I know there used to be a strategy where you'd fish up a bunch of good crates pre-hard mode and then open them in hard mode and it'd get you all the hard mode gear right off the bat. But that's been fixed and I'm glad it was. I just like stacking crates. The rest of the week was spent adding to the dungeon build, and as the week came to a close, it was really beginning to dawn on me just how big a build this was, and how long it's going to take. There's also one thing I'd like to request from the 1.4.5 update that'll be coming out, and that's a way to create a max stack of something with a click of one button, or else a way to speed up the process. I have to make so many stone slabs for the dungeon build, and it takes a hot second of just holding left click just to get one full stack. If anyone knows how to get Red's attention, I think this would be a great suggestion. Maybe if you like, comment, and subscribe, they'll see this video. With the weight of the knowledge of the size and scope of the dungeon build, I started the third week by finally building my hell bridge. I was debating using the water walking strategy since I do have Terraspark boots, but I figured since I have all the time in the world, I might as well use some of it to build a bridge. I think it's the safest way to fight the wall anyways, so maybe during another run, I'll do the water walking strategy since I never have done it before. I also realized while I was building the bridge that I haven't actually done much of anything in the underworld this year outside of the spot right under the elevator, where I spent a lot of my time lava fishing. There were still plenty of pots to break. While I was doing this, the traveling merchant spawned, and I still need the stopwatch to make the shell phone. Heart beating, I spoke to him with high hopes and was immediately disappointed. I still need to ask, how? How do people get the shell phone pre-hard mode? I'm doing a run specifically meant to slow things down to a crawl, and still can't get everything I need because of this guy right here. I took out my frustrations on the guy by slaying him, and yes, I have gotten the peddler's satchel already, but I think I'm going to start collecting the peddler's hats until I finally get the stopwatch I need. Let's see how many of these hats I'm going to end up with. After slaughtering the traveling merchant, I returned to my hell bridge and finished it up. When I went home to put the blocks I had collected away, I realized I was running low on storage space. This is why you should always make storage underground in a place that is basically infinitely expandable. But I wanted to do something different for this run, and this was the worst run to do that. Now of course there is still space in my main storage area to add more chests, but the leftover room is designated for all the hard mode weapons and accessories I'll be collecting, so I made a new small storage room to expand my block storage capacity. I also added a fish chest since there will be plenty of hard mode fish I'll end up collecting. There is still some room on my island for more storage expansion, but we'll see if it comes to that since I want to leave as much natural dirt here as I can. I wasn't feeling at all that motivated to return to the dungeon, so I did some underground fishing for more cavefish. I went to the desert pool I created and realized there were no palm trees, so I planted a few seeds and brought my teleport to the dungeon a bit closer to the dungeon itself. But since I spent so much money on dynamite, I couldn't buy enough wire to get all the way there. I then got some work done on the dungeon build, and once night came, I returned to the surface and did nothing but kill the Eye of Cthulhu all night so I could collect the crimtane that it drops and sell it off for money. Maybe there's a better way to farm for money pre-hard mode, but this is the one that I could think of. When the morning came, I returned to my desert pool and enjoyed the nice palm trees that had grown and spent some time fishing there. I was thinking I might get some oysters for their pearls and luck potions, but getting those is annoyingly difficult, and it didn't take long for me to decide it simply wasn't worth it. But I had used some fishing potions while I was there, and I didn't want them to go to waste, so I went to do some lava fishing, but didn't get any of the crates I was after. I genuinely was starting to get bored at this point. Motivation to add to the dungeon build had entirely drained, and I now was just roaming around aimlessly. Though while I roamed, I was reminded that I actually hadn't finished the cyan meteor build from last month. There was still a small section of blocks that needed to be filled in, so I quickly fixed that. The only thing is, I used diamond gem sparks for the rest of the build and used sapphire gem sparks for this little part. I figured they'd look the same since when I painted each of them individually, they looked similar enough. But once I put them together, the minor difference became apparent. And no, I'm not fixing it. This is going to stay here forever, and every time you see it, your OCD will kick in. With that out of the way, I roamed aimlessly once again. I went to the caves I had blown up around the Crimson to separate it from the rest of the world, partially to fill it out on my map since it had been reset last month, and also to mine some of the ores in the area. Not sure I'll need it, but why not? I finally had some more money and got the teleport closer to the dungeon, and I jumped into the shimmer so I could explore the caves beneath it for a little bit. But this is the first time I would say I've truly felt bored during this experiment. Now I do think this is partially because I've been stuck in one stage of progression for nearly 2 months rather than 1 month at this point. So maybe extending the time between progression stages would make this challenge far more difficult than it is now. I know plenty of people have spent and will spend far more time than I'll end up spending on this world, and they find things to do. But I'm fresh out of ideas. And those that do spend all that time primarily seem to be builders and fishermen. But if you're not the kind of person who enjoys doing those kinds of things for hours upon hours, you may end up like me, lost for ideas and bored after this much time. So maybe I'll end up fighting the wall a little earlier than expected. This month will be 5 weeks long as opposed to the typical 4, and I was thinking of fighting the wall on week 5, but maybe I will end up doing it on 4. Before moving on to week 3, if you've been enjoying this video, be sure to like, subscribe, and comment something below. It really helps out the channel a lot. The 4th week came around, and first things first, what's going on with my map? Well, you see, during one of my live streams, my chat demanded that I give them a fish cam, and I said that if the live stream got 100 likes, that I'd actually do it. And sure enough, the live stream got that many likes. So now you'll be seeing this fish cam where the map should be. It won't be on all of my videos, but it will be there for One Year One World and some others as well. So enjoy playing Where's Waldo with a fish, my Discord called Thorfinn. Getting back to Terraria, I mentioned just a little bit ago that I might fight the Wall of Fresh a week earlier than expected, and sure enough, when I got on this week, that's exactly what I decided to do. Now I went to the underworld a little overeager for the first fight since I forgot my voodoo dolls, but when I returned home, I kept looking through all of my chests over and over again, and couldn't find them anywhere. I had a boss summon chest, but they weren't there. I went several minutes looking and almost gave up when someone from my chat mentioned they had spotted it, so thankfully, I didn't have to go searching for more voodoo dolls. And no, I'm not going to build a house, move the guide in, and then drop him into lava. But when I went back to the underworld, I forgot I had swapped to my ranger build, and my melee build is the only one with a horseshoe, so I accidentally died. And when I went down again, I nearly made the exact same mistake, but clutched it at the last second.
Oh! Oh! Let's go!
I was really proud of myself for that one, so I had to share it. Now when I was about to summon the wall, I went into it about the same way I have been approaching all the bosses on this world, and that's haphazardly. I went into it without any potions. I was using crimtane instead of hellstone armor, partially because I think I sold most of my hellstone to buy dynamite earlier and didn't feel like mining more, especially since I also needed more obsidian. I also didn't have the demon scythe for my mage build, which is my favorite mage weapon to use against the wall. I thought for sure I had it, but apparently I didn't. So slacking on prep, I summoned the wall for the first attempt. I was also determined to use build swapping against this boss since I hadn't really been doing it for most of the other bosses in pre-hard mode, and the wall was a pretty good way to practice because it's pretty hard to do. you have to press the right hotkey to swap to the right build, and then also switch to the right weapon. It may only be these two things, but it's harder than you'd think. Or I'm just bad. The first fight went relatively well, but I felt a little low on health and had to hide a bit to recover, and this gave the wall plenty of time to chase me off the hell bridge I had made, and at that point, the fight was basically over. For the next attempt, I put in a little more effort, getting meteor shots instead of musket balls, using the Hellwing bow, and also utilizing potions. I still didn't feel like getting Hellstone armor, so I kept my Crimtane and tried again. And this time, I came out on top, which actually kind of surprised me. That was a lot easier than I thought it would be for Master Mode. Now that I was in Hard Mode, the first thing I did was search for the new Hollow and Crimson biomes that spawned. I found the Hollow on the right side of the world, next to the jungle, and apparently, the Hollow can't hollowfy the jungle, so that's pretty epic. But when I searched the other side of the world for the new Crimson, I was a little confused because I didn't see anything. It all looked just about exactly how it did before, and that's because, as it would turn out, the new Crimson spawn just so happened to be on top of an existing Crimson biome. So I get to keep more of my world pure than I thought I would. This is the best thing I could have asked for. Another traveling merchant spawned, and I killed him for not selling the stopwatch, but his hat burned up. You can see I've started hanging up the hats of traveling merchants who didn't sell me the stopwatch. Guess I'll need to leave an empty one for that guy. Now the thing I needed to make sure I did right away was separate the Crimson from the rest of the world. Usually this isn't a problem when I'm trying to beat the game, but since we'll be here for a while, this is absolutely necessary. I even separated it off along the slant that the underground Crimson spawns in, just so I could preserve more of the world. Though on the left side, I didn't worry about that so much, mostly because I was more interested in preserving the tundra than the little bit of forest to the left. With that accomplished, I fished at the ocean a bit for crates and hard mode ores. And then I fished in the Crimson, because apparently, there are some cool hard mode things you can fish up in the Crimson. Turns out, that is right, because after a little while, I fished up this Blade Tongue, a weapon I'd never gotten before, and had only ever heard mentioned by name in the past. This is one of the reasons I am doing this challenge, to find some of the rare and obscure things that you wouldn't normally get, because they're not part of your normal gameplay loop. I normally ignore fishing altogether because, well, it's not the most interesting thing in the world. But this challenge is making me warm up to the idea of doing it more often, for the sake of getting those special weapons. Finished off the day by buying some corrupt seeds from the Dryad, and next week, the plan is to separate the Hollow from the rest of the world so it doesn't spread either, and to create an artificial corrupt biome and Hollow Desert. The final week of the month, and there's plenty that can be done. For the first time in what feels like forever, I feel as though there's plenty of things to do. But the first thing that I should do is probably separate the Hollow from the rest of my world. I already did this with the Crimson, but now I need to make sure the Hollow doesn't overtake my entire world. But then a blood moon happened, so my naive little self thought I'd try to fish up a Dread Nautilus and get the Sanguine Staff. The boss is already pretty rare, so I wasn't about to waste any time building an arena, and got straight to fishing. I got 2 mermen pretty quickly, but then I fished up a blood eel, and after doing next to no damage to it and dying in 2 seconds, I realized that I probably stood no chance against the Dread Nautilus, and I abandoned the idea altogether. I went home and organized myself a little bit while I waited for the blood moon to end, because I also wanted to build a corruption biome and a hollow desert like I mentioned from last week. But of course, I need to get to blowing up a large chunk of my world to keep the hollow from spreading. So after I went to the underground desert to collect even more sand for the hollow desert I'll be making, I realized that the hollow actually had spread into it. I nearly forgot that both it and the Crimson spawn in along a slant. So I started a long journey of blowing up a slanted tunnel along the hollow. I could have gone straight down, but the hollow had gone along such a shallow angle that it even went past my elevator, so if I did that, then even my home would be surrounded by hollow eventually. But before that, I needed to kill another merchant for not selling me the stopwatch. He did have a blue chicken egg though, which was cool. There aren't a whole lot of things I'm really going to try to be collecting in this run since I'm not much of a collector, but I do like pets, so I will collect them. Blowing up the hollow along a slant took just about an hour to do because, unlike the slanted Crimson, this one was wide open for enemies to spawn. And worse yet, most of it was in the desert, where plenty of dune splicers and sand poachers caused me issues. After all, I still have pre-hard mode gear, and the underground desert is honestly one of the most dangerous places early hard mode. Maybe even hard mode generally when it comes to biome enemies. The only real thing to note was that my chat, since I stream each of these live, kept on going on about me missing some pearl sand along the way, I even used Biome Sight to verify that I wasn't going crazy, and I think it's pretty clear my chat was trying to gaslight me into spending the rest of my time searching for non-existent pearl sand. Plus, I'm pretty sure they started a pearl sand cult in my Discord. I finished up separating the hollow, at least this side. I'll have to double check that the other side will be fine with the jungle in its way, and another traveling merchant spawned. Will I finally get my stopwatch? No. His hat burned up again. I think that's 6 of them though, at least since I started keeping track. With the traveling merchant slain, I got to work on building a corruption biome in the sky above my home. Maybe this isn't the best place to put it in hindsight, but I like consolidating things, so I guess this is where it's going to stay. I stylized a build to look as close to the corruption as I could with my meager skills and memory. I still need to find a wall that'll work to fill in the holes I left. Maybe I'll need to create ebonstone to make some of the proper wall. I don't know if there's a wall that corrupts into it. Let me know if there is. I also got a giant harpy feather while I was building, so after I was done, I went into space to kill some wyverns for Souls of Flight. The first one gave me 19, which was fantastic, and I went home real quick, and when I did, the traveling merchant spawned. Maybe, just maybe, I could finally get the stopwatch. I spoke to him, and there it was. At long last. At the end of May, I finally got the stopwatch and finally crafted my very first shell phone. Shell phone in hand, I started going back up to space and realized that I hadn't filled in the little lake area that I had prepared in the corruption biome. So I filled that in, went up to space, died once to a wyvern, and then returned again and beat one. I now had enough Souls of Flight to make wings, but when I went to my anvil, I realized you need a mithril or orichalcum one in order to make wings. A minor oversight. I have 9 bars of orichalcum at the moment, and I need 3 more in order to make an anvil, which is too bad, but we'll just have to save that until next month. At the start of the month, I was already faced with the unique challenge of not being able to break any of the crimson altars scattered around the world. I mentioned this in last month's video, but I'll reiterate it here that I have decided that I am not allowed to destroy any of the crimson altars until next month, when I'm able to fight the mech bosses. The reason being that once you break one of the altars, the mechs can naturally spawn, and in the spirit of this challenge, I want to avoid the potential for bosses that are locked to spawn, even if they could be technically avoided by hiding underground. With that out of the way, I decided to check up on the corruption biome I had created to see if the corrupt seeds had spread enough for it to be considered a biome, and, sure enough, enemies were spawning. There were still some areas that weren't corrupted yet, but at least I knew the biome was going to work out fine, so I got to work on making a hollow desert right next to it. There aren't a whole lot of things I need from the hollow desert, but I figured getting the light shards might be a good idea, since I hardly ever use them. Typically, I only care about corrupt shards since the Onyx Blaster is just so good. But for this run, I wanted to give some of the weapons from light shards a try. The only problem was, my corrupt biome was a bit too good since enemies kept on spawning and killing me as I tried to build. Perhaps there was a better way to go about this, but oh well. Also, Thorfinn says hello. Once I had the foundation down, I started placing the sand and felt like a genius when I used its falling mechanic to more easily fill the space up with pearl sand. Maybe that seems like something obvious to you, but I was going to place sand like any other block at first, building from the bottom up, when I remembered that I could do this and make the whole process much easier. With the sand placed, I didn't like how thin of a layer of pearl sandstone there was at the bottom, so I decided to add another layer of blocks. Speaking of pearl sand, my chat convinced me to double check the desert biome for hollow spread. See, last month, they had tried to convince me that I had missed some pearl sand on the side of the desert I was trying to protect. It got to the point I was convinced they were trying to gaslight me. But out of paranoia, I checked to make sure there wasn't anything I missed. And, well, I think my live reaction speaks volumes.
Oh! Guys! Oh! You're never going to let me live this down. You're never going to, are you? This is, oh no. No!
I managed to destroy that chunk of it pretty quickly, but there was another problem.
Oh, wait a minute! There's more!
And not just that one, but there are 2 other points at which the hollow had managed to spread, so I had missed 4 separate sites of contamination. The thing is though, Several people even admitted that they were saying there was pearl sand mostly to add to the joke. There were only a few people, maybe, if any, who genuinely believed that there was pearl sand still hanging around. But in spite of that, I'm never going to live this down now, am I? With the pearl sand dealt with, I decided to start fishing in my artificial corrupt biome. See, last month I had managed to get the blade tongue, a weapon you can fish for in the hard mode Crimson. It was also a weapon I had never gotten before, and there was a corruption weapon you could fish up that I had also never gotten. And since I could not get hard mode ores without breaking altars, this also doubled as a way to fish up crates and collect hard mode ores the hard way. After some fishing, I went home to organize my stuff and remembered that I still needed to do fishing quests. See, despite having everything to get the shell phone, I still didn't have the high test fishing line or the angler earring. I only had a single tackle box to my name, and getting the angler tackle box would be really nice. There's already been too many times that my line has broken, but now that I think about it, I'm pretty sure these accessories will be practically useless by the time I get them, since the angler is being stubborn. I returned to fishing in the corruption, and after getting annoyed by enemies for a while, I made a fishing box that a bunch of you Terrarians out there do. Though not long after I made it into that little fishing box, a goblin army decided to stop on by. This made me really happy, since it has actually been a long time since I fought a hard mode goblin army, at least within a time frame where the drops from it would actually be useful. It also gave me a renewed appreciation for how difficult the goblin summoner really is, since, again, I usually fight it with a bunch of better gear, but I was still wearing Crimtane armor and was using almost exclusively pre-hard mode weapons. I did manage to kill one of the summoners though, and got the Shadow Flame Knife, which I always knew was good, but now I love it so much more than I did before. It also allowed me to take down another summoner to get the Shadow Flame Bow, which, frankly, feels like a downgraded knife, with its only benefit being longer range. After beating the goblin army, I did another fishing quest and didn't get anything I wanted, but did still get something new to me, the minecarp. And yes, this is fun. I returned to the corrupt fishing where only the worms would cause me the occasional problem. After quite a long time fishing, however, I finally managed to get the Toxicarp for the first time. It's kind of a cool weapon, but the fact that it's a ranger weapon has me confused. It doesn't consume any ammo or shoot any kind of bullet. If you told me that it was a mage weapon, then I'd believe you. It's an odd weapon, but perhaps it's a ranged weapon since the Crystal Serpent is already a mage one. But that begs the question, where's the summoner weapon that you can fish in hard mode? There's the Blade Tongue for melee, there's the Toxicarp for ranger, and there's the Crystal Serpent for mage. I feel like the Sanguine Staff shouldn't count either, since you have to fight for your life to get that one. Maybe Relogic just hates summoners. I did, however, get the sundial from all of the fishing, which might not seem much to some of you people who actually fish in the game, but as a very casual fisherman at best, who sometimes does entire runs without casting a single line, sundials are incredibly rare to me, and I was very happy to have one. I wrapped up the week by beating the Eater of Worlds just for the fun of it, and that's absolutely not me almost managing to actually lose to this thing, and then finished up by making my first set of hard mode armor, having just enough to get a Cobalt set, which I gave to my ranger build, for some reason. One thing I forgot to mention last week is that I did manage to get a Mithril Anvil. Most of my time spent fishing was primarily so I could get that, since I couldn't even craft a lot of the hard mode weapons I could get in this stage of the game without one. So now that I have an anvil, I decided to go to a small section of desert that had been corrupted to start farming for dark shards. The tundra was along the way, and I just wanted to remind you of this. And back to the dark shards. It actually took a while longer than I thought it would, but I got the shards I needed to make the Onyx Blaster, only to remember that I needed one more if I wanted to make the Deo of Pow, or however that's pronounced. I don't know of anybody who usually makes one of these during their runs, let alone anyone who uses flails in general, unless they have no other choice. Flails just aren't that good of a weapon, but I wanted to try out the Deo of Pow since I can't remember the last time I even crafted one, and I must say, I was really disappointed. I'm pretty sure this is the final flail you can get, and it's kind of the least interesting one too. The design is fine, but it doesn't have any fun particle effects or special abilities. It's just a ball you fling around at your enemies. I also remembered that I hadn't put down the Eater of World relic yet, since I didn't feel like extending the trophy room last time. But now I had no excuse, and extended it ever so slightly so I could place down the Eater of Worlds relic. Placing that relic, though, reminded me of the new boss I could fight this month, and that is, of course, the Queen Slime. I quickly found a gelatin crystal in the underground hollow and started making an arena. At this point, I only had a few hard mode weapons and only had cobalt armor for my ranger build. I honestly didn't have any expectations for this fight and was more just going to do it out of curiosity. See, I've always actually had a hard time with the Queen Slime, and find her to be one of the harder bosses in Terraria for where she is in progression. Not only that, I didn't even have the typical equipment I would normally have for this fight, but I wanted to give it a try just out of a morbid curiosity for how well I could handle her. And to my surprise, I actually managed to beat her on my first try. Now, I didn't go into it totally unprepared. I did use some potions, unlike several other boss fights, but I was honestly astonished. I never would have guessed I could do that, and it really changed my perspective on Queen Slime. I always viewed her as a much harder boss that required titanium or adamantite armor, but now I knew I could take her down in master mode with only some early hard mode weaponry. I wonder if my perception of her difficulty is a little warped, since the first time I ever fought Queen Slime was also the first time I played the Summoner class, and the first time I played Master Mode. Plus, in the Shared Life series, me and the boys really struggled against her, and didn't manage to beat her until getting geared up with post-mech equipment. But that was also Shared Life, where if one of us died, then all of us would die. Maybe that was just a perfect storm that made her seem more difficult than she actually is. I did some quick fishing in the hollow for a crystal serpent, but then decided I should get some wings since I still didn't have any. Though my fishing trip turned out to be a lot more useful than I thought it would be after. I opened some more crates and got another sundial, allowing me to shimmer it for the moon dial, which is something I have never gotten before. After that, I took down a couple of wyverns and got harpy wings, though I don't remember when I got the giant harpy feather, and thought I'd fight Queen Slime again in the hopes of obtaining a full set of Crystal Assassin armor. The fight was going splendidly well, and she was getting pretty low, but then it got hit 3 times in like 3 seconds and was immediately killed. Feelings that I might have just gotten lucky the first time started to seep in. Frustrated by the defeat, I did a bunch of fishing at the ocean to collect crates for hard mode ores. I didn't get a whole lot, but was able to make a set of palladium armor for my melee build, which is nice. I did another fishing quest as well, and still didn't get what I wanted. There's definitely quests I'm doing that I don't mention, but every here and there, I want to remind you that I'm still grinding for these accessories. There wasn't much else I felt like doing, so I found a few more gelatin crystals, messed around with the blood moon, and fished a whole lot more. I am hoping to get full titanium or adamantite armor for at least one of my builds before the end of the month, but I haven't had any luck thus far. I started off week 3 with the one thing I was starting to get a little tired of at this point, and that was fishing. Lots and lots fun fishing. In need of some high-octane action after the fishing trip, I grabbed some of the gelatin crystals I had collected last week and went to the hollow to fight Queen Slime. Now that I had palladium armor, I figured it'd be pretty easy. But then I lost. Again. Being stubborn and knowing I had beaten her before with worse gear, I summoned her again. And lost yet again. The pit in my stomach was growing bigger and bigger with each loss, as I was starting to think that I really had just been really lucky with my first win against her, and now I couldn't get back into the same rhythm I must have been that first time. I returned to fishing. What? I'm not afraid, I just want better armor, for no reason in particular. When I returned home, I continued to add to my collection of hard mode bars, but still didn't have enough to make a full set of anything beyond cobalt or palladium, which had me wondering just how, or maybe why, anybody would do this rather than just mining for the ores in a normal run. This fishing was absolutely painful, inconsistent, and taking forever. Not to mention, one of the crates gave me 29 adamantite ore instead of the nice clean 30, so I could get the adamantite or titanium forge, which wasn't the biggest deal ever, but did limit some of my crafting options. I continued doing fishing quests and needed one for the underground tundra, but I haven't really explored the tundra ever since my minimap got reset.
so I wasn't entirely sure where to find a pool of water underground. On the map, there was a lake along the edge of a tunnel I had blown up to separate the tundra from the crimson, so I decided to give that pool a try, figuring I should double check that the crimson isn't spreading after the whole pearl sand debacle. I died on my first descent, and on the second one, I stumbled upon a crimson mimic really close to the surface. I took it down and got the Baganox or whatever, which was pretty disappointing. I know some people swear by these super fast glove things, but I always found that they just don't have a whole lot of knockback and require you to be basically touching the enemy in order to hit them, and I ended up getting myself killed more often than not when trying to use them. I finally got the fishing quest done and decided I'd summon the pirate invasion since I still haven't fought them despite them being available last month. Granted, I fought the Wall of Fresh on one of the final weeks of the last month, and thus there was no way I was going to fight the pirates unless they spawned randomly, so I thought I should face them now. They weren't too difficult, but they were by no means easy. I only ended up taking down one pirate captain, since I couldn't ever single him out amongst his minions, and after several attempts, I finally destroyed a Flying Dutchman, which I felt I had to do if I wanted to really consider the pirates defeated. I also got the discount card, which I'm pretty sure is a really rare drop and it's nice to have, though I always forget to use it, even when I do have it. Now that the pirates were down, there's not too many things for me to do before the mechs come. But there is one build that I've been putting off and that I really should start working on, and of course, I'm talking about the hollow housing units. Not the massive dungeon build that I haven't touched in over a month and have left only half finished. Right now, I need to focus on getting my hollow pylon set up anyways. It'll be really nice to have in the future. Now for this build, I knew that I wanted to make something like a wizard tower, and well, this build is going to show you something that I've been trying to say throughout several of these videos, but a number of you still don't believe me. The thing that I've been saying is that I'm not a good builder. One of the reasons for this is that I'm horrible at visualizing something and then actually recreating it. It's like art with paper and pencil. I can visualize every single stroke of the pen. I can see every detail in my mind's eye. But the moment I actually start drawing it, I end up with some sort of demented doodle as opposed to the masterpiece I had envisioned. Probably part of the reason for this is I'm especially bad at creating a basic structure for whatever it is I want to create. I never know where to start. Like for this build, I knew exactly what I wanted and could picture it in my head, but wasn't even able to build a basic skeleton for it. Rather, I pretty much randomly placed blocks until I had created some unspecified shape. This is the part where I can usually improve a bit. Once I have something to work with, I can sometimes work it into something close to what I wanted, but that was not really the case with this build. As I kept adding to it, I thought that it was looking at least a little better, but it was still pretty ugly and nothing like I wanted it to be. This was also the first time I had ever even crafted crystal blocks, since I wanted to incorporate some crystal-looking things into the build. The only thing is, they didn't really help that much. They were also kind of random and looked nothing like I thought they would. I thought these blocks glowed and had a little more texture to them. They weren't awful, but they were also nothing like what I thought they were. I have seen a bunch of builds where people make crystal things glow. How do you do it? They don't look like Gemspark blocks. They have more texture, at least the ones I've seen. How do you do it? Master builders, help me out because I'm at a loss. Are there blocks other than crystal blocks that glow that I don't know about? Or some sort of technique I'm not privy to? I also can't use actuators until next month since I can't get the steampunker, which is too bad since that limits some of my building options. But I don't think you need actuators to make these things glow, do you? There's also windows. I see a bunch of people make really cool looking windows, but mine always turn out looking pretty ugly. Maybe actuators would be helpful for that though. I continued adding to the build, hoping for it to turn out good, but nothing really made me happy with it. I turned my attention to the spire since this was meant to be a wizard tower after all, and at the moment, the spire leaves something to be desired. I thought about doing this strange branching tower thing, but that looked awful and I tore it down. I then created a straight tower with a rounded top since I thought it'd be cool to turn it into a brewing room or something, but then it looked like this. It
took me a while to notice it. I tried to fix it, but I think I made it worse. Abandoning ship altogether, I flattened out the sides to make a perfectly straight tower. But this new idea actually bore some fruit, since I was much happier with how the tower looked now. I painted it black since I took some inspiration from Sauron's tower in Lord of the Rings, but I kept the purple gemspark blocks since I thought they fit well with the whole hollow and wizardy look. It definitely isn't finished by any means, but I'm at least kind of happy with how it's starting to look, and I spent a lot more time on the world this week so I could get this build to this point. During the final week, I was debating whether I wanted to fight Queen Slime again, or else just work on my wizard tower thing. I thought though that I'd start with Queen Slime, since I wanted to redeem myself after so many losses. Defeating her once, then losing every other fight simply wasn't good enough for me. So I headed into the underground hollow desert and managed to snag a gelatin crystal, though I ended up needing to get it twice, since the first time I mined it, I didn't actually pick it up since my inventory was full, and a dune splicer decided to say hello. Of course, I died from another dune splicer when I went to retrieve it the second time. I went to fight Queen Slime, but since it was night, I figured it'd be best to sleep until morning since gastropods would be just as deadly, if not more so, than any of the slimes that Queen Slime would summon. And after so many losses, I needed to improve my chances. When the morning came, I summoned Queen Slime and was finally able to defeat her again. I got the Crystal Assassin Hood, which was another reason I wanted to fight Queen Slime. I ended up giving the armor set to my ranger build since I just like palladium armor too much to take it away from my melee build. Only problem is, I haven't really been using any class other than my melee one, so now the Crystal Assassin armor will likely be entirely forgotten about. But now that Queen Slime was down, it was time to turn to the wizard building. If nothing else, I wanted to add something like a support beam to the left side of it, since the tower feels like it's just hanging where it is. And remember how I said before that I needed to get the steampunker before I could get actuators? Well, it turns out that's totally wrong. You can actually buy them from the mechanic. How long has this been a thing? Or am I just dumb? I didn't have a clear vision for the build, but I guess that's not uncommon for my builds. I made a branching little arm or leg or whatever to the house and used actuators on the block since I didn't want it to be a hard surface. I then added some walls to create a little bit of depth, I guess, and then attempted to add some pillar things. Definitely not my favorite part of the build, but it's serviceable for now. This building may become a project throughout the year as I attempt to improve it. Maybe I'll need to actually watch some more tutorials or something. I also added some crystals to the bottom and filled in the remaining wall at the top of the tower, adding some chains since I thought they looked kind of interesting. I also continued to try to create a glowing effect, so I added some crystal shards since they kind of glow in it of themselves. Experimented with illuminate paint, which really didn't create the look I was going for, and messed around with gemspark blocks a bit, but couldn't quite get what I was looking for. I took a break from the build, unsure as to what to do other than perhaps wait until I can buy echo paint. I fished for a bit, still attempting to get hard mode armor from crates, but once again came short. I did manage to get an orichalcum armor set for the mage build, and also a mithril pickaxe so I'd be ready for next month when I can finally break crimson altars. There was also a missing accessory slot for my mage though, and I thought that a sorcerer emblem would be a good idea. It then occurred to me that I hadn't fought the Wall of Fresh more than one time. So I summoned him real quickly, and you can just ignore the fact that the battle ended in a stalemate. I went to the desert after this to get a quest fish since I'm still trying to get the angler earring and the fishing line, and two big things happened when I did this. For one, I got the first ever Mirage crate I have ever fished up. I never fish in the desert at all, and the Mirage crate looks absolutely amazing. I may have to fish for more of these just for decorations. And then, when I turned in the fishing quest, I finally got an angler earring. Thing is though, as I went to put it away, I spotted another angler earring in my chest. Good thing I can shimmer that and get the fishing line. At last, I can make the lava-proof tackle box. The amount of time it took to get this thing and the shell phone is absolutely horrendous. I wrapped up the week by finding one more gelatin crystal so I could beat Queen Slime once more, just to establish that beating her isn't just luck, and so I could finally get a new summon weapon, the Blade Staff. The start of this month is super exciting because I can finally break the Crimson Altars and get hard mode ores the proper way. Fishing for hard mode ores takes far too long, and I thought my fishing days may at last be done. After all, what was there really left for me to fish up, except for maybe the Crystal Serpent? Well, this thought would soon be proven rather foolish, but for now, I'm focusing on breaking the altars. At least until I died 2 times and figured I didn't really need any more hard mode ores in the world, since fishing did at least give me a jump start. Now this also means that a good chunk of our time this week is going to be spent mining for the ores we just spawned, and frankly, it's not the most interesting part of any run. During pre-hard mode, you'd be able to get several different armor sets in ways other than mining for ore. If you're doing a mage run, then you'll likely get jungle armor, which requires you to grab some stingers, jungle spores, and vines, which is very different than if you want to be a ranger, in which case, fossil armor requires that you mine desert fossils and throw them into an extractinator. There's also necro armor, which requires bones and cobweb. Maybe you're a summoner, in which case you need flink's fur and later beeswax. Getting the ore-based armors means you're either doing a melee build or else they're temporary until you can get the proper class-specific armor. Once you enter hard mode though, you really have no choice but to mine out the hard mode ores. This isn't usually a big deal, but it can easily take half an hour to an hour, if not longer, depending on how dedicated you are to finding it quickly. But part of me wishes there was some more interesting or different ways to get hard mode armor. Only the summoner class has something different with spider armor crafted from spider fangs, though that should be replaced by forbidden armor, which requires adamantite or titanium. Now you can get crystal assassin armor straight from Queen Slime, which I guess is essentially the same as getting beeswax you then craft. There's also frost or forbidden armor, which requires special fragments, but they still require the mining grind. This isn't something I ever really thought about until just now, but if Terraria ever got a 1.5 update, one thing that I'd love to be added is alternate armor sets for each class that you can acquire in very different ways, like with souls of light and dark shards or cursed flames, and somehow you can craft those in armor. I don't know, you can make something pretty interesting, I think. In pre-hard mode, summoners go to the tundra, rangers to the desert, mages to the jungle. Granted, everyone goes to the jungle at one point or another for every class, but at least this can change up how you play and experience the game each run, depending on the class you're going for. Doing this for hard mode as well would be really cool. And I'm sure you, my viewers, could probably think of some really cool recipes for armor sets. But anyways, I had enough adamantite now for a melee and ranger set, and I decided to get the sword just for the heck of it, since I don't remember the last time I've actually used one of these. I was about to go mine some more, but then I remembered you can shimmer titanium into adamantite. Now, you can't do it vice versa, so don't shimmer your adamantite for titanium. You'll get, I think, orichalcum instead. But I shimmered my titanium and was able to get a full adamantite set for my mage build as well. Now I took off the old palladium and orichalcum armor as well as the crystal assassin set and put them on some dummies in space. I'm absolutely going to forget these exist. Some people suggested leaving old builds in some sort of museum sort of thing, but I wasn't doing that at the start and I didn't feel like doing it mid playthrough and remaking old ones, so this was me almost doing that, but there's no way I'm going to remember these are here. One suggestion that I did get that I thought I'd actually act on was building a massive universal arena. I got some inspiration from a boss arena Cataclysmic Armageddon builds, or if he didn't build it, then one that he uses. But this is going to be a big arena, so it's going to require some time. At the moment, I need to collect some pearlstone since I really like how pearlstone brick walls look, and I'll be incorporating it into the arena. But of course, first I need to put down a metric ton of platforms, and I'm not going to bore you with a montage of me placing those. Basically though, once I put them all down, I decided I was going to farm the Blood Moon. But not for the Sanguine Staff, but for the Drippler Crippler. See, in my Infernum run, I got the Drippler Crippler in a treasure chest pre-hard mode, and I thought it was a modded weapon since I never really bothered to fight anything other than the Dread Nautilus during Blood Moons. The comments, however, told me that it is a vanilla weapon, and now I want to get it in vanilla to see how well it compares to its modded counterpart, since Calamity or other mods will often buff vanilla weapons to keep up with their modded things. Now, I lost to the first Blood Eel, and I gotta say, these things are a lot more tough than I thought they'd be. They are faster and can turn sharper corners than wyverns, so I lost the first fight. I accidentally fished up a hemoglobin shark while trying to get another eel, and that thing took forever to kill bringing me just about to the end of the Blood Moon, but at least I got a Bloodthorn out of it, so I guess that's fine. It's not the best weapon in the world, but it's nice and it's got its uses. Although I did fish up one more eel, it turned a day before I could take it down. With that done, I finished the arena, adding campfires and heart lanterns and some of the pearl stone brick wall, just starting to get an idea as to what I wanted to do. Now I just needed a dart pistol since I love the dart pistol and rifle, so I summoned a Crimson Mimic and just so happened to get the dart pistol on my first try, which is absolutely fantastic. Now I was considering fighting the mechs at this point, but I decided I wanted the Drippler Crippler before I fought the Destroyer in particular. So I slept to the next night, and although I was ready to use one of my blood tiers, it just so happened that a Blood Moon spawned that night. I know, right? Like, whoever gets a Blood Moon when they actually want one? Well, keep watching. It's going to happen again. On top of that, the first thing I fished up was the Advanced Combat Book thing that buffs your NPCs. I totally forgot this was a thing, so that's cool. The first Blood Eel dropped nothing, the second Blood Eel dropped nothing. The dart pistol with crystal darts was super awesome at killing eels and crowd control, so that was nice. The third eel gave me a hammer morak. I don't know how that's pronounced, which is interesting, I guess, but is it really useful in any way? I fished up a Dread Nautilus next, but not because I wanted to. I kind of accidentally clicked when I saw it and didn't want to, but now I'm stuck fighting it anyways. Since I almost never fight this thing though, I was totally unprepared for what to do and ended up losing the fight. Another Blood Moon was over and the week was coming to a close, and I had told Stream I'd fight a boss, so being a man of my word, I slept through the night and fought the Destroyer with the Meteor Staff since it works pretty well on the big mechanical worm. But then I tried to dodge its head and ended up dashing into a Wraith and bouncing off of it directly into the head of the Destroyer, and in Master Mode a headshot is almost a one-shot, does like 300-ish damage, so that was a silly end of the week. First, I need to farm some souls at night so I can make the summons for the mechs. So I blew up a little area in the Crimson and collected enough to make 2 mech skulls, 2 mech worms, and a mechanical eye. Now last week I kept my word with fighting a mech at the end of the stream, but deep down I really wanted to use the Drippler Crippler against the Destroyer. I'm not sure why I decided to summon the Destroyer last time. I could have fought a different mech, but whatever. So I prepared to summon another Blood Moon, but yet again, I got a naturally spawned one, and was still able to hold on to my one remaining bloody tier. This has legitimately gotta be the luckiest I have ever been. I never want Blood Moons, and now that I finally want them, I actually get 2 of them for free. I died to the first Blood Eel though, since I'd kind of forgotten the correct rhythm with which to deal with them, and then, yeah, I died to the second one, and then I lost a third time. I'm wasting a free Blood Moon at this point. But I did at least figure it out on the 4th one and took it down and then proceeded to beat a 5th, but the Drippler Crippler was nowhere to be found and the night was over. At least though, I still have 1 more bloody tier. A Goblin army spawned in the morning, but by now they're a bunch of pushovers. I did remember after that I only had wings for my melee build, so I crafted a pair of pixie wings for my ranger build, but I still needed more pixie dust for a 3rd set of wings. Now, I still wanted to beat the Destroyer with the Drippler Crippler, or at least try to, but I also wanted to fight some of the mechs. I put out a poll, and I mentioned this in my medium core video too, but almost everyone fights the Destroyer first, so I figured I'd have some fun fighting a different mech first, and for 1 year, 1 world, I figured at the time that I'd just fight the one that the fewest people voted for. Using Crystal and Curse Flame darts, I was able to easily take down Skeletron Prime, and I would strongly recommend this strategy. Crystal darts are fantastic against Skeletron Prime, and he's actually pretty easy to take down, all things considered. There's not a whole lot to even really dodge, it's mostly just make sure you can deal enough damage fast enough, and crystal darts with the dart pistol or rifle will easily take him down in time. Now I kind of hate the twins, and they are definitely the hardest mech for me to beat, so I figured I'd just fight the Destroyer next, but again, I needed the Drippler Crippler first. Thankfully, it turned out that I had gotten another bloody tier from the last Blood Moon, so I had 2 on hand and was able to summon a Blood Moon the next night. The first eel of the night dropped me nothing though, and the same went for the second one. Although the flamethrower does a great job at tearing the eels apart. I said this in the medium core video and I'll say it here too, the flamethrower is underrated. Also, the third eel didn't drop the Drippler Crippler either. And then the fourth eel dropped me nothing, and then the fifth one dropped me nothing. I'm getting terrible drops here, but if I remember right, the odds of it dropping are like 12.5%, so I guess we're not that far off. The blood moon ended, but I'm dedicated to getting the stupid Drippler Crippler, so I slept through the day and used my last bloody tear. 1 blood eel, nothing. 2 blood eel, nothing. 3rd blood eel, and finally, I got the Drippler Crippler. At long last. I've been talking for like half this video about this one weapon. And let me just say, this thing is great. In last month's video, I mentioned that flails kind of suck, and at the time I thought the Tao of Pow was the final flail since I didn't know the Drippler Crippler was a vanilla weapon. There is also the Plantera flail, and some people said the Flareon and the Solar Eruption are flails, but I don't count those. Flails are affected by gravity, or else they aren't flails. Change my mind. Now the Blood Moon was maybe halfway over, so I figured I might as well try to kill Dreadnoughtus. I have literally killed this thing once in a regular world, and that was like over a year ago. Fighting it last time retaught me some of its patterns, and on the second fight, I was actually able to beat the Nautilus and acquire the Sanguine Staff, which is cool. I never get this thing. But now that I have the Drippler Crippler, I can finally fight the mechanical worm, and when I spawned that thing, it just so happened to spawn right next to me, and I was able to attack it while it was still unraveling. The Drippler Crippler absolutely destroyed the destroyer and got it to almost half health in like 5 seconds because of this. Never in a million years did I think this thing would be that good. My mind on flails has been changed entirely. Flails are not that bad an option. This thing is epic. Who needs Excalibur when you have Drippler Crippler? With that said though, I had a hard time doing any real damage now that the destroyer wasn't coiled up. It wasn't a bad choice. It still did good damage and wasn't bad at taking out the probes. But melee against the worm generally is kind of rough since there are so many lasers, so I switched to the ranger build and used curse darts and the flamethrower to finish off the worm. This would also make the destroyer one of the first bosses I really multi-classed. I started this whole challenge wanting to use multi-classing by class swapping mid-boss battle, but haven't really been doing it that much. Sure, I guess I have done it with other bosses, but this one felt like a true multi-class, while the others felt like I switched because I was kind of forcing it. But anyways, I figured I might as well use my other summon and took down the worm one more time. Before I fought the twins though, I wanted to start decorating the massive arena the way I had planned last week. I didn't have much time, but I was able to create the first tower, which I'll be copying and pasting along the whole arena, and I really like this design. When I finished the tower, it was night, and I summoned and beat the twins on the first try, which amazes me after what happened during the medium core run I've mentioned several times already. The video should be in some card sometime before, but I'll add it in the description if you'd like to check it out since it was a whole big ordeal. This also means I first tried all of the mechs, or almost, I guess. The destroyer took 2 tries technically, but I was hardly even trying on the first one, and a wraith got in my way, so does it really count? But what does count is when you subscribe. At the end of this year, for every subscriber I have, I'll be throwing 1 stick of dynamite on a fresh world, and I am shooting for 100,000 subscribers so we can blow up an entire large world and probably even more. So if you enjoy the content, make sure to subscribe and claim your stick of dynamite today. This week kicked off with adding another tower to the build. It actually took me a hot second to figure out how to recreate the top since I hammered a bunch of spots and I couldn't remember for the life of me how I had hammered them the first time, but I eventually figured it out. I also realized I had like 1 Soul of Night, so I spent a good amount of time farming for Souls of Night and collected way more than I thought I would have, but I did extend the little farming area and made it a bit more user-friendly, so I guess it makes sense. When night came around, I took down the destroyer twice for more hollowed bars since I needed a full hollowed set for all of my builds, as well as extra weapons and what have you. I also wanted to buy Echo Paint since I had an idea for improving my wizard build, but unfortunately you can't buy the paint until after Plantera, and I thought it was after the mechs, so that was sad. I'll have to work on that next month. Now, if you've seen my videos from previous months, you may remember that I started this really big build at the dungeon and, well, I'm still not getting back to work on it. I just felt like mentioning it so you know that I know that it's there, and I do plan on finishing it at some point. I just haven't gotten around to it yet. Maybe I should dedicate myself to actually finishing it before getting to hard mode dungeon after beating Plantera, which means I have like, oh wait, hold on, that's this week and next week, which probably isn't enough time unless I delay the Plantera fight. Maybe that won't actually happen, but we'll see. I guess I could work on it now, but instead I worked on building another tower in the arena. Night came just before I finished it, and I still had more mech worm spawns, so yeah, I killed 3 more of them this night, and I had plenty of hollowed bars to work with. I finished up the tower now that I was out of summons, and it occurred to me that the Old One's army was now in second phase, and I needed to farm it a bit in preparation for the third phase, since I can take down Golem in next month. I feel like phases 2 and 3 are too close to each other. Why not make phase 2 something that starts immediately upon entering hard mode? I guess that'd mean the event would have to be reworked to be balanced properly, but the 2 phases feel way too close to each other. But it is what it is, so I fought the Old One's army. I had to move it from its previous location though, since I originally had it set up before making my base a floating island, and now it was far from optimized. I found this nice spot on the other side of the dungeon, and it had 2 hills on either side, and I thought it would be cool to have the Old One's army march down the hills. But then the portal spawned really close to the crystal. Apparently the hills kept the portals from spawning further away, and I had next to no space to work with. I did manage to get to wave 6 anyways, but I didn't stand a chance with this terrible excuse for an arena. Crystal darts though, those in the flamethrower are great against this event, gotta say that. Speaking of an arena though, an idea I was really excited about popped into my head as the fight was wrapping up, and I just had to get to work on it. Chat also taught me that stone and stars can be combined to make sunplate, which is something I did not know, and I needed a bunch of sunplate in order to make my vision a reality, so that was epic. See, I wanted to lay down sunplate as the floor with a glowing gemspark center. I know, I'm using gemspark a lot, but I love glowing blocks and I demand more in the game relogic. I need more blocks that glow, okay? Anyways, the whole thing will be themed around Sky Island since I love Sky Islands, but I ran out of time this week to finish it, so I'm going to have to add the finishing touches then, and I sure hope I can actually build the vision I have in my head. At the very least though, I was able to create this little monument thing around the crystal, which I really liked, and I painted it with some illuminant paint since it was kind of dark. And yes, the lamps are not evenly spaced out either. I was trying to use the ruler, but I couldn't measure the number of blocks correctly since I wanted to measure 10 blocks out, but then I couldn't remember where that 10th block was after I started moving. It wasn't until after the end of the week that I realized that if I just measured in the opposite direction, then I'd be able to actually, well, measure it. So yeah, really big brain. It's the end of the month and there's still plenty that can be done, but we're going to focus a bit on the Old One's army for now. I got most of the work I wanted done with the build last week, but now we're going to finish it up. But before I start adding the things that I want, I first need to fix the sky lamps since now I know how a ruler works, and well, now this looks a lot better. Now I wanted to make these little towers, and the original idea included adding these ring things around the center of them. I was hoping to create a 3D sort of effect, but this just did not come out the way I wanted it to, so I changed course. Instead of the 3D effect, I tried adding the blue gemspark walls around them. I didn't have much hope for this idea, but it ended up creating this really cool gradient. I honestly have no idea how this happened, but I really like it. I'm assuming the lamps on the ground are illuminating the bottom and the top is not as affected by the lights, resulting in this gradient. Big fan. Wonder if I can incorporate it into other builds in the future. Maybe I'll have to try. I copied the tower on the other side because symmetry, but the little floating island I built, I didn't even really want to try to copy. Plus, I thought the asymmetry for this part would actually be more interesting. Now, these little islands may be a terrible idea since they're so close to where the portals will be spawning. It's quite possible that the flying enemies will fly into the little islands and make them harder to stop before they're well into the air. But hey, I like the build, so aesthetics over practicality, why not? No way it could really hurt that much. So we summoned the Old One's army, and Well, the new island was a little too low to the ground and the portal spawned a bit closer than I would have liked. Aesthetics, am I right? But I can't do anything about it now, so I decided I'd just place most all of my ballistas on the side with more room, while I focused on clearing out the guys closer to the nearby portal. Surprisingly, the battle actually went pretty well, and I got all the way to the 7th wave. I took down the first 2 ogres without much of a problem, but then there was a 3rd ogre. I thought there were only 2, why is there a 3rd one? I tried clearing out some minions since it was coming down to the wire and the wave was down to 99%, but you do really have to kill all the bosses in order to finish the waves. So because of this, I just barely lost. At least now I know I should be able to win though. All I need to do is bring the island up on the left a bit so the portal can spawn farther away. I really did think this would have solved the problem, but then I fought the army again and ended up losing before I even cleared the 5th wave. Well, that was unexpected, but that has to have been a fluke or something, right? Oh, also I got the Phantom Phoenix bow, which is fantastic by the way, and also the weird sword thing, which is called the Brand of Inferno, which is kind of useless, I feel, but it does have a unique ability by giving you a defensive option, which is cool at least, but I'm not sure it's really worthwhile just to use as a shield. Does this sword make any sense as a weapon to anyone? But since the 2nd attempt was just a fluke, I fought the Old One's army a 3rd time, and, well, turns out it was no fluke because I died just before clearing the 6th wave. Sure, it's better, but I've really been struggling since I extended the arena. It has me wondering if a smaller arena would actually make things easier for a single player to fight the army. The main thing is that the flying enemies take up too much time. They get into the sky and then I can only hit 1 or 2 of them at a time while leaving the enemies on the ground alone, and, well, that's just not good enough. I got a few ideas as to how to improve my chances, but I didn't get to those ideas until after I lost to the army on the 6th wave once again. Also, no, I'm not removing the islands, though that could very well solve the problem, but I'm not doing it. I'm not. At this point, I've spent way too much time on the Old One's army, and I mentioned last week that I wanted to complete the dungeon build before beating Plantera and unlocking the hard mode dungeon. So I decided to put the army on hold as I went to work on the dungeon build, but then slime started to fall from the sky. I've used so much gel fighting the Old One's army that I needed to farm a bit more gel, so that's what I did. I'm sure there are better ways to farm gel, right? Does it require that I use statues? Pretty sure I haven't been saving any of those. Is there another way? Please let me know in the comments. I'm too lazy to Google it. During the slime rain, I also realized it was a windy day, and I've been totally forgetting to kill sand elementals and ice golems. A few frost feathers would be nice, and getting the fragments would also be good, but it wasn't raining, so I went to the desert. There isn't a whole lot I really need from them, but I haven't done this at all yet, so I took down a sand elemental and then decided to return to the dungeon. I kind of wanted to farm the sand elementals more, but yeah, there just wasn't anything I really needed or wanted from the fragments. So the rest of the month was spent adding to the dungeon build. I spent a good amount of time on it, and yet I didn't really get close to finishing it at all. I may have to put Plantera and Golem off for a few weeks next month, which just feels weird. But I want this build to be done. I need to mine for chlorophyte and gather life fruit, and I should also beat the Old One's army enough to have the defender medals I need for a 3rd phase staff. Now, when I started the month, I was feeling unsure as to whether I'd actually be able to do everything I wanted to do. I needed to finish my dungeon build, fight 2 bosses, farm in the hard mode dungeon, try an idea I had for echo painting with my wizard tower build, fight the 3rd tier of Old One's army. This was one of the rare months where I actually have more to do than I think I can do. The only other times this run has felt this way was in January when we were first getting started and when I entered hard mode. So let's just see if I can check all those items off the list for this month. Because I'm a big brain content creator, I decided to start the month with the most exciting thing I could think of, adding to my dungeon build. Oh yeah, this is top tier content. In all seriousness though, this build has been a project for several months. I don't remember when I started, I just know that I put a pin in it for the last month or 2, and I need to make sure I finish this thing before I fight Plantera and unlock hard mode dungeon. After all, part of the reason for this build is to try and make a cool little effect around the dungeon as I mess around in it during hard mode. I was actually a little concerned when I started working on this because I don't know if I can actually finish the build in time. Right now I'm putting in walls and blocks, but there is still another part I need to add. That being glowing green gemspark blocks to give it a sort of radioactive science lab sort of vibe. Thing is, this build has been the largest one I've ever made and has taken longer than any build I have ever done before. And yet, this may very well be the build I'm feeling the least certain about. It's hardly even a build, really. It's just a massive mining project with a very basic structure placed on the outside. There's nothing fancy or overly creative with the whole thing. It's just a tunnel with gemspark blocks, basically. So despite all this time I've put into it, I do not know if I'll actually really like what it turns into. I just hope I prove myself wrong once it's finally done. I didn't want to spend all my time during the first week doing this though, so after getting far enough along that I was sure I could finish it before the Plantera and Golem fight, I decided to get to working on some other things. First thing I thought of was actually making a surface glowing mushroom biome so I could get the truffle. Normally, I just make a floating platform of mud, and I think a lot of other people do that as well, but I wanted to make this biome feel like an incorporated part of the world generation. So I started block swapping a lot of dirt just past the scary face I made a while back, and then I planted some of the seeds so it could start spreading as I went to the jungle. With the mechs down, it was time to get to work on mining chlorophyte. There was quite a lot to mine, which was great. I beat all of the mechs about halfway through last month, and I could have been mining this stuff earlier, but I think putting it off allowed the chlorophyte to spread a little more, which has made this grind session a lot easier, especially since I need enough chlorophyte for 3 sets of armor, not just 1. I only made 1 for the melee and ranger build though, since I've hardly been using my mage build. I also mentioned this in my medium core video, but I think shroomite armor is overrated, and although I did end up changing my armor set in that run, I don't actually think that made a real difference. So I want to stick with the chlorophyte ranger build and see how the run plays out. Now before I get to the 3rd tier Old Ones army, I figured I'd fight the 2nd tier one a few more times to make sure I have enough defender medals to buy the 3rd tier rod from the tavern keep once they're unlocked. And a simple Google search was simply too much effort, so I figured I'd just guess and hope. Before I summoned the army though, I ran into a spider cave to harvest some spider fangs for the spider sentry. This way I could use the war table and have 2 extra sentries since last month I never actually beat the army and I needed a little more help. The spider queen staff combined with the auto turret on my head from the chlorophyte armor seemed to have made all the difference since now the flying enemies were no longer much of an issue and I was able to clear out the Old Ones army twice, getting myself enough defender medals, I think, for the 3rd tier staff. I also got the Tome of Infinite Wisdom, which is pretty cool. I'm going to have to try to use it against the Pumpkin and Frost Moon since it excels with events. I did use it a little bit against the 2nd army I summoned since I got it in the 1st one I beat, but the many floating islands I put in place got in the way of the tornadoes, making the weapon less effective. But I wasn't going to move those islands, so I guess I'll just have to not use the weapon. Time to get back to work on the dungeon build. Honestly, this build has become a little bit of a drag. It's a bit monotonous, and I don't know if I really like it anymore. But I have to finish it. I've gotten this far, it's gotta be done, and there's always that little voice in the back of my head asking the question, what if I end up loving it? So I press on. Sometimes you have to do things you don't necessarily enjoy to achieve greatness. Will this build be great? Probably not, but we'll see. I got quite a ways before I ran out of gemspark blocks and I didn't have any emeralds left. My heart sank since I didn't want to have to burn a bunch of time mining for some more emeralds. I searched for silt and found a large stash I still had on hand, so I started chucking it into the extractinator, realizing after a second that I could make the chlorophyte extractinator and make the process much faster. This thing feels kind of useless by the time you're able to get it, but now I guess I see its purpose. I didn't get a whole lot of emeralds, but I was really hoping it would be enough. After all, you can make 20 gemspark blocks from a single gem. I went back to the dungeon, and although I was close, I still needed more. Only this time, I was out of silt. I thought about what I could do for a little bit, since I really did not need that much emerald.
I went to the desert thinking I'd mine some desert fossils, but I'd already blown away so much of the stuff that I felt unsure if I could extractinate enough emeralds from what remained. Instead, I thought I'd make gem spark blocks from the topaz I had and paint it green. Perhaps this would work, and when I painted the topaz, the shades of green matched, and I thought this was the solution. But then I noticed that the gem spark's glow was yellow and not green. I totally forgot that the paint wouldn't change the glow effect of the block, and I could just choose to ignore the ugly yellow glow and keep building, but I really hated how it looked, and since I'd come this far, the build had to be done right. You might mention the cyan meteor build that I left not matching with slightly different shades, but I'm not fixing that. I'm not. I went back to the desert to mine out the desert fossils I gave up on earlier and found a good amount, but only ended up with 6 emeralds. At least 6 emeralds can turn into 120 gem sparks, so that should be enough. And it turns out I was much closer to the end of the build than I previously thought, and I had more than enough to finally finish the build. Let's go! Dungeon build's done! I could have run right on down into the dungeon to find out how the build looks, but we'll do that next week. First things first, we gotta fight Plantera. So I headed to the old Queen Bee arena and extended it a bit since Plantera does require a little more room, although lately I feel like I've been making my Plantera arenas wider than they need to be and a little shorter than they should be. And this carried over for this arena as well. And since we spent plenty of time hanging around after beating the mechs, it wasn't hard at all to find a bulb to initiate our first fight, which I decided to just full send, not bothering to use potions since Plantera is a pretty easy boss really, and I've been beating her without any issue in all of my runs lately. I brought her over to the arena, and during her first phase, you basically just do circles around her while making sure to avoid the spiky balls bouncing around, and yes, I'm using the dart pistols, a pre-mech weapon. That's how much I love these things. It really is that good. Once she entered second form though, I went to my flamethrower since fire is super effective against grass types, right? And yes, the flamethrower is really good against Plantera, but I guess I was a bit too cocky and was only half paying attention, resulting in my defeat. The thing that killed me was moving 3 times faster than the rest of Plantera, so I blame the game. Definitely the game's fault. Before returning to the jungle, I grabbed some potions since I can't afford to lose to this thing a second time. That would be pretty bad. With these potions, she'll be pretty easy, so I went back to the jungle to see if I could find another bulb near my arena. There was one, thankfully, so I summoned her again and drank my potions, even telling my chat, since I am doing this run live, that I was going to actually focus on the boss and not read chat mid-fight, since that would be too distracting. I got her to second form again, I was doing pretty good, and was fairly certain that this would be the one. Rid of the little gripper things. Oh man, I keep on hitting them on the way back. And oh no! Guys, I suck! Oh no! Oh no! Oh man! And so, I'm afraid the time has come to confess to you that I suffer from a chronic disease known as skill issue. This is not a joke and no laughing matter. I've seen my doctor, and after a checkup, they told me that there's nothing they could do. There was some over-the-counter medication they called Mountain Dew, but I had a bad reaction to it. So, if you or a loved one also suffers from skill issue, be sure to be understanding and caring towards them. It is an incurable disease, and we suffer every day. Anyways, last month I mentioned that I was running low on gel and needed more gel for a flamethrower. I was starting to run low now after 2 consecutive losses to Plantera, and I had asked if there was a good way to farm gel without a statue, and the only method people mentioned was farming King Slime, which doesn't give the biggest return on investment, and I'd have to get a bunch of rubies and platinum or gold. Well, when I was hanging around my home, resting up after that skill issue flare-up I had experienced, I noticed there was actually a slime statue next to the pinwheel on my roof. How long has that been there? I never used statues either, and wow, this thing summons a lot of slimes. And they all drop gel. I assumed the drop rate would be reduced like the unicorn horns people farm from the unicorn statues. Guess I won't have to worry about running low on gel now.
Time to fight Plantera again, and I am happy to report to you this time, I came out victorious. Maybe my case of skill issue has been miraculously cured. Who knows? Though sometimes, even those of us who suffer from this disease manage to get lucky. Plantera dropped the Seedler and Pygmy Staff, and I don't remember the last time I used the Seedler, so I decided to use it as my new main melee weapon, just to see how it performs. I also kept the bats instead of the tikis. Not sure which one is actually better, I'm just happy that I have the Sanguine Staff in the first place, plus they provide a little light source, which is nice for filming. I mined a bit more chlorophyte since I would need it for mage stuff later. I then took down Plantera 2 more times, and I wanted to see if I could get the axe since it's rare, and I'm not sure I've ever gotten it before actually. Pretty sure I have, but I think I sold it back then because I didn't know how rare it was. After taking down the plant the 3rd time, I got the Venus Magnum, and I feel like a lot of people in the Terraria community don't understand just how good this thing is. It's better than the Mega Shark, and this isn't even a hot take, it just is. I think it happened with a recent update, maybe even 1.4.4, so I understand why people think the Venus Magnum isn't good because it wasn't great for a while, but now it's just a straight up upgrade to the Mega Shark. It's just as fast and has higher damage output, so if you haven't been using this thing, do it. I even checked the wiki and it's wrong. Its stats have apparently not been updated since the 1.4.4 update, but just watch them change the wiki after this video goes out. Just watch that happen. I finished up the week by fishing in the desert for oysters. I wanted a pink pearl so I could get the Galaxy Pearl for its permabuff. I've also never gotten the Galaxy Pearl before. Thing is, the pink pearl is stupidly hard to get. I remember trying to get it in journey mode, and I got enough oysters so I could research and duplicate them en masse, and I went through 4 stacks of 999, so 4,000 oysters just to get 5 pink pearls. That's obscene. Plus, the permabuff isn't really that necessary at this point, so I'm not sure I'll spend all that much time on trying to get the Galaxy Pearl. But maybe if it comes to it, I will fish for it since I never have gotten the Galaxy Pearl before. The start of week 3, and I went back to the jungle to fight the Golem, but then there was a bulb along the path and I figured I'd just kill the plant really quick in the hopes of getting the axe, but I didn't get it, so off to the jungle temple we go. Sometimes I'll just glide over the ground of the temple to ignore the pressure plates and traps, but I figured I'd mine them up this time. I suppose I could have just flown over them and then disconnected the wiring once Golem was defeated, but since we've established that I have skill issue, I thought I'd deal with it ahead of time. Turns out that was a very good decision. I always hear people talk about how they have had terrible Golem arena generation in the jungle temple, but I've never really experienced it myself. I've had some arenas that seem smaller than others, but overall I don't get what people mean when they say they get terrible arenas. Well, of all the runs I've ever done, this just so happens to be the one run with the single worst Golem arena I've ever seen in my life. What even is this? One reason I don't encounter so much weird jungle temple generation is because I typically play on large worlds, so the world gen has room to work, and well, this is another large world, and I got this monstrosity. This isn't even an arena room. It just looks like the tunnel thing widened a little and then got cut off. Well, time to go for it. Golem's easy anyways, right? Well, I actually did better than I thought, all things considered. Though I did use the dart pistol a bit, and I think at this point I'm probably expanding the lifespan of this weapon too long. During the first part, I used the Phoenix bow, which was probably a better idea, but either way, I lost the first fight, but that was expected. When I got home, I did some organizing, but also remembered that the dog and cat licenses were a thing. I couldn't remember if I ever had bought these, and if I hadn't, then it's been too long since I'd failed to purchase these licenses. Turns out I did have the cat and dog, and I totally forgot to hit the little home button just to see if they were there or not, but I was still missing the bunny, so now I have a rabbit that has joined me on this world. Back at the jungle temple, on a whim, I thought I'd try the Seedler against the Golem. I wanted to see if it's any good at all, especially since you can get the true Excalibur at this point in progression. A short time later, and the Golem was dead before I even realized what was happening. I was mostly holding down right click to attack and was focusing so much on dodging the projectiles that I missed how fast I was melting the Golem's health away.
Maybe the true Excalibur could take him down just as fast, but the Seedler has range while the Excalibur does not, allowing me to easily dodge the Golem's attacks. The Seedler is a lot better than I thought it was. I started using it against Plantera, but once she entered second form, I went back to the Flamethrower. I probably could have stuck with the Seedler, but the Flamethrower is just so good in this fight. I didn't get the axe, which is sad, but I heard the drop rate of the axe is like 2 or 5%, so I suppose that's to be expected. But now's the moment no one's been waiting for. Time to go to the hard mode dungeon and see if the build I've spent so many hours of my life on looks any good. I entered, and at first, I was kind of happy. It looks alright. The torches in the surrounding tunnels need to be removed so the green glow effect can be more prevalent. As I continue deeper into the dungeon, there's plenty of places where the exterior can't be seen, so the build was in no way prevalent, but when I could see it, I kind of enjoyed it, and if nothing else, it did create a very clear marker for where the dungeon ends. No need to wonder if there's a false wall somewhere. Was the build worth it? Nah, I wouldn't say so, but I put my mind to something and I accomplished it, so at least I can take pride in it. You may also notice I've been using the Flower Pal. Socrates released a video not long ago where he concluded that this weapon isn't worth it for where it is in progression, and I wanted to see for myself whether I thought that was the case. After all, the Drippler Crippler has been warming me up to the idea of using flails. But after some use, it's hard to say this weapon is worth it. Watching my DPS meter as well as the general feel for how well I could deal with the enemies, it would seem to me that it's about on par with the true Excalibur. The main hiccup comes with how the flail is a bit more targeted while the Excalibur hits everything with broad strokes. It was cool to try, but I didn't see myself using it in the future. Another weapon I never use is the True Knight's Edge, but I do need to get one so I can craft the Terra Blade. Defeating Plantera makes it so Mothron can spawn during the solar eclipse, and from that we can snag a broken hero's sword. I only beat Skeletron Prime once earlier, so I had to beat him once more to get enough souls for the True Knight's Edge. I could then summon the solar eclipse now, but I wanted to spend more time farming for things in the dungeon. It also occurred to me that if I wanted Master Ninja gear for each build, that I'd need 3 Tabis and black belts, and that does not sound like a fun time. But at the same time, I never really made any sort of farm or even just an open area in the dungeon before because it typically isn't that hard to get what you want. Although I must admit that the part of the dungeon with this kind of wall, whatever it's called, it always seems to me it's hard to find and takes up a rather small part of the dungeon. This world has a larger section of it than I usually find, so that's nice. It was here that I started clearing out an area in the hopes that I could get the sniper rifle and scope as well as the Spectre staff. Thing is though, the snipers kept chilling in the pool of water over there and I wouldn't see them and then they'd snipe me. Kind of funny, but I know that I'll be able to get plenty of enemies to spawn at least. Can we also just talk about the Paladin's Hammer? This weapon feels like it could be really fun to use, but it's so very weak compared to everything else. It makes me sad. Although, I wrote the script, and then a couple days later, Chippy releases a video where apparently somebody on the forums said, hey, can we buff the Paladin's Hammer? And Red's going to take a look at it. So, well, yeah, I agree. I returned to the jungle to kill Plantera again, but she didn't drop the axe, and then I went to kill Golem, but I lost pretty badly after trying to use the True Excalibur against him. If you ask me, this confirms that the Seedler is much better than the True Excalibur, at least against Golem. Or maybe I just did uniquely bad at dodging him during that one particular fight. I don't know. When I respawned, it was day, so I summoned the Solar Eclipse to farm it for a bit. I got at least one Mothron, but that's the only one that matters since it dropped the Broken Hero's Blade and Mothron Wings. Earlier, I bought leaf wings for every build I had, and I honestly have no idea what tier all the different wings are on, so who knows if that's a waste of 5 platinum. I assumed Mothron wings would be better, so I equipped them and I crafted the Terra Blade, which was very handy. To wrap up the week, I remembered I could buy Echo Painting, and I started getting to work on an idea I had for the Wizard Tower build. I wanted a gem spark glowing effect without placing the actual gem sparks. As I do that, I'm also super excited to officially announce the launch of my second channel, Thorben Gaming, where we'll talk about all kinds of different games, whether it's old, new, indie, AAA, famous, or obscure. I even launched the first 2 videos alongside this one, so consider checking those out as well, and subscribe if you enjoy them. I am also live streaming many of those experiences over on Kick, and will also be streaming Terraria community events and collaborations over there. But 1 Year One World and other solo runs will still be live streamed on this channel here. If you're wondering why Kick instead of Twitch, it is also in the description. Now, let me know what you think of this glowing effect. I think it kind of works, but it definitely made the crystals look weird, so I'm going to have to fix that some other time. I leap into week 4 with a quick Plantera fight since I still want to get that lovely axe, and you didn't see that. Time to go to the jungle for the first time this week. Let's head to the jungle temple since I didn't see a single bulb along the way. I do need some beetle husks so I can get the full beetle armor still. So let's take down the golem real quick and oh. I realized that I only had 1 turtle shell, which is weird to me. How have I only gotten 1 turtle shell after all this time? Oh look, the first Plantera bulb of the week! I casually took down Plantera, totally not doing worse than several of my previous fights, and lo and behold, we got the axe. That's absolutely awesome. I knew this would be an axe, but I didn't expect it to also be a hammer, but I guess at this point in progression, just about all hammers and axes are combined into one tool. Though I actually thought this was supposed to be a real weapon, and I guess it does pretty good damage, but it seems to me this isn't meant to be used in combat. Time to go to the jungle temple for the first time this week, and well, I thought I'd just go home. You know, there was a death in the family, and I simply didn't have the heart for it anymore, so I decided to return home and take care of my affairs rather than fight the jumping mass of sentient hardened clay. I stopped by the dungeon to grab a water candle because I forgot I had a few in my piggy bank, but oh well, now we have another one. There are several things that I need to farm for this week. I want the blessed apple, turtle shells, magma stone so I can craft the fire gauntlet. I also want to fight the old one's army sometime this week. First thing on the list, I suppose, was the blessed apple, but nothing was spawning even after putting down a water candle, so I went on a side quest that turned out to be much longer than I thought it would be. There's this candle called the shadow candle, and what it does is it turns off the peaceful effect from villages or NPCs or whatever that's called. I have never once made this thing, and apparently a bunch of YouTubers made videos on it like 9 or 10 months ago, and I never noticed. I thought at first the candle was crafted from other candles, but then I figured out I needed demonite. The recipe is pretty easy, barely an inconvenience, but all my tombstones seem to have magically disappeared, and I have no idea where I put them or if I accidentally trashed them. And I have not been saving any of my other tombstones during this run, so now I have to go around my world collecting tombstones. Strangely, there were several tombstones in the Golem and Plantera arenas. Wonder how those got there. I also casually got the Uzi without even noticing it, and it's worse than the Venus Magnum. But I finally got the shadow candle, which I might not have really needed in the first place. I got it since the wizard housing isn't too far away from where I was farming for the blessed apples, but I'm not even sure it was close enough to have an effect. Oh well, first time making this candle, so that was fun. After maybe 5 unicorns, I got a blessed apple. When I went home to organize, a blood moon spawned and I used the moon dial to fast forward through that, and a solar eclipse occurred during the day it also skipped, so that was the single best time I could have used that thing. Next up is the magma stone, which took maybe a minute to farm. I'm getting stupidly lucky drops right now, but that'd come to an end right now as I farm for turtle shells, and it wasn't even the drop rate that was that bad. I couldn't get any turtles to spawn. I even had a battle potion, water candle, and blood moon all at once and barely got any turtles. Eventually, I did get the shells, but instead of making the armor, I rushed to the dungeon to try and benefit from the extra spawn rates to farm for a few things. I didn't get very much, but I did pick up a black belt, which allowed me to craft my first piece of Master Ninja gear. Before I kill Golem again for the beetle husks, it occurred to me I had a lot of NPCs, but the princess hadn't moved in. I didn't have the truffle, so I needed him, but before I checked the glowing mushroom, I wanted to get the 8th and final town slime, the copper one with a sword. I have never gotten this one before, and I never even bothered to look it up. My chat was saying I had to throw a copper short sword at a green slime, so naturally I grabbed a copper short sword and threw it at the green slime. Strange. It didn't work. Chat must be wrong. Over at the glowing mushroom biome, things are looking really nice. Big fan of how this has turned out. It could probably benefit from an extension, but for now I'll just make a quick house and the truffle moved in immediately. Very nice. Oh, and I learned that by green slime my chat meant, you know, an actual green slime, but also it doesn't have to be a green slime. It just has to be a slime. Like, literally any slime. Just throw a sword at it and boom, you got the copper short sword. How have I never gotten this thing before? I had the truffle though, so I could get the princess. I just needed some available housing. And I haven't made an ocean pylon yet. For the longest time, I've wanted to make an ocean temple, and I'm definitely going to have to get to that at some point, but first I'm making some beach houses on the surface. I'll have to get to the rest of the build at some other time. I wanted to use some of the coral furniture, but I have no idea how to make it, and I figured the shell piles or shells from the beach would be the material needed to craft it, but none of them gave me the recipe I was looking for. How do you craft the coral building materials? How do you do this? I used palm wood to make a very simple build that I'll have to improve at a later point, but I got the princess, which was the main point. I'll just have to kill her later for the weapon she can draw. I wanted to finish the week with the Old One's army, but I first wanted to craft the beetle armor, and to do that I have to beat Golem again. But I lost. Again. The next time I actually used potions and put in some effort and barely won. I'm actually very confused. The first time I beat Golem, I hardly even noticed. He was just dead in no time at all. I am genuinely confused as to how I'm doing so bad. Since I still had potions, I summoned him again in the hopes of getting the Pixaw, but then I lost early in the second form. My mind is shattering. Am I really this bad? I blame the arena. That's it. It's the arena's fault. At last, I fought the Old One's army, and the third tier absolutely wrecked me. I was barely able to clear the first wave, and the second one took me out. This seems to me a bit overpowered, but I guess we haven't made any real progress ever since we got to the third tier. I know there are methods for cheesing this thing, but I want to do everything I can to avoid using those strategies while also beating this thing before Moonlord. The final week of the month, and I just realized I have no pumpkins. Next month, we won't actually be unlocking any bosses per se, but we will be unlocking the Frost and Pumpkin Moon events. But of course, in order to craft the Pumpkin Medallion, I'm going to need some pumpkins, and they don't spawn naturally until October. But we do have the handy little dryad who sells pumpkin seeds for us, so I planted some of those and got to work on one of my building projects. Last month, I made a massive arena spanning the ocean all the way to the jungle. I built a few towers, but I still needed to copy those towers over to the rest of the arena. Right now, they're a bit far to the left, and I don't often spend a lot of time over there. I should also add some stuff to this build to make it a bit brighter. Not sure what to add, but some illuminant paint on the platforms might be alright, I don't know. But for now, I want to create these towers and just get the base of the build finished. As I built though, a Martian probe spawned and I had to kill it before it spawned the Martian Madness. If you've been paying attention to the locked boss scroll thing at the start of each video, then you know the Martian Madness is locked behind the same month as Duke Fishron, and that's October. But of course, probes are going to spawn no matter what I want, and they would continue to spawn as I added to this build. And of course, this is one of those instances where you get a bunch of the thing you don't want when you don't want it, but whenever I actually want to get a probe and do all the recommended optimizations, I never get these probes to spawn. That aside, these probes are actually the one thing that might be fought early during this challenge. I'll be attempting to kill off the probes, but this is one of the events that is actually locked behind progression that is also capable of spawning in the months prior to it being unlocked. This was an oversight on my part when I started this run, so I'll be trying to kill off the probes, but if it happens that they spawn, then they'll just have to be moved up. After building a few towers, I went to the dungeon to farm for a few things. I still needed the sniper rifle and scope, and wanted the specter staff as well. In the meantime, I could also use some more black belts and tabbies for Master Ninja gear for my other builds. The specter staff was the first one I got my hands on, and I used it just for the heck of it, and was really surprised of how well it did. The weapon is one I've always viewed as a cool homing weapon, but nothing more. I never thought of it as actually viable, but something you just use every here and there for the sake of having something homing. But I was actually surprised by how it performed. Not long after, I got a sniper rifle, and in the meantime, I picked up a scope and a tabby. The last thing I wanted was an Inferno Fork, and I searched the entire dungeon, but didn't get a single area in it where the Inferno Mage guys would spawn.
I have run into the red fiery skeleton guys every once in a while, and I'm pretty sure they spawn in the same place, but maybe they can also spawn elsewhere? I'm only vaguely familiar with how it all actually works. Maybe there's a section that I missed, but assuming I did, the area with that wall must be very small. Suffice to say, I didn't get an Inferno Fork. I did get 4 Tabbies and 1 more black belt, which should have meant I could craft another Master Ninja gear, but as it would turn out, I don't have any more tiger climbing gear. I have some shoe spikes, but not climbing claws. Well, guess I won't be getting any Master Ninja gear now. Before I return to making more towers at the arena, I wanted to first try and kill the Golem again. I have to redeem myself after so many terrible failures, and I wanted a pick saw. Thankfully, I took him down on the first try and was also gifted the pick saw. Neat. But this does not satisfy me. Now that I had the pick saw, I could smell blood in the water. I mined out the terrible jungle temple arena I was given, widening it to be more similar to a normal arena, and now that it was done, I was able to take down the Golem much more easily than ever before. Once and for all proving that it was the arena's fault for my defeats. I wrapped up the month by adding a few more towers and toppling the monarchy. The new month begins, and so I obviously start out by doing the most interesting thing I could possibly do, and that's building. I still need to add more of these towers to the arena. This is the single biggest arena project I have undertaken. It's not exactly all that complex, but it still takes a hot second to put all these together. But when the first evening came, I summoned the Pumpkin Moon so we could get right to the newly unlocked events. I got to say, this makes me really happy. In so many runs, I skip over the hard mode events. I don't do the moon events or the Martian invasion hardly ever because you can often get by without using them. Melee is also a build I'll use in many vanilla runs because it's really easy to use and you really don't need to do any events for it, other than the solar eclipse. So doing this challenge is really going to let me enjoy these events and do them over and over like I used to do when I was younger. It's very nostalgic, and I get to interact with a part of the game I pass over far too often. I also use the Spectre Staff a lot of the time. Pretty sure I mentioned this last video, but I always viewed this weapon as a supplementary homing weapon and never a main weapon, but while using it during the Pumpkin Moon, I was shocked at how viable it is. I also learned that the Headless Horseman apparently shoots these homing pumpkin projectiles, or maybe another enemy did that, but when were these added? I swear I've never seen this before, which makes me question why Relogic would buff the Headless Horseman if they are the ones shooting these projectiles. Like, why? These guys didn't need a buff. They were already arguably the most annoying part of the Pumpkin Moon because they're really strong and drop nothing. I finally got a pumpkin at the end of the night, but of course, when it's the first pumpkin of the event, the odds of him dropping something are next to 0, so I got nothing for the first Pumpkin Moon event, and I grew a little worried about how I was going to farm this thing for the rest of the month since I wasn't immediately sure what other weapons I could get at the time. One idea I did have though was the Inferno Fork, so I started making some of the dungeon background walls and went to the dungeon to start placing them. I didn't know a dungeon could spawn without one of the 3 wall variants, but I seem to have gotten one of those, and none of the Inferno Fork wizard guys are spawning, so hopefully these walls will change that. I placed a bunch of them and fought several enemies, but none of the guys were spawning. At this time, chat told me there's this thing called Dangerous Dungeon Wall. I didn't really believe it, but I went to the Shimmer and threw the wall in, and sure enough, I got a dangerous variant of the wall that would allow enemies to actually spawn. Is Dangerous Wall a new feature added in 1.4.4? It's gotta be, right? Because I had to Shimmer for it? Here I thought I had basically learned all the things during this year-long run, but I have been proven wrong once again. There's still more to learn. I returned to the dungeon and died. I went back to the dungeon and started placing walls, only to realize that
I put the wrong wall in the Shimmer!
So I throw the correct wall into the Shimmer and started placing those ones, but once again the sorcerer guys were not spawning and I gave up after some time. Pretty sure chat said something about there needing to be blocks or something. If you know what's wrong with this, let me know. But since I can't get the Inferno Fork, I guess we'll sleep to the night so we can fight the Frost Moon and acquire the Razor Pine, my second favorite mage weapon. I didn't kill enough enemies to get an Ice Queen, but I did get a Razor Pine on the ground after the next event, so we got what we were looking for. I sundialed away a solar eclipse and then mined chlorophyte for some reason. I really actually can't remember why. But what I did remember was that I needed to extend my trophy room. Or maybe this is the relic room, since trophies are technically a different thing in Terraria. I don't know. I guess there isn't much to say about this though, other than I did it. This actually might be my favorite build of the world. I think I did a good job capturing a certain regalness with this build that fits the trophy room well. I still need some of those banners from the Old One's army to really tie it together. Can I even get those anymore if I fight it now, or is that only something you can get in the first wave? I swear I only ever get it there. Please tell me, let me know. I also need more of those hanging Bezier things or whatever, but we can fish for those. I started sleeping to the next night so we could summon the Pumpkin Moon again, and I discovered that the bunny NPC has this cute little animation I'd never seen before. When the next Pumpkin Moon rolled around, the Razor Pine shredded the event enemies far faster than anything I had on hand. With that said though, I still only killed one pumpkin and once again got nothing, but I did find a witch's broom on the ground. Going to be honest, I haven't a clue what enemies drop this thing. Not a clue. I just find it on the ground when it drops. I'm also trying to get the princess's weapon, which requires you to slay her, and I did that once, twice, thrice, four, thrice, and 5 times and got nothing. So time to try the Pumpkin Moon again, and this time I took down one pumpkin and then a second pumpkin, and that one dropped the Jack-o'-lantern launcher. Someone, anyone, give me your best defense for this weapon's existence. Is there a purpose to it? Is it even viable at this phase in the game? And how do you even get the ammunition for it? Can you buy more jack-o'-lanterns from the arms dealer if some of the ammo is in your inventory? I think that's how it works. I know that's how it's worked for some other things, but I'm pretty sure that's a relatively new feature, so I'm not sure. Farming the moons is taking way longer than I thought it would, but maybe after fighting it enough times and getting banners, I'll be able to focus more and more on the bosses. I started sleeping to the next night, but had to kill the princess 1 more and 2 more times, but while I was killing her the second time, a Martian probe came by, and I didn't immediately go out to destroy the probe, resulting in it flying away. Well, I was afraid of this happening, but I guess maybe the Martians will be moved to this month rather than happening next month? But since it's night, I can cancel the Blood Moon and make it a pumpkin one, and the Martians aren't spawning, so maybe we canceled the Martians? Fingers crossed? I killed 3 pumpkins and got the Bat Scepter, which actually seems more viable than I thought it was. I also got the Spider Egg and the Master Mode Pet, which sucks. I wanted the weapons. So I'm not really getting any of the drops that I wanted, but I teleported to the underworld since the week is now over and Martians, for all I know, could be at my house, and I guess we'll see if they are still there next week. Guys, the Martians are here and there's nothing I can do about it, so I guess the Martians are being bumped up a month, but I guess this is also how the unlocking of bosses should have worked anyways, since it was supposed to be structured so no boss could naturally spawn who wasn't supposed to, though I think maybe the Martians were able to spawn last month, I forget. All I know is I had forgotten when the Martian probe spawns, so I made the list with where I thought it was and was trying to stick with that, but of course I have now failed. The Martians are another event I hardly ever mess with, so it's nice trying them again, but also this is making me realize I really do not like this event. There are so many stinking lasers. It seems to me every enemy shoots a laser. Actually, I'm pretty sure everyone does, and that makes the whole thing a real pain to deal with. You also have to be sure to deal with the Tesla coil turrets because those things will quickly populate the entire surface and destroy you. I don't remember them being this tough. When the saucer spawns, you would think this would make things easier, since you're just focused on the saucer, but the aliens on the ground will still hit you with their rogue lasers every here and there. But I can't really claim that was the main issue. I was struggling with dodging the saucer's rockets, and, well, I think this is the worst I've done against the aliens in a long time. Maybe that's because I never fought them solo in Master Mode. Needless to say, I didn't destroy a single saucer. Now I thought I'd take a break from the moons for a little bit, and I remembered I had none of the biome keys, which bewilders me. In my medium core run not long ago, I got 3 of the biome keys, and I was trying to finish as soon as possible because medium core was pain. But now, When I'm spending a year on this world, I have spent who knows how many hours in hard mode and still don't have a single key to my name. So I went to the underground hollow desert since I'm pretty sure I can get either the desert or hollow key here. I also thought that chaos elementals would spawn, but they were nowhere to be seen. Why? Do these guys not spawn in the hollow desert? I farmed down here a bit, but got nothing, and yes, I know it's not an optimal farm, but as I said in another One Year One World video a few months ago, I don't make farms. This is the closest you're going to get. I also went to the regular underground hollow to try and get the Rod of Discord, but got nothing once again. Before fighting the Pumpkin Moon, I finally figured out how to make the coral reef blocks for a build that I'll be getting to at the end of this week. But first a Pumpkin Moon where I took down 2 pumpkins and got nothing new. So I guess we'll just get to the build that I've been meaning to start for what feels like half of the year and might actually be that long. I wanted to make an underground temple beneath the ocean, and at last I'm getting to it. I didn't really have any plans going into it though, despite having thought about it for quite a long time. There was an image in my mind, but I had no idea how to actualize it. But typical me decided to just start building rather than actually planning it out, and the first thing that came to mind was the octopus boss arena from Starlight River, so I started making a temple kind of themed around that. It's also turning out a lot smaller than I thought it would be after getting the first skeleton down. I also wanted to add waterfalls, and I've seen builds before where there's this sort of splashing watery cloud effect at the end, but I didn't have a clue how you do that. Like, how? There's no block that does this. But then chat said the party girl sells cloud blocks, and I had to do a double take because I didn't believe it. What the heck is a cloud block? I went to the party girl, and sure enough, they were there. What the heck? How? Why? What's a cloud block? Cloud block? How did I never know about cloud blocks? The third week rolls around, and as I was getting my bearings, I came to the realization that my trophy room wasn't exactly built correctly. I had missed a section of wall, making the whole thing off by 1 block. And this is absolutely unacceptable for one of my favorite builds. So I got to work on extending the trophy room by 1 block, which is always annoying since it feels like a small task but ends up being a big one. I then got to work on adding another tower to my boss arena build, but this tower was where the stairs were, and I hadn't bothered to ensure they were all in the same spot before I had built them, so this tower just so happened to make that all the more apparent. Am I going to fix the steps? No, I don't actually feel like doing that. So I'll just live with the fact that if I'm running along the lowest platform, that I stand a chance of falling to my death. Yep. This is fine. I do actually love, though, how it looks with the palm trees at the bottom. Big fan of that. But now, let's do another Pumpkin Moon. This month, more than any other, has been filled with a lot more of the unlocked boss or event material or whatever than any other month. Typically, I'll fight a boss a few times, but for this month, I'm doing these events over and over and over again, and maybe that's just because there is no guarantee that any of the enemies will drop what I want, and I have to grind through several waves to get to the boss just so I can have a chance for those items to drop. I could see farming these events for a specific item as being rather obnoxious, but for our purposes on this world, we aren't even looking for all that much in particular, so we'll just work on collecting all the things. Speaking of which, the first pumpkin dropped black fairy dust, which is something I totally forgot existed, and I'm a little excited to see if it's any good or not. Now that I think of it, I suppose I am actually looking for the Horseman's Blade since I haven't used it since 1.4.4. So with this next pumpkin, I hoped and prayed, and sure enough, I got the Horseman's Blade. Someone had said that this sword is just as good or better than the Terra Blade, and now that I had it, I would have to put that statement to the test. But first, a few other things. For one, I tested the new wings and found that they were just as good as the spooky wings that you get from the twig or whatever. I'm also pretty sure the Mothron wings are just as good as both of them, which made me a little disappointed. This is why I never get people who rant and rave about which wings are the best and will occasionally comment on how I'm using a pair of wings because they are bad or something. I did find that my leaf wings flew for a little less time than the spooky and dark fairy ones, but not by so much that I'd think much of it or go out of my way to get different ones. The only wings I feel like I'd ever go out of my way to get would have to be the Fishron wings. I didn't get the hype around them for the longest time, but during my medium core run, I discovered just how good they are, so now I understand. But all the others, I mean, there's minor differences. I mean, that's about it. Just little differences here and there. I don't get it. Anyways, I collected more coral since I needed more reef and coral blocks for the underwater temple, and then I chopped down a few trees because it turns out that I'm running low on wood, and that feels weird. I have been planting acorns here and there, but it wasn't until now that I actually had to go looking for more regular wood. I suppose there are actually a lot of trees that I could cut down, but I only wanted to chop down ones that wouldn't ruin the world's aesthetic. So I'm very particular about the trees that I cut down. Of course, one reason I needed more wood was so I could keep building more towers at the arena. I only needed 2 more and it'll at last be done. The night rolled around as I was doing this though, so I summoned the Pumpkin Moon and fought it again, but didn't get anything out of it. Now it's time to actually test the Horseman's Blade. So I started collecting hay to make some target dummies, and some of you are probably already detecting a problem with this, but I made the dummies and placed them down to test the sword and the candy corn rifle, and as I started attacking the dummies, I realized that no homing pumpkins were spawning, which is one of the best parts, if not the best part of the Horseman's Blade, and that also means I can't get a very good read on the weapon's actual damage output. I tried the candy corn rifle and was equally disappointed. Not sure as to what to do, I summoned the Goblin army to test the weapon in a more real scenario. The Horseman Blade was good, and I found that it was definitely stronger than the Terra Blade when used as a true melee weapon, and the homing pumpkins can help keep enemies off your back, but even so, I didn't see myself using this over the Terra Blade. The candy corn rifle also did fine, I guess, but realistically, there aren't a whole lot of situations it'd be good for. So now that I had done that and have everything from the Pumpkin Moon except the Raven Staff, I figured it was time to fight the Frost Moon once again, and I had my eyes set on the Elf Melter. I wasn't sure I'd do very well, but the Spectre Armor Razorpine combo is just so gosh darn powerful, and I was able to take down a Santa Bot and get an Elf Melter. I was so excited that I whipped it out to use against the Ice Queen that spawned later, and I was really disappointed. My Spectre Armor and Razorpine outclassed it in every way, whether it was range or sheer damage output. I figured I'd be really happy with this thing after raving about the flamethrower earlier in the run, but this isn't a good start. Then again, it's a single target, and I'm not sure if you can hit it multiple times, so perhaps this isn't an ideal situation for it. I switched to Mage for the rest of the fight, but lost before I took her down, in part due to a Wyvern. The next morning, I added more to the Ocean Temple, but not a lot since I still don't have a whole lot of the blocks I want to use for the build, and I still don't have a very clear vision for it. Then I remembered I hadn't made a single Ankh shield yet, so I crafted one for the Mage build since I still had an Obsidian shield in use for it. I could probably make another Ankh shield if I wanted, but this is fine. I like sticking to Paladin shield for melee anyways. I then remembered that reforging was a thing and got to work on that as well. With the boost from the reforges, I wanted to try the moons again, but I only had one naughty present left, so I figured I needed to craft more. But I needed more Souls of Fright to craft those, and I needed more Souls of Sight to craft an Avenger's Emblem so I can get the upgraded scope for the Ranger build. So I spent the better part of the night trying to find a single floating eyeball to get a lens, but not a single one spawned. I could have just grabbed a lens from storage, but I couldn't remember where they were earlier, so I went searching for an eye to get them. I did eventually find them and made the summons, but I thought it was noteworthy that no eyes were spawning the entire night. This feels painfully normal, or at least it has been recently, to not run into any eyes in hard mode since you foolishly threw all your lenses away earlier in the game and now you just have no lenses and no eyes are spawning. Now I had 2 Skeletron Prime summons and 2 Twin summons. I took down Skeletron Prime once, though I came really close to death since I was being a bit careless, but I don't want to die. That'd be embarrassing. So I summoned him again and... I took down the twins twice after that, and that took a whole lot less time. And finally, to wrap up the week, I finished up the second to last tower to the arena. The start of week 4 and I have no idea what to do, and I'm excited about it. Guess the best way to start out is to finish up the final tower for the arena build I've been chipping away at for a little while now, and at last I can say this build is complete. This is easily the biggest arena I've ever made, and I must say, I didn't make it right. The bottom platform isn't close enough to the ground. I really need another layer of platforms. Maybe this build isn't actually complete. At least adding another layer of platform should be pretty simple. I think the problem came from adding stairs near the ocean. For some reason, I think there's maybe a little more elevation. I probably didn't need for them to go up as much as they did, but that's fine, I guess. I didn't think of this solution or even this problem until the end of the week, so maybe we'll get to that next month. What I did do, though, was go back to the Hollow to kind of extend my little arena to farm for a route of Discord. It's still not really a proper farm, but I added a lower section and widened it a little bit, which is what I think you do when you're actually trying to make a farm. All I know is that I want to get the route of Discord because I've gotten maybe 2 or 3 of them in all of my time playing the game, or at least in vanilla. Maybe I got it a time or 2 more many years ago, but this thing just feels like the ultimate rare item to find. From what it sounds like, there's a lot of people who go out of their way to get this thing just about every run, which I'll never understand. A lot of people say it helps them with Moonlord, and I've tried that whole strategy with using it to avoid the moon laser, but I ended up dead more often than when I didn't use it. So other than convenience, I don't have much of a reason to get this thing. I also did bring my 1 gnome down here. Oh, now I'm like super lucky. It's totally going to make a difference. I'm really not a big believer in the luck system in Terraria. I don't, but we got a gnome. It's there. I didn't get the Rod of Discord and night came around, and I've hardly fought the Frost Moon, so let's do that now. I desperately want to get my hands on the Snowman Cannon because that was my main weapon against Moonlord when I played the Get Fixed Voice Seed, or at least one of the main weapons. I don't think I ever used it before then, but that run really gave me a new love and appreciation for it. I guess I would also be happy with the chain gun, but I'm not sure I'll use it even if I get it. The last time I fought the Frost Moon, I got the Ice Queen and lost, but this time I got an Ice Queen with just about half the night left, so I was feeling pretty good and was able to play a bit more safe, and Bob's your uncle, she drops a Snowman Cannon. Well, guess I've gotten everything I actually wanted, but I do want to try and get the Icicle Staff thing again because I haven't used that in years, and I'm curious if it's better than I remember it being. Playing on this world has allowed me to try so many weapons I never would have, and it's been great. One of my most recent favorites is the Boulder Staff, which is surprisingly effective actually. Not the best for all situations, but I used it often enough for it to be viable and would use it way more often if I didn't have the Razor Pine. I killed 2 more Ice Queens, but neither dropped anything, which makes no sense to me since I'm pretty sure the more you kill them, the higher your chances are or something like that. And I got one from the first Ice Queen, but not any of the others after, but I could be wrong about that. I reforged the Snowman Cannon to Unreal because I ain't letting this thing go for a long time. And now it's time to revisit the beach. The houses here are disgusting and need a serious makeover, but I can't think of anything. Because I livestreamed these, chat recommended a shark build, a beach jar, a ship in a bottle, and one person said, jar. And then another person or 2 said, jar. I thought it was goofy, but then my mind started to actually consider the possibility, and I thought of something I actually liked. Before we get to that real quick, I needed more wood, so I chopped down a bunch of trees in the Crimson, and a Chimera spawned out of the top of one of the trees. How long has that been a thing? I can't remember the last time I chopped down any of these trees, and I have a vague recollection of this happening, but I was quite surprised to see it. I also learned you can shimmer this wood, and presumably any other kind of wood, into normal wood. Man, no matter how much I play this game, I keep learning more. After each month, I think I've seen it all, but boy oh boy am I wrong each time. Back to the beach house, where I start off by clearing a bunch of sand at the base. I wanted to make sure the build was still connected to the ocean, so I leveled the sand a little and added more water. And now comes the hardest part, making the actual jar. I wanted it to be big, but by doing that, I couldn't see the other half to make sure I'm matching the two, but I can see them both from the middle of the build. It turned out fine, I guess, but it is definitely not symmetrical in any way. But you can ignore that problem if you just don't look at it too hard, so let's get to work on the inside of the jar. I added some sand and coral stone blocks because I'm going for a sort of coral reef vibe, which of course means I added coral and shells to the sand as well. The building on top now looks a little weird, so I added some leaf blocks and painted them lime to match the palm aesthetic. I'm not sure it makes sense at the moment, but let's fight another frost moon to get the creative juices flowing. Now, not a whole lot happened during the moon, but someone commented on the last video, suggesting I map my keybinds a little differently. See, I have been trying to multi-class, but that meant I had to hit 2 buttons before actually switching, and that time could be catastrophic. Plus, the function keys are really far away from AWSD, and I was prone to bumping some other key or pressing the wrong one. This comment suggested mapping the class's loadout shortcut to the corresponding hotbar number. So say I press 2 to switch to my main mage weapon. When I press that, it also switches to my mage build at the same time. And this was actually game-changing. Multi-classing is now significantly more viable, and I am ecstatic. If you want to try this yourself, make sure to bind them like this. It might take a little bit of getting used to, but it's significantly easier to do. I did also get the icicle staff and tried it out, but it's not particularly better than the razor pine, which is really disappointing. I think the icicle staff could use a minor buff next update, but I suppose when I tried it out, it had a debuff on damage, so after reforging it, maybe it'll be more viable, but that's something that'll have to wait till next month. The ocean pylon build still needs some more help now, and I have an idea for flowing water. I could use waterfall wall, but I don't like how it looks in most cases, and I wanted actual water. So after a solid 5 minutes trying to remember how to do that, I finally managed to get some falling water, which I think really helps fill in the space. And now the pillars are off center and it's bugging me. This I'll fix. All that's left now is the top right of the bottle, and it looks really empty. So I put down some palm wood and placed a bunch of sand on top of it. Sure, it fills the space, but it's not looking great. But I'm just about out of time for this month, and I'm out of ideas on how to improve this build. So I added a few seahorses in a cage because seahorses, and farmed a little bit more for the Rod of Discord to no avail. Only this month and 2 more, and I'm already feeling a bit sad at the idea of this whole thing coming to an end. But I got to put that out of my mind. There's still plenty to do, so let's have some fun. Duke Fishron is my favorite vanilla boss in the game, and the Razorblade Typhoon is my favorite weapon, so I'm super excited to finally have Duke Fishron unlocked. And ever since I learned that Fishron wings were really good, I have another reason to get ready to fight him. This is Master Mode, and I think Duke's difficulty increases exponentially as you raise the difficulty, but at the same time, I only learned that the final phase has a pattern a few months ago during my first medium core run. Since then, I haven't fought Duke, so I'm not sure how this knowledge will improve my performance. I only know that it allowed me to beat him after struggling for quite a bit in medium core, so hopefully it'll help here too. So after collecting 12 truffle worms and adding them to the small collection of 3 I'd gathered earlier in the run, I went straight to the ocean to get to fighting. This may also very well be the most prepared for Duke Fishron that I've ever been. In most runs, since I'm not taking my time, I won't necessarily have all the best gear, but since this is 1 year 1 world, I have plenty to work with. And the first Duke Fishron fight went as smoothly as it possibly could. A mixture of my Razor Pine, the Spectre armor, and even the Snowman cannon, and the knowledge of his final form's pattern led me to an easy victory on the first attempt, and boy does it feel good. Maybe my chronic case of skill issue is finally going away, but of course, even those who suffer from skill issue can get lucky, and after acquiring a bubble gun, I was ready for round 2. When the bubble gun was first added, it quickly became one of my favorite weapons, and I don't think there are too many other people out there who use this thing with any amount of frequency. I'm not sure, but I think it got nerfed at one point and I stopped using it for a while afterwards, but this old favorite of mine proved it still had plenty to offer me. It does more damage than the Razor Pine by a considerable margin, though I suppose that should be expected since it's a drop later in progression. but I think its short range chases people away from it. But since Duke Fishron relentlessly dashes at you, he often charges right into the bubbles, making this weapon one of the best ones to use against him in my opinion. Now I might have won using that, but there's something else I've never done, but like a cat, I got curious. What is Duke Fishron like when he's enraged? What happens when you lead him away from the ocean? Well, let's find out.
Oh, he's getting fast. Oh, I've never fought an enraged Duke Fishron before. Oh no. Oh, that was worth it.
Okay, I never in a million years would have thought he was that gosh darn powerful. Maybe later in the month I'll attempt this again, but now I know I'll have to adjust my strategy away from running in a straight line since Duke Fishron is so fast. Now that I've had my fun, I return to actually trying to beat Duke Fishron, but I was more or less trading blows with him. He would win once, I would win one, he would win one, I would win one, he would win one. It was far from consistent, though I guess looking back at it now, there was definitely a pattern. But I wasn't interested in going back and forth. No Fishron wings had dropped yet, and they're supposedly quite rare, so I ain't gonna waste time losing. In that effort, I grabbed some potions and got to work, and either these potions did the trick or I started doing better because I didn't lose another fight for the duration of those potions, tallying up 5 more victories. I didn't get any of the Fishron wings, but I'm pretty sure I got all the other drops from him, which is great, including the Razorblade Typhoon. And fun fact, the Razorblade doesn't actually do as much damage as the bubble gun, but I guess if it did, then the bubble gun would truly be obsolete, what with the Typhoon's insanely good range and homing capabilities. I also stumbled upon the Rain song during these fights and figured I'd play you a little song. Now we don't want to burn through everything Duke Fishron right in the first week, so I turned my attention to the Old One's army. I have never once beaten the 3rd tier of this event pre-Moonlord, and gosh darn it, I'm dedicated to finally accomplishing that feat. After all, I wanted to actually use Betsy's weapons on tier for once, but the problem is the Old One's army is stupidly tough. There's a reason I've never beaten it before, and I refuse to use cheesing strategies. I want to do this legit. The first fight, though, put quite the dent into my optimism. I barely managed to get to wave 6 before I dived, resulting in the crystal perishing as well. Even the beginning phases had given me trouble, and at this point, I have nearly the best gear a guy could ask for. So I had to think hard about what I could do to better my chances. First step was to reforge the Razor Blade to Mythical, and then I made a Queen Spider Staff for those extra few sentries. Maybe they don't do a lot of damage, but they can slow down the flying enemies. I then made sure to use the Nimbus Rod and replace the Sanguine Staff with the Tempest Staff. It wasn't much, but the event went a whole lot smoother. This time I got to Betsy for the first time in 3rd tier Old One's army in Master Mode. I also don't even really know her patterns since I typically ignore them as I tear her apart with a Zenith, but now I actually have to pay attention or else she'll kill me. But it didn't matter, I focused on her so much that the crystal was destroyed just as she hit half health. But that took quite a while to get her to that point. How on earth could I do better than that? What can I do to increase my damage? I tried again, but was killed during the fight. To unwind, I farmed for the Rod of Discord a little and then sat around for several minutes waiting for a Martian probe. I have watched all of the optimization videos and always hear people say these things spawn easily, but I can never get them to spawn, no matter how hard I try. But all the same, I skip them a lot of the times because I don't necessarily need what they have, and because they never spawn, I figure I might as well just not bother. Relogic, can you make a summon for these things? Like, in pre-hard mode, there's Goblin Scouts that drop Tattered Cloths. What if there was an Alien Scout? Like a hard mode alternative to the Goblin Scout? I don't know, I'm just throwing out ideas. I kind of like that now. Now, I'm not entirely sure if anything from the Martian invasion would be helpful for me at this moment, but I might as well collect all the stuff. Last month, the Martians spawned on accident, but I couldn't kill a single saucer. But this time, I took one down on the first try, and it dropped the Electrosphere Staff, which, if you haven't tried it, is actually really good. I died to another saucer, killed one, and got the Influx Waiver, and then another saucer despawned on me, and I didn't even know you could get too far away from these things for that to happen, and then one last saucer dropped the Xeno Pomper. Man, both ranged weapons. Maybe I'll have to try the Ranger build against the army? but I'm out of time this week to do that, so I spent what little time I had left farming for the Raw to Discord to no avail once again. Another week and I have my eyes set on the Old One's army. Like I said last week, I've never been able to take down Betsy without using the Zenith and other endgame gear, so the idea of finally being able to accomplish this feat is too tantalizing to give up. Perhaps some gear from the Empress Elite would be helpful in this battle, but since I can't fight her until next month, I'll give it my best try without any of that. I didn't make any adjustments to my strategy in this battle. Last time I got Betsy down to half health and hoped that if I just played it a bit better, I'd be able to overcome her. I did do a little experimentation though, using the Electrosphere launcher a time or two, and although it handles these waves pretty well, its incredibly short range made it hard to use against both sides of this event, so I stuck to the Razorblade Typhoon primarily. After some struggle and managing to keep the crystal more safe than I had before, Betsy spawned and the battle began. This struggle, however, reminded me why I struggle with killing Betsy fast enough. The Razorblade, although a great weapon, it's not very good at targeting a specific enemy. It would often hit Betsy and then attack other enemies rather than continuing to hit the boss. This might not seem bad because killing off the other enemies helped the crystal survive longer, but it wasn't enough damage to deal with the more tanky foes, so eventually the time would just run out. I attempted to use the bubble gun, but I still don't get Betsy's movements or patterns, and due to its short range, I wasn't able to deal consistent damage without putting myself too close to the dragon, and so I lost the battle. When I got home, I decided potions would be necessary. Part of me feels like this event shouldn't require potions, but I'm not sure why I feel that way. I grabbed a few of the basics and placed some new banners I had earned from the last time. Other than potions, I still didn't change my strategy too much, but I at least did have a new plan where Betsy was concerned. The Electrosphere launcher has just as high a damage output as the Razorblade Typhoon, if not better, but I would be able to focus its damage more on Betsy, so then I planned on entirely ignoring the enemies on the ground, focusing purely on Betsy with the launcher. If I could kill her fast enough, then that would be enough. I got to the dragon doing even better than last time, but the Electrosphere launcher was not nearly as good for this fight as I had hoped it would be. I did do real good damage when I hit it, but I missed far too often, although the greater problem would seem to be my flight time. I used the tree mount to get from either side of the arena before the battle and always forgot to switch to the Witch's Broom for Betsy, so I kept falling to the ground where several enemies would hit me and make the whole thing far more difficult than it needed to be. So after that failure, I added a second layer of platforms to avoid that problem next time. I also grabbed more potions than I normally would, probably even more than I have for any of the bosses this entire run. This time, when I got to Betsy, I used the Blizzard Staff. Last month, I didn't see much use for this thing. Its damage is about as good as a Razorblade, and yet it's harder to aim. But this fight proved me wrong, and now I look at the Blizzard Staff in a new light. Perhaps its damage output still isn't exactly greater than the Razorblade, but it is still more targeted, and this allowed me to, at long last, defeat Betsy.
It's a little more. Yes! Oh my goodness, yes! Yes! Let's go!
Now it's time to see what Betsy dropped, and it's the Flying Dragon, which is actually the weapon I wanted the most. I wanted to see if this thing really is better than the Terrablade, and we'll test it later. For now, I have realized I need to once again extend my trophy room. There are only 3 more bosses after Betsy, and since I updated this build a short time ago, I was able to much more easily finish the build. Though maybe I'll have to make a special spot for the Moonlord one, I'm not sure. Now that it's done, I want to head back to the ocean to kill Duke Fishron some more. I'm on the serious grind for these Fishron wings, and I'm kind of shocked I haven't gotten any yet. I need at least 3 pairs, 1 for each of my builds, or else the difference in flight time and speed could really hurt me while switching between them. I also want to get Betsy wings if I can, but I think I'm probably done with the Old One's army for this month. What's sad though is that I still managed to die to Duke Fishron. I have figured out his pattern much better, but during this fight my Shield of Cthulhu bonked a Tornado Shark and launched me backwards into Duke, and well, that's a problem. I should get Master Ninja gear for the Mage build. It wasn't until last month that I really started using Mage, so it's been a bit neglected. One problem with Mage, however, is the fact that once you run out of mana, there really isn't a great way to get it back unless there's enemies who drop mana stars for you. With Duke, that isn't impossible since the sharks can drop them, but I keep using the bubble gun for its greater damage against Duke and thus kill fewer sharks most of the time and run out of mana. I grabbed a mana regen potion to fix this problem, but the more I think about it, the more necessary I feel the mana regen potion is to use as a mage. Unless you want to constantly chug mana potions and decrease your damage, that is, but I don't want to do that. With mana regen, I took down Duke 2 more times before dying after glancing at chat during livestream, and the total 2 seconds I looked away was enough for him to blow me away. Worse yet, none of the Dukes so far have dropped the Fishron wings. I only had one more truffle worm at this point, so I decided it was time to test the flying dragon in a real situation. In the end, this weapon didn't impress me. It pierces and goes through blocks and has higher damage output than the Terra Blade, but it still couldn't hold a candle to my mage build. Maybe mage is just that broken, I don't know. But also, this probably isn't the most ideal situation for the flying dragon, and after trying it underground later, I found a greater appreciation for it. Without another truffle worm to my name, I had to go and hunt for more. Only problem is, they're nowhere to be seen. I have the shell phone, so it tells me when they're nearby, but for the first 5 or 8 minutes, none responding at all. Eventually a few came, but this was really odd. Ever since 1.4.4, or maybe even a little earlier, these little buddies have become a lot easier to find, and it wasn't half as hard as last time. Something weird must be going on, but I got several worms that I could use. There was one minor grind session, but I suppose I'll return to the major one, which is farming for a Rod of Discord and a hollow key. While I'm at it, since I haven't gotten a single biome chest key drop on this world, unless it was somewhere off screen and I never saw it. I maxed out spawns as much as I could with battle potions, water candle, blood moon, and reached about 260 chaos elemental kills, but still no rod. This is just further affirming why I never bother with this thing in a typical run. But I did start to get a bunch of banners I've never had before, which was really cool, including an enchanted sword one, a cochineal beetle, and Tim. Before finishing the week, I waited around the ocean for a saucer to spawn. Please, Relogic, add a way to some of these guys, please. And when they did come, I found myself struggling once again. I feel like I've been doing a lot worse against these guys on this world than any other I've played. Maybe it really is just master mode or something. Do the saucers normally drop these spark things? Is that a newer addition? Maybe that's it. I don't remember these being a problem in the past. Whatever the reason, I managed to clutch one of them for the laser machine gun, which I'll have to test next week, and I got the summon weapon. I think that makes me 50-50 for killing them, even though they killed me one extra time. It also means, if I remember right, every saucer has dropped a different weapon, which is just bizarre to me, and I wish it worked that way with everything. Week 3 of the month, and I've come to realize the only things I have planned to do are the same things I've been doing every other week. It's the season to grind out the items I've been looking for and keep running into the wall, that is the Old One's army. I'd never put this much work into these things during a regular run, but what else am I going to do other than this? So I head on over to the Old One's army arena because I really want to get Betsy's mage weapon, since mage is my favorite class, and as I mentioned before, I've never beaten Betsy pre-Moonlord other than the one time last week. So I want to get to use her mage weapon while it's still on tier. I also figured that I have pretty much figured out the best strategy for beating the Old One's army, so I didn't expect this to take too long. During this round, I even used the laser machine gun I got last week. I wasn't sure if it'd still be useful or able to keep up with the other mage weapons I had, and I was surprised to find out it definitely holds up. It would seem to me that it can do a little more damage than the razor blade to single targets and does just a little less damage than the bubble gun. But it has the benefit of having a much longer range, so I actually see this weapon as being just as good as the other two, just perhaps a different use case. I made it to Betsy and whipped out my icicle staff expecting an easy victory, only for the dragon to demolish the crystal right as I got her to half health. And half health really isn't that much. I'd have to do much better if I were going to win, and yet I was half full, because that was the same strategy I'd used last time to win, but now I was wallowing in defeat, and by a large margin. Before fighting them again, I used the vast amount of defender medals I had managed to collect to purchase the Valhalla armor set. I don't plan on using it, I just really like how it looks, so once I bought it, I put it on a mannequin because grinding for these medals for a decoration is definitely worth it. Oh well. I also purchased the Defender's Forge just for the heck of it. I think I've bought this one time before after grinding the Old One's army because I was curious as to what this thing was. I know it's basically just another safe or piggy bank, and this confuses me to this day because there really isn't a need for another one of these. With the next Old One's army, I decide to adjust my strategy slightly. Rather than use the icicle staff, which is hard to aim for the Betsy fight, I would use the laser machine gun. It's a whole lot easier to aim and has a comparable damage output. And when I tried it, I was initially pretty happy since it was killing Betsy a whole lot faster. But I had overlooked the fact that the icicles from the staff that missed Betsy went down to rain icy justice upon the enemies, destroying the crystal. A laser machine gun, of course, does not do that. So although I was killing Betsy a little faster, they were breaking the crystal like it was made of glass, and so that attempt failed as well. In the next one, I got a bit too comfortable and died, and there's no recovering from that at this point, and I'm getting a bit burned out of the Old One's army, so I head back to the Hollow to continue farming for the Rod of Discord. That extraordinarily rare item everyone else seems to love, but I see little point to. I drink a battle potion and run around for a bit, and 2 minutes later, what would happen to drop but the Rod of Discord itself? Well, that's really nice. I admit I was really excited to get it and decided to teleport until the debuff killed me because I was happy to have it, but at the same time, I still don't get the hype around this thing. It's handy, sure, and some people find use for it against Moonlord, but I always forget to use it in my day-to-day in this game, and as I mentioned before, I struggle using it against Moonlord. I got it though, and I guess that's what I was going for. I returned to the Old One's army and learned that ogres do a whole lot of damage with their clubs. Noted. I decided to get a flame burst staff, figuring it'd be good against some of the flying enemies. The ballistas are my favorite, but I think they struggle with the flying guys, so hopefully adding the flame burst staff will better my odds next time I take on the army, but for now I'm turning my attention to Duke Fishron, whose wings I'm still looking to acquire. And it's hard to describe just how frustrated Duke Fishron is making me. I killed him 5 more times, and still didn't get a single Fishron wing. Before fighting him again, it occurred to me stars in a bottle help with mana regen, and I talked about how the mana regen potion is essential to the mage, and I figured adding these stars in a bottle should help. I never remember to use them, so I have no idea how well they work, but after fighting the Duke again, they are almost as good as mana regen potions, all on their own, so that's good to know. Although, it seemed inconsistent because sometimes I'm pretty sure I had the buff and it would go at 1 speed and sometimes it would go slow. I don't know. I only discovered that next week and I didn't feel like talking about it next week. It's weird, but I think it just makes it so your mana regen is as fast as it is when you're standing without these things, but now while you're moving, did that make any sense? Oh well. But Duke Fishron, my boy, my favorite boss of the game, I kept killing him over and over and over again and still got nothing. I was just about to lose my mind. Thing is too, I played this week right on the tail of finishing a run with the goose virus and got 2 Fishron wings out of 4 kills. And also that video is coming out next week. And now I've killed Fishron, I don't even know how many times, and I haven't gotten 1. Worse yet, I want 3 pairs of these wings, 1 for each build. After grinding for what felt like forever, I finally got a pair. And afterwards, chat informed me that the bestiary tells you how many times you've killed a mob, and it turns out I've taken Duke Fishron down 20 times and just got 1 pair of wings. So help me. Betsy's mage weapon better not give me the same odds as this monstrosity. Speaking of, I spawned the army again, this time using magic power and regen in the hopes that these potions would be enough to clear out Betsy, and although they did help and I nearly took her down, still wasn't enough and I tasted defeat once again. At this point I was desperate. I had to figure out how to win once again, so I grabbed one of the few wrath potions I had on hand and added it to the other potions I had. It wasn't much, but it was one of the only ways I could think of increasing my damage output. At long last, I claimed a second victory over the army. My heart raced as I readied myself for the mage weapon I was hoping for, but instead I ended up with the bow. It's cool, but based on its attack pattern alone, I don't see this being useful for anything but the Old One's army. That feels unproductive to me, to get a weapon from an event for the event. But the strategy did work, so I went fishing for hemopiranhas and even koi so I could make enough potions for the many Old One's army battles that may be in my future. But after I caught 10 of each of them, I went to put them away and realized I already had a bunch. Oops. And at last, I finished this week farming for a desert or hollow key, or really any key. I still haven't gotten a single one of them to drop. Well, time for more of the same. I can't get the drops I want, so I guess I'll just keep doing the same things over and over again. Thankfully, the truffle worms weren't nearly as elusive as they have been in the past, and I got 10 of them in a relatively short time, which of course means it's time to continue fighting the pigfish, because I still need 2 more Fishron wings. The first fight made me really excited since I got my second pair of Fishron wings, and after farming this guy 20 times just to get one, getting the second one immediately after feels really good, but it also messed with my expectations something fierce, because after 9 more fights, I still didn't get a third pair of these stinking wings. But on the bright side, I won 9 out of the 10 battles, which is an improvement on my previous performances. It's too bad I didn't get the third pair of wings, but maybe I'll just save that for next month or something. Right now, I'm feeling the desire to build a fancy elevator. Right now really isn't the right time to do that, really, considering I don't hardly use the elevator, but I've never made a fancy looking elevator by hand before, so I used smooth marble and sky blocks and got most of the initial outline done, and I plan on using gray brick and muted gem spark blocks for the build. Maybe it's pretty similar to the trophy room, but I love how that looks, so that's why I'm making this build so similar. Only problem is I'll have to tear apart another marble biome in all likelihood. After getting the outline done, I needed some more high-octane action, so obviously I returned to the Old One's army. I really want to get the mage weapon, Betsy drops, and if I could get Betsy wings as well, that'd be awesome. The first fight didn't go very well, though, after I lost focus for a hot second. On the return trip, I prepared with all kinds of potions and was more careful than last time. Things went a whole lot smoother, and I made it to Betsy, and I figured with all these potions, including some I hadn't used in previous victories I had over Betsy, there was no reason I could think of that would prevent me from coming out on top, but sure enough, I lost the battle. I was baffled. I wasn't even performing poorly or anything. I was hitting Betsy consistently. There's no reason I should have lost. I was so perplexed that I thought of using a different strategy. I ran off to the jungle to gather more chlorophyte and visited the truffle for the first time in forever. I nearly forgot this biome exists. I didn't even own an auto hammer. I've even been considering making the hoverboard since I don't ever make that, but I have Fishron wings now, so there's not really a point in the hoverboard anymore. It probably has less flight time, though I guess I haven't used it in forever, so I'm not sure. Let me know. The reason I need the Shroomite was so I could craft the Arrow Shroomite armor set. See, the strategy I'm thinking of for the Old One's army is to use the Ranger with a focus on using the Aerial Bane, the bow Betsy drops. After testing it out, it strikes me as the kind of weapon that excel at events, so of course it should work quite well against the Old One's army. I started the battle using the bow and Ranger build, but I was already struggling in the first wave. But this bow excels mostly when I can hit an aerial enemy with other enemies below me, so I stuck to the mage until Betsy spawned. I was really hoping it would do so well at killing the enemies on the ground that I'd have extra time to kill Betsy, what with this bow's lower single target DPS. It's a cool bow, and it has a cool effect, but it simply wasn't enough, even with all the potions I brought along. I really am scratching my head at this point. It would seem to me that I can't consistently win this battle, and I more or less have to play it perfectly, which is too hard to do consistently with the Icicle Staff. I fought the Duke 2 more times, but still didn't get the final pair of wings I need, and I finish off the week and the month in the desert in the hopes of fishing up an oyster that drops a pink pearl. I don't really need a Galaxy Pearl for anything, but I've never gotten it, and I still think it's a bit absurd how rare it is, which of course means I didn't get it this time. Oh well. Another week, and it lands on a weird time where the video and the stream happen on the same day of the week. So it's just going to be for this supercut, so this is exclusive. Now, I've been struggling with the Old One's army for quite a bit and can't figure out a consistent way to beat them, but the comments on my last video gave me a few ideas. One of them was to turn the mana flower into the mana cloak, which is something I totally forgot existed. Thing is too, I thought all it did was combine the abilities of the Star Cloak and Mana Flower, but then the description actually says, stars fall and I can pick them up for mana. So after picking up all of the other Old One's staves to diversify the ones I had available, I tested what this thing said, and sure enough, the falling stars could be picked up for mana. I have never heard of this. This is so awesome. Other than getting that one accessory, I didn't make any changes and somehow thought I'd actually be able to beat the army, so I summoned it and got to just about as far as most of my attempts, getting Betsy to a meager 50% of her health. I'm starting to get a little fed up with the army at this point, so I'm scrambling for ideas. Another suggestion from the comments amounted to little more than focusing on straight damage and little else, so I killed a Wall of Fresh to grab a Sorcerer Emblem and replace the Shield of Cthulhu with it. I summoned the army again, with that being the only change to my build, but I also decided to put the sentries on both sides rather than on just one. Perhaps this way one side of the army won't march unopposed to the crystal while I'm fighting Betsy. I was hopeful for this strategy and I got Betsy pretty low, but was still a little off. I have also been using all the damage potions and what have you during these fights, but I can't come out on top. For the life of me, I'm lost as to how I even beat this event in the first place. I've been trying to use all 4 staves, but haven't really noticed a difference, so I went back to just using the Ballista and Fire Staff, not seeing how the Explosive or Electric Staff were any help at all. At this point, I considered using a certain cheese I've heard of using Hoiks, but I don't even know how to use Hoiks normally, and I've heard this cheese requires more than just a Hoik. So after trying for a hot second, I gave up since I wasn't sure how to do it, and I also kinda wanted to still do this legit. I did try using conveyor belts, but it would seem the army is unaffected by them. I was still trying to think of ideas, so I reforged all of my accessories to either menacing or lucky for extra damage and critical strike chance. I usually like to have plenty of warding accessories, but I suppose I'll just have to get good at dodging. I also killed the Wall of Fresh for another emblem, made it into the Avengers emblem, shimmered my Celestial Cuffs, and crafted the Celestial Emblem, which can be worn at the same time as the Sorcerer Emblem. Now I have a lot more damage, and if this doesn't work, I'll likely have to give up on my hopes of clearing this thing ever again. So one more desperate attempt later, and I managed a clean victory against Betsy and the army at long last. I was quite nervous I wouldn't get Betsy's wrath and this whole effort would be pointless, but sure enough, I did get the mage weapon I've been looking for, and it is really good. Not a disappointment at all. Coming off the last army fight, I immediately went to the next one with high hopes. I made it to Betsy, but the crystal was broken before Betsy died. But here's why you never give up until the dragon is gone. Since I managed to take down Betsy barely a second before the old one's army despawned, and although that's not ideal, I still took down Betsy, and that's all I wanted. And better yet, I got Betsy's wings. I also tested Betsy and Fishron wings, and Fishron have more flight time, while Betsy wings have hovering, so they're basically equivalent to each other with some gives and takes. Or I suppose just the one, give or take. And now I'm actually a bit lost as to what to do. I've spent so much time grinding Fishron in the army that I've forgotten what else there is to be done. I returned to the elevator build and added a bit more to it until night began, at which point I headed to the hollow to capture some prismatic lacewings in preparation for November. I even caught 3 lacewings, which might be a record for the number I've caught in a single night. When 12 AM rolled around, meaning lacewings no longer spawn, I returned to adding to the build. While building, the traveling merchant spawned, and I figured I'd see what he was selling. And he had an orange Zappinator and the pulse bow. Neither of these are that helpful to me at the moment, but I purchased them just because they're kind of rare. Also, the KO cannon was at spawn, probably from the Blood Moon last night. I farmed for a little while, still trying to get the gosh darn dungeon keys, but once again failed. This brought me to another night where I could pick up a few more prismatic lacewings before finishing the week adding to the elevator. I didn't finish it, but I got close. This is a month I've been shredding for quite a while now. Empress Light isn't exactly a lot of progression. Sure, Duke and the Martians aren't much in the way of progression either, and perhaps neither are the moons, but the moons require a good amount of grinding, and Duke was earlier in hard mode, so I was sure I'd be able to have things to do. But now I've gotten everything I want from the old one's army and have done most of the projects I could think of for hard mode, so the only thing I can think of to do this month is fight Empress. So I guess we'll just get straight to it then. I've never actually beaten Empress on tier before, partially because I never fight her and partially because I never did quite figure out her pattern or how to dodge her consistently. I also wasn't sure if I could spawn her outside the hollow. I'm pretty sure I can, but not certain. I grabbed one of my few lacewings and spawned it in.
Oh! Oh, I have the critter.
Well, that sucks, but I put the guide to critter companionship away and got right to the first fight against Empress, and you know what? I didn't find the fight to be that bad at all. It was almost as if she wasn't that tough of a boss, but I knew that couldn't be true since, again, I'd never beaten her on tier before, least of all in master mode. Something has to be up. I didn't actually end up winning that first fight though, since I found myself in a bad position and was hit 3 times and out. But overall, I came really close to taking her down first try, potionless. That was exactly the kind of confidence boost I needed. Grabbing some potions this time, I went into the second fight without a care in the world, and for the first time ever, I took down Empress the Light on tier.
Hey! Hey! Let's go! First, oh, and I never got the trophy before! Oh, that's so cool!
The Starlight is also a really neat weapon. Not sure if it's actually good, but it's cool. After that easy victory, I saw I still have one more Lacewing and figured I might as well summon her and make use of my potions. I also started to focus a bit harder on dodging and reading her attacks for the sake of practicing for the eventual daytime Empress fight. I lost the fight, which was too bad, but I learned a thing or two about her attacks. I also have come to the conclusion that Empress is still a boss I'll greatly struggle with in the future. Something this run has done is teach me how to deal with many of these bosses more effectively, but at the same time, it's also warped my view of them, but not necessarily in a bad way. I am doing this run because I think people often speedrun the game, and as a content creator, I am often guilty of this since I need to complete runs in a timely manner so I can post videos about it. I rarely prepare with the best potions, accessories, or weapons that I can have in these runs. Heck, I never even fight the Old One's army in most runs, and Betsy's wings were a key reason I could take down Empress in the first place. So although I'm delighted I can beat her, I also recognize that the build I have is leagues stronger than my typical build in any average run, which I guess speaks volumes about how taking the game slow can make the game easier, and I think is more along the lines of how it's meant to be played. I've also always viewed Empress and the Old One's army as totally optional, and sure they are, but part of the reason I think they're optional is because I don't think their drops are all that necessary. But now that I'm here, I'm starting to really recognize how these bosses or events do add to Terraria's progression, since the weapons and accessories from them are better than the usual Duke, Moon, or Eclipse gear that I've grown accustomed to. Anyways, that was a long aside. Now that I got more Lacewings, it's time to take down the Empress again and continue to better learn her attacks. This time she dropped the Eventide Bow, which I'm definitely going to have to test against something since it's just a pretty weapon, though I guess all of Empress's weapons are very pretty. I didn't have any more Lacewings and day rolled around, so I figured I'd finish up the Elevator build I hadn't quite finished last month. It's nice, but still kind of pointless considering where I am in progression, but I like it. Once I was done, I slept until night and returned to hunting for Lacewings, which is probably the most annoying part of Empress. I've always found these butterflies to be incredibly rare and was lucky to get just 2 of them in any given night. However, this week, 2 has been the minimum, and if I remember right, there was one night I managed to catch a whopping 5 of these things. Do you often have a hard time finding these? Their seemingly small spawn rate combined with short time window they can spawn in has always been a bit of a thorn in my side. I summoned her again, still needing a few drops as well as the practice, and although I beat her, she is one of those bosses where the projectiles stick around even after taking her down.
Don't perish. Oh! No! My potions! My potions!
What a waste of my potions. I came close to spawning her again until I realized it was almost day and the solar eclipse happened, which I promptly skipped. I skip a lot of solar eclipses, sometimes I don't even mention it in the video, in fact probably most of the time I don't. Like, why would I bother with it anymore? Man, I love the sundial. After another Lacewing hunt, I summon and take down Empress again, but this time I get the mage weapon. I'm sad it wasn't the star guitar thing. This is actually the, I guess, normal drop called the Night Glow. I'd seen it used before, but I'm really not familiar with how it functions at all. And what better way is there to learn functionality of a new weapon than in heated combat? So I summoned Empress again and tested the Night Glow, comparing it against the Razor Blade, and I gotta say, this thing is spectacular. It doesn't feel like it does more damage, but the DPS meter clearly indicates otherwise. Its only pitfall is that it doesn't nearly have the range of the Razor Blade Typhoon. But even so, it does have pretty good range. I came close to winning the fight, but it turned to day and I hadn't even noticed, and so I got one shot. That isn't exactly the most promising indicator for how well I'll do against Daytime Empress, but even so, I figured I might as well get to work on that. Since defense and regeneration are useless against a one-shot boss, I went to the jungle temple to farm Golem several times until I got my hands on a sunstone, which I then crafted into a celestial stone. Many years ago, this stone was a go-to accessory for me, but I haven't crafted one for many years, so doing that felt really nostalgic. And so I replaced my Terrace Bark boots with a Honey Drizzle Shark Tooth necklace and my Ankh shield with the stone. It doesn't feel like much of a damage increase, but those combined with my damage potions I hoped would do the trick. Heart pounding, I summoned her and didn't do that bad, but I got in a bad spot too high up in the world and ended up dying after bringing her to half health. This wasn't exactly a clear indicator that I'd do much better in future attempts, but it felt doable. So let's summon her again. Now, one thing I haven't mentioned is that there is one attack or attack combo that I've struggled to dodge every time I've fought her thus far. With this attack, she summons her rapid fire light summoning projectiles, and right as they shoot, she zips over to you and does her close range attack. I never once dodged this in any fight and had entirely forgotten to keep an eye out for it when this happened.
Okay. What's that attack?
Oh!
Oh! Oh! Oh my goodness! Come on. Oh, come on! You couldn't give it to me! You could have just given it to me! Let's go! Second try! Second try! Let's go!
I was fully prepared to grind Daytime Empress for the entirety of this month, but here I was, second try, taking her down while using my own strategy. I hate using the wiki and stubbornly avoid the meta, so being able to take her down while using a strategy all my own felt fantastic, and now I feel so much more confident in fighting her. You don't scare me anymore, woman. I mean, Empress of Light. I finished the week farming her some more for that star guitar weapon, but I ended up losing 2 fights and winning 2, and the whole time I felt as though I was doing almost no damage. I had reverted back to my more well-rounded build as opposed to my damage build, and I assume that's what it was because these fights suddenly felt like they were lasting a lot longer. And Empress was even using a homing attack I hadn't seen her use before I beat her during the daytime. I don't think she changes after taking her down like that. I don't know, it felt weird. Maybe I'll have to go back to pure damage next week. With the beginning of the second week, it occurred to me that I've already accomplished everything I had set out to do this month. I guess outside of getting the magical guitar from the Empress of Light, but that's a rare job, so we'll just have to keep working towards that every here and there. But I also don't want to just spend this entire month farming her, so I decided I'd build something. I put out a post in the community tab asking for some ideas, and the majority of you said I should do something Tolkien inspired or in the tundra, and since I have land where the tundra and forest meet, I figured I'd do a little bit of both. But on my way to inspect the land, I got a little sidetracked with this water on the ground that I swear wasn't here before. How did it get here? I made a quick stop to the demolitionist to purchase some dry bombs and clean up the extra water where the build is going to take shape. Now, I've mentioned this in several other videos, but I'm not a builder. I've never been particularly good at the craft, but spending time on this world has allowed me to practice it a bit more, and I recently watched one of Chaos's latest videos for building tutorials. I guess by the time this video comes out, he'll probably have posted more videos, and who knows what those will be, but if you like what I build today, then just know that anything I do, I basically learned entirely from his tutorials. So if you want to know how to build, I suggest watching him rather than building tips with Thorbin. Yeah, that was, that felt, I'm not removing that from the video, but that felt weird. But anyways, today's build is heavily inspired by one of the ones I saw in his video, but with a Thorbin twist, I guess. Before building though, I had to decide what materials I'm going to need, and this always feels like the hardest part of building since I don't want to have to return to these chests to retrieve any blocks I may have forgotten, but it's inevitably going to happen. Maybe someday I'll have all the ones I desire, but it is not this day. It also turned to the time of night when lacelings would spawn, so I wrapped up choosing my blocks so I could spend the early night searching for these things, but thought I was going crazy because none were spawning, and I kept on looking at the clock, unsure if I were remembering the time right, but I was, they just weren't spawning. One last thing I needed to do before getting to the build was finally organize my void bag and piggy bank. I typically just throw stuff into these things that I think might be useful, and I'm terrible at designating one to one thing like armor, fishing supplies, etc., and the other for, I don't know, explosives. I wanted to put the many blocks I was bringing into one of these for easy access, and so I moved most of my supplies into the void bag, removed or sold things I no longer needed, and at last it was time to build. Well, almost. The lake next door has this ugly pile of dirt sticking up, so I smoothed that out. And then I guess I also had to eyeball the land here and decide what I was going to do with it. I love the look of naturally spawned trees and keep forgetting that fertilizer exists in Terraria, and I could just grow more trees if I wanted, but that's partially because I didn't know fertilizer existed until like a month or two ago, and that blew my mind. And so I chose which trees got the axe and which ones stuck around when I realized I needed more regular wood for this build, since a lot of it will require wood. Due to a lack of normal trees and my complete apathy for the Crimson, I cleared every tree in the evil biome. There was even this funky red fruit that dropped from one of the trees that I've never seen before, and it just looks really cool. I never chopped down Crimson trees, so this was a fun discovery. I also should have used the axe regrowth, but oh well. I shimmered the Crimson wood into regular wood, and now I can finally actually get started with building. I began making a basic shape for the houses, focusing on making them asymmetrical, as I far too often stick to a strict symmetry, and that doesn't look natural enough for what I'm going for this build. I then added a sort of rounded basement that really helped make the outline feel complete. It also sort of looks like a healing potion, and that was a happy accident. First, the walls. I placed regular stone wall behind the floor layer for its extra texture, and then placed planked walls up the sides of the stairs. I guess this area could be called. I'm a big fan of placing large bamboo wall in the middle of these things, as though everybody has a firefighter pole thing in their house. Just had to get some paint to paint it brown, and that looks good. I might change it to gray another time, but so long as it's not green, I'm happy. Now these boxes are too bare, so I wanted to add a little bit more to them. I placed stone slabs at first, but I don't like how it merges with the wood. It's a bit unnatural looking to me, so I experimented with ancient stone slabs, and the separation they create changed everything. I was much more happy with it. I then added these things that are a basic way to make any build look fancy, in my opinion. I then filled in the rest of the wall with regular wood, but that's just a placeholder as I add some wood fence to create windows. No matter what I try, glass windows never look good in any of my builds, so I often rely on fences because they add a little more texture, which I like without adding any extra effort on my part. I then hang some dynasty lamps, though I'm not sure I like them. I want a lantern that's sort of a black and dungeon looking thing. I get to work on decorating the interior, but interiors are what I struggle with the most when it comes to builds. I can do a half decent exterior, but once I'm inside, I don't know what to do. I throw down a couch, a bed, and a drawer in the top room to create a sort of bedroom feel in the top room, and add a furnace and chair and table to the surface level room, which looks fine. I wasn't sure what to do with the last one, and these houses look like they could collapse at any second, so I placed some pillars for support. I also thought I'd turn this center part into actual stairs with platforms, but it was ugly no matter how I looked at it. How do people make good-looking stairs with platforms? I know I've seen it before, and it looked great. I then turned the last room into a sort of miniature pub or dining room. Now, I mentioned I wanted these black dungeon-looking lanterns, and I went to the guide to see if I could make anything like what I wanted, but there was nothing in the crafting recipe, so I visited the dungeon to search for these things. But it would seem that the lantern type is dependent on the dungeon color or something, because I only ever saw these red lanterns that weren't at all what I was hoping for, so I suppose I'm stuck with the dynasty lanterns for now, but they look fine. Someone then recommended I use mahogany wood for the pillars instead of the beam, and I liked how they looked, but I liked it more with the two side by side, so I kept it that way. I also painted the mahogany orange, so that makes them look like normal wood. In desperation to make the interiors more interesting, I added stone platforms on the top of the fences, which I think looks good. Now let's figure out what to do with the basement. I placed stone walls for the time being because I was stumped, and then placed ancient stone slabs around it, which really looks great. I see why builders love this block so much, but I'm already out of the stuff and my grave markers keep disappearing, so I went on a hunt for grave markers so I could create an ectomist with which to craft more of these blocks. There's also several other walls I'm going to need to make while I'm at it. I fiddled around with the weapons rack for a bit, gave up, and then wondered what it'd be like to do the inverse of the build above. Instead of stone wall base and a wood wall fill, I had a wood wall base with a stone wall fill. Does that verbiage make any sense? I don't know, but this sparked an idea and I installed some beams and put down rows of platforms. I added a hearth and a table and chair that really don't belong here, but I like them, so they're staying, and the weapons rack went on the other side of the right beam. I then put down flower pots. Does anyone still use these since planter boxes were added? They look a lot better in my opinion. So I put them down and then placed glass wall behind where the plants grow because photosynthesis. But this leaves the left side of the basement awkwardly empty, but it's also too small to add a weapons rack. I could have expanded the farm, but instead I used the mahogany leaf wand to place down some leaf blocks, and I loved it so much. I created a sort of fungal overgrowth kind of thing. I don't fully know what it is, I guess, but I love it. Let's take a break to farm the Empress of Light. I have 4 lace wings, and after last week, I feel confident. Using just a mana power and mana regen potion, I kill her on the first attempt, and then on the second attempt, I died while she had just over 1,000 health, and the homing projectiles finish her off from beyond the grave. Does this count as a win? I never know if I can count these as wins or not. The third lacewing was wasted because the razor blade missed it from 2 inches away because gosh darn it, there was an enemy behind me who was way too dangerous to be left alive. Using the last lacewing, I killed her a 3rd time, but still no magic guitar. Time to add the atmosphere to this build. We got a nice house, but now I'm adding some context to it. I place a lump of dirt above it and then slap a bunch of stone into the mix and plant grass seeds. But of course, this can't just float here. So I built some beams into the dirt mass and these little housings that are meant to mimic a sort of mine. I was going for this sense that the whole thing was underground and the support had to be built into the roof of the cave, and since it's a cave, I added a bunch of different walls I crafted from the Ectomist biome. And I've never built with this stuff before, and it looks awesome. It was at this point that I realized my time for the week was up, and I was astonished. Time had flown by, and all I had accomplished this week was this one build. This is part of the reason why when I started this series that I decided I would sort of avoid building. If you enjoy building, you could spend endless hours in Terraria, but I have never particularly liked it, and I didn't want to use it as a crutch to burn time. I wanted to check out all the other aspects of the game to their fullest, and I decided I would only ever build something if I really wanted to build it. And this fit that bill and has become one of my favorite builds on this world. I searched for some more lace wings, only found one, and I guess I'll have to save the tundra part of the build for next week. I come into week 3 and I'm so happy with how this build looks, but it's not even close to complete. This part is done, sure, but I still need to add the aforementioned tundra build. We'll try to make this a bit quicker since I spent quite a long time describing the part in the forest because I'm not really a building tips guy, but I guess today that's who I am. So time for another episode of Building Tips with Thorpe. I can't. I started by building what I wanted to be a sort of open cave mouth. Initially, it was a bit too thin, but it gave me an idea. So I increased the size of the mountain and placed ice throughout the snow to help it blend with the tundra. Since this is supposed to be a cave, I needed the Ectomist to craft snow wall. I also made ice wall, but I'm not sure if that's from regular ice or not. I just thought it would be good to have snow and ice wall since ice and snow blocks usually look good together. When night rolled around, I searched for lace wings, but only found one, and ever since the first week I spawned her, the spawn rates have just been dropping substantially. It's weird. I used to get 2 or 4 a night like I had mentioned earlier, but I'm only getting like 1, so that's one reason I don't farm her so much, because I just don't get any of the lace wings. But back to the tundra, I have learned an appreciation for creating an outline for builds before actually building. I have a terrible tendency to not do that, but now I am. See, builders of the Terraria community, I'm taking the most basic steps to improve. I wanted the housing to look more natural and rugged, I guess, so I built them by block swapping the ground and then mirroring it sort of for the roof. But part of the reason I increased the size of the mountain was because I wanted a second level of housing in it. I'm not sure how to describe what I am doing here, but I wanted it to look like a mining community that decided to make the caves their home, but it's also still a place initially built for mining and now has been retrofitted for civilians. I put in the walls for the housing and then for the cave. I tried using the ice wall, but hated how it looked, so I never returned to using it. I then added a few finishing touches to these shafts that connect the builds, and they are easily my favorite part of the build, even after everything else, which I guess means we're going downhill from here. I added lampposts, though I'm not sure how they fit with the theme. I just like how they look. It was night again, so I hunted for lace wings, only found one yet again, but I guess this means now I have two. So after wasting one because I still had the Guide to Critter Companionship on, I summoned Empress and died because I got distracted by chat. Not my best performance, but maybe it's just because my hands are now the hands of a creator, not a destroyer. So back to building. The boreal houses look weird, being only 1 block thick, so I added gray brick and rather enjoyed how it looks, and then added this thing that connects the houses. I don't know what it is. I don't think it looks bad, but I don't know what it is. It was just in my head when I thought of this build, and now in retrospect, I think what I had in mind required more structure and less ruggedness. I wanted this connector to be straight, but that wasn't an option, so I just barfed stuff into existence and called it a day. I added windows, and this is the first time I've liked how my glass windows looked. But now I'm left with the interior, and I still don't know how to make a good looking one. I really need some help with this. I threw what I could think of down and it's fine, but I'm not super happy with it. I did learn that boreal wood does have lampposts and what have you, though you just need ice torches, and those look pretty sick. Next time I hunted for lace wings, I got 2 of them, and I managed to take down 2 Empresses. I still want that magical guitar, but still haven't had any luck. I did get Empress wings for the first time ever though, and these are pretty good wings. Though the first time I tried them, I forgot I had the insignia equipped and was baffled by how brokenly good these things were until I realized that. In reality, they're pretty much on the same tier as the Fishron and Betsy wings, so now each of my 3 builds have a slightly different wing accessory. At this point, the Tundra part of the build is done, but there is one more section needed to complete this project. Next up is the cavern area, where I'm going to be making an artificial aether biome. I'll just need to wait until next month to get the bottomless shimmer bucket to fill the basin. There are other methods to move the stuff, but I don't want to move the shimmer I got. I just want to make more. But it's not just going to be a shimmer pool. I'm also adding a platform structure with some small housing using brick and dynasty wood. And although I love the idea of the shingles, they never really look good with anything I've ever built. I wish they'd blend more with the blocks below them. I'm not a fan of the weird wood line at the bottom since these just don't blend. Is there a block that they blend well with? I'd love to hear some suggestions. And finally, someone recommended suspending these houses with giant crystals, and I loved the idea so much I had to do it. I'm not sure I can execute it well, and I wasn't able to quite finish it this week. I'm not supremely happy with what I accomplished today, but it's something to build off of. I really want this to work out because the crystal structure with the shimmer I think could look gorgeous. The start of week 4 and I only have one objective: to get the magical guitar thing from the Empress of Light. But before taking care of that, I need to quickly finish up the crystal build in the cave. What I'm going for with this build is to make it look like the crystals suddenly sprouted out of the ground and destroyed what had been built here. Like some sort of superhero or monster had the ability to cause crystals to just grow or something. I got some serious lore going on for these things in my head, and it's just a build. Is that how you... That's probably how you get inspired to build. You create lore around it. One crystal destroyed a house, and I didn't want an exact parallel, so I made the second crystal destroy the platform between the fountain and the house. But then the bottom right side of the cave felt empty, so I added a little crystal here to fill it in. I cannot wait until I add shimmer to this, but that'll have to wait until next month. It's time to return to the grind, and after grinding Duke Fishron for what felt like millennia, I'm hopeful this won't take nearly as long, especially since I've already grinded a bit. But to spawn her, I need more lace wings, and I think a shadow candle might increase their spawn rate. Is a lace wing considered a passive or hostile mob? How do they work with NPCs, since usually towns increase passive mob spawns? So would a shadow candle help? I don't know, but I decided to look for it anyways. I thought I'd left the shadow candle in the little hollow biome farm, but it wasn't there, so instead of running around the world trying to find the one that I had made, I just crafted another one. Time to sleep, and I'll bet I'll need to do a lot of that today unless I get lucky. When the time came, I hunted down the Lacewings, but only found 2. I know I've said this before, but I swear, after beating Empress in daytime, the spawn rate for these things has dropped. At this point, I've become quite familiar with Empress of Light, even though I hardly understood anything about her at the start of this month. That doesn't stop me from still losing, but I blame my chat for that one. It's too late to fight her again, so I sleep to the next light, search for Lacewings, find almost none, and summon her again. This time I'm sure to pay a bit more attention, and I managed to take her down 2 times, which is the most times I can beat Empress after having already lost half of the night searching for Lacewings. I slept again, but when night rolled around, it was a blood moon. I thought this might help a little, but I was unaware of just how much of an effect it would have. I think I caught some 7 Lacewings that night, and it feels really good. How I wish this was their normal spawn rate, and actually, as I think about it, I wonder if Lacewings are more rare because Relogic thought people would get annoyed by constantly spawning her in on accident, like Queen Bee. Think about it, if they did spawn more frequently, then we'd be more likely to spawn her without meaning to and get annoyed. Only problem with that theory is that I just about always have the Guide of Critter Companionship on me, but I suppose I can't speak for everyone. Maybe I'm wrong in all this, but I wonder if that's why they are as rare as they are. Now with a bunch of Lacewings, I should be able to fight her plenty, but then I spawn one in while forgetting to take the Guide of Critter Companionship out of my inventory. No matter how many times I do this, I keep making the same mistake, and I've probably lost 5 or more Lacewings due to being dumb. I took down Empress and crossed my fingers and close, but no guitar. See what I did there? I hunted for more Lacewings the next night for some reason and fought her 2 more times, winning both times, but still no guitar. I did get Red's vanity set though, and I've always loved his vanity set, so I set it up at home. I tried sleeping to the next night, but the gosh darn pirates invaded, so I had to deal with them first. On the bright side though, I got the pirate ship mount, and it's just neat. Instead of farming the next night, I went straight to fighting her. I took her down twice, but then I went to add the statues to my collection, and I accidentally grabbed the Lacewings and not the statue, and spawned in 2 Lacewings, which quickly disappeared. So there goes 2 more Lacewings I worked so hard for. I beat her with the last one, but still got no guitar. The drop chance in Master Mode is 5%, and I'm getting to that point where the odds are against me, and I'm having flashbacks to Duke Fishron. I used a bloody tear, and sure enough, Lacewings were plentiful once again. Guess I found a good way to farm them, so that's exciting. Just too bad bloody tears are not all that common. I beat her again, but lost the next one, and now I realize I've actually been doing quite a good job at winning consistently, and that's pretty satisfying. Losing this time isn't, but knowing I'm theoretically doing better is nice. Another night, 3 more Empresses, and still no guitar. Another blood moon for Lacewings, and I get fewer this time, but I did, at long last, get one of the keys I have long been hunting for with no luck whatsoever.
I got my first! I got my first dungeon chest key! I finally got one!
You heard me right. That was my first dungeon chest key. I have gotten way more keys and runs far shorter than this one. I never go out of my way to farm these things, but in this run, I have, and I just now get my first key. I was so excited I went to the dungeon right away to open the chest, but I forgot to mark where it is, so I had to roam around a while and even ended up opening the map and hovering over different little pixels to find it, and now I have the piranha gun. Whoopee! And now let's finish off the week and the month with one final push for the guitar. First Empress, nothing. Second Empress, nothing. Third Empress, nothing. Fourth Empress, nothing. Fifth and final Empress, nothing. I place the statues and realize I have killed the Empress of Light 30 times, since 2 of the relics are back home and 28 are here. The odds are once again not in my favor. Not what I had hoped to end the month with, but that's it. Maybe I'll farm it more before Moonlord, since I really want to use that guitar on the Moonlord, but I don't know. We'll see. The beginning of the month, and I am so excited and yet so sad. There's some cool things to do and collect, but it's also the final month on this world I love. I don't want this to end, but I guess I should get right to it and not waste a single second. Last month I killed the Empress of Light, 30 times and didn't get the Stellar Tune guitar, and I desperately want to use that weapon since I've never been able to use it before. I don't even know if I've ever used the guitar, like not even in one of those everything worlds, just to test it out. I really want this thing, so before getting to the Cultist, I'm returning to the Empress. I still have 2 lace wings left over from last month, and I was so eager to get into the fight that I forgot to grab potions, and the battle ended up being long and I lost.
No!
I can't be wasting lace wings like this. I don't want to have to keep going through the farming process, gosh darn it. I started sleeping to the next night, but the goblins stopped by, and although they are no threat to me, they are a threat to my NPCs.
No, not Domino the bunny! You killed Domino the bunny! You're going to die now.
So I killed them all with prejudice and returned to farming for lace wings. Last month I learned that summoning a blood moon can increase their spawn rates, and I got up to 7 lace wings in a night or something like that. I also put down a water candle, although I didn't end up being around it as much as I'd have liked. Thing is though, despite this being a great strategy last month, I only ended up with 3 lace wings this night, and I can get that on a regular night. It's as if the spawn rates suddenly dropped. I also learned from several of you last month that I can turn on and off the guide to critical companionship, and that's a really handy tip. That didn't stop me from wasting one of my lace wings though. I killed her the first time and then failed on the second fight. I'm really doing quite poorly against Empress today. The treasure bag from the first one also didn't give me the Stellar Tune, which is the name of the guitar I've been after this whole time, in case I haven't said that already. The next night, the Blood Moon got me 5 lace wings, which still isn't great for a Blood Moon, but I suppose it's fine. And usually I can only beat Empress twice a night after having farmed for the first half of that night, and it remained true here. Only thing is, I managed to kill Empress 2 times, but died at the end of both of those fights. So 2 times in a row, we killed each other, and I am just doing so bad this week, but at least I guess I am killing Empress and can open the treasure bags that still don't have a Stellar Tune. Heart heavy, I added another relic to the collection. I have enough lace wings at this point to not need to farm them again, so I head straight into battle. Taking her down once, I got nothing, and on the second attempt, I was starting to reach a point where I was losing it.
All right, and get up.
I killed her again and opened yet another empty bag.
Yeah, get it. No. 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 No.
I am desperate at this point for literally anything. I've been grinding out Empress for far too long at this point, and I want to be getting to Moonlord. All I can think of, though, is making some luck potions. Pink pearls are stupidly rare, and there's nothing else that's useful from desert fishing, so I've hardly done any of it at all, so I figured I'd just stick with regular luck potions. Only thing is that I need ladybugs, and I never collected ladybugs, so I was afraid I couldn't make the potions, but then, as I was about to put the black pearls away, some ladybugs were flying towards the house, and that's just so very convenient. I'm not a believer in the luck system in Terraria at all, but gosh darn it, I don't care anymore. I'm that desperate. I had to search for lace wings again and only got 4. The spawns of these things are just terrible this week, and worse yet, I forgot once again to turn off the guide to critical companionship and lost 1 of those 4. I still have 3, and this time I drank a luck potion to hopefully increase the odds of getting a Stellar Tune, but once again I was left with nothing. I have now killed Empress Alight 39 times. My heart is genuinely broken. I've become numb to fighting her, and whenever I open a bag, I don't even expect to see a guitar. I'm just going through the motions. Abandoning hope, I head off to the dungeon and kill the Lunatic Cultist with ease. The fight was actually remarkably easy, really. I guess he's not exactly the hardest boss, but the Night Glow is also great against him. The most notable thing about the fight, though, was what happened when I beat him.
Oh, we got the dragon on the... Alright. Alright, game. Sure. Give me the dragon first try.
That's what you call the game mocking me. It knows all, and it's teasing me. I figured I'd still farm Empress if it turned to night, but I can't sleep anymore while the pillars are around, so I might as well take some down, and the first one I should beat is the Nebula Pillar, of course, because I would quite like some new mage weapons. Thing is, the Nebula Pillar is one of the, if not the hardest pillar in my opinion. There was one point where I was going in circles and was actually avoiding all the enemies quite well, so maybe circles is the strat. It also spawned in a weird place, being on top of 2 living trees that also happen to have been hit by a meteor. What are the odds of something like that? I crafted the mage weapons, went to the Goblin Tinkerer to reforge, and the very first reforge on the Nebula Blaze was mythical.
I'm getting lucky on everything. Everything. Except... Yep, see? Everything except the Stellar... I am... This game.
The game knows it's mocking me. I'm telling you, it is mocking me. Chat was also saying I missed a nebula fragment, but I didn't believe them, so I checked and they were right. Gosh darn it. It turned to night, but at this point I had run out of bloody tears, so I drank a battle potion and had to rely on that to farm lacewings and only ended up with 2. The Nebula Blaze was actually way better than I thought it would be. I know it's good, but for the longest time, I didn't think this was a strong weapon at all, and that was a long-held belief that leads me to constantly underestimating its power. That power didn't save me during the second fight though, when I did a dumb and died. I guess I might as well take down more pillars. It doesn't really matter which ones I target either, so I headed to the solar pillar since it's one of the easiest pillars, but I'm not sure if I think it or Stardust is the easiest, one of the two. For solar, you basically just have to stay on the ground and then jump around strategically to avoid the few enemies on the ground. The Night Glow is also just great against all of the pillars and was perhaps even more efficient against solar in particular. The Vortex pillar gave me some problems, and it often does. Vortex is the only pillar that can be reliably cheesed, though I always forget how and don't particularly like cheesing. But the shotgun alien boyos are so hard to dodge. The alien queens are never a big deal for me, and it's just these shotgun jetpack guys who keep pace with wherever I am, and you have to dodge around them at the last second. It's just a mess. But I took it down and switched out the Betsy bow with the Vortex beater, but first I need to reforge it. I hate this game! I hate this game so much! Screw you, Goblin! You can't just give me the best reforge first try 2 times! You can't just do that and not give me the stellar tune! You gosh darn! I swear, Terraria is a sentient being. How am I getting the best of luck in literally everything except for Empress, whether it be the Lacewing spawns or the Stellar Tune drop? I've been lucky with everything except that. The game must have been trying to throw me off because the next Lacewing farming session reaped 5 Lacewings while using a battle potion and a luck potions. So maybe luck potions are something I should use more often while farming. I killed 2 more Empresses, no Stellar Tune. I spawned in another Lacewing, and you can't tell me that this didn't hit it. That clearly hit the Lacewing. This game, so help me. I killed 2 more Empresses that night, and still no Stellar Tune. Heartbroken, I go to kill the Stardust Pillar. At this point, I just want to kill Moonlord so I can get the bottomless Shimmer Bucket and finish the build below the houses the Stardust Pillar happened to spawn on. I actually love this though, it's so cool having the pillar here. It'd be even better if the pillar was in between the 2 houses, but this is just neat. I took down the pillar, and here comes Moonlord. I brought potions and everything and was ready to head into the end game. I watched and followed Moonlord. I sang a battle cry. Boom ba-dum boom ba-dum boom boom ba-dum 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 boom boom ba-dum 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 boom boom ba-dum 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 ba-dum. Ouch. I was getting hit way more times than I thought I would be. I've been doing great against Moonlord recently, so when I got hit by the moon laser and died, I was honestly in shock. It hadn't even occurred to me that I might lose. I really did think I just beat him. First try, no problem. Thankfully, I could craft a celestial sigil and summon him a second time. I was just as confident, but once again, I lost. I can't express just how crestfallen I was. After so many failures with Empress, I was hoping to lift my spirits by adding the shimmer to the crystal cave I had built, but now I've lost twice, and I'm out of time for the week. Or at least, I don't have enough time to beat the cultists and pillars again. I did have time to farm for more lace wings. I got 3 more and maybe, just maybe, I can get the stellar tune. In reality, I've hardly even accomplished anything this week. I've just been doing grinding that has led nowhere and failed the endgame fight. The stellar tune could give this week a purpose, an accomplishment, so I killed her 3 more times. I opened 2 of the bags and got nothing and saved the final one. Before opening it, I checked and saw I had now killed her 47 times. Oh, please, let this bag have the stellar tune.
Here it is. The last bag. No! No!
Before starting week 2, if you have enjoyed the content, be sure to subscribe as it really means a lot, and I'll be blowing up the world for every subscriber I have as of the end of 2023. And I'll be streaming the dynamite tossing very soon. Now with week 2, I have the same objectives as last week, pretty much. Get the stellar tune, defeat Moonlord, and add shimmer to the empty Aether basin I built last month. Maybe this time the drop rates will be on my side, and I can finally get my grimy little hands on the stellar tune and not totally fail the Moonlord boss battle. To hopefully improve my odds, I mined some more chlorophyte with which I can make chlorophyte bullets. These homing bullets combined with a vortex repeater is one of the best pre-Moonlord combinations in my opinion, so it should definitely help. But before getting to the pillars and Moonlord, I figured it was close enough tonight to sleep the rest of it away to evening where I could collect more lace wings. 44 dead empresses have been left in my wake, but apparently more of them are in my future. And since I don't have bloody tears any longer, I'm stuck with relying on battle potions and a water candle to increase spawn rates, but this night, I only managed to catch my average of 2, but I'm feeling good that this first one will finally drop the stellar tune. No! 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 But I got one more, and all it did was further send me down the pits of despair, as I have now killed 48 empresses and have yet to receive a stellar tune. Without another lacewing to my name, I figured I'd head on over to the dungeon and kill the Lunatic cultist and start the process of taking down the pillars once more. Thing is though, I actually messed up the fake cultist clone thing a lot more doing this fight than the last one and came really close to dying. I still won, but I'm afraid today might be a day laced with skill issue. While fighting the solar pillar, I actually accidentally found a cheesing strategy. Why didn't I think of this before? If I just perch myself up on a solid block high in the air, then the worms won't attack since I am on the ground and the other enemies have a hard time getting up here. This is, well, a lot more effective than I thought it would be. I collected the fragments and chat said I missed one, but I totally didn't. The Nebula Pillar doesn't really have good cheese, so I figured I'd just brute force it, which resulted in a quick death, but what's really important is to clothe the air.
Oh, go clothe the air, you got yeah, Edmund! Go, Edmund! Oh, I hope Edmund lives. I believe in you, Edmund!
Thing is too, that I ended up dying a second time, and when I returned, Edmund was just chilling. Either he killed the evolution beast in his house or else it despawned, but either way, the NPC has survived while I have died twice. Way to go, Edmund. Edmund rocks. Nebula went down and I nearly cleared Vortex, but it's prime lacewing hunting time, so I headed over to the Hollow. And by prime time, I mean I already wasted half of the time they can spawn in, and despite searching, I didn't find a single one. So I finished out the Vortex Pillar and then cleared the Stardust Pillar, summoning Moonlord for the 3rd time on this world. I took this fight a little more seriously than I did the first 2. But I was way out of rhythm with the boss and ended up running out of flight time right as the laser came, and that ended the 3rd fight. I'm genuinely frustrated with myself. I've been doing good against Moonlord lately, or at least I think I have. I'm so well prepared that I was certain I'd win the first one, but now I've lost 3. On the bright side though, I have a bunch of pillar fragments I can use to make sigils to summon him back in without fighting the cultist and pillars again. I summoned Moonlord, and although I've been using mage for the last few fights, I thought that this time I'd stick more with the melee build. The low defense of the mage simply made it too hard for me to survive, as I'm not good enough with Moonlord to dodge him often enough with that build. So the higher defense of melee kept me alive much better until I opened the core, at which point I ran away using the Hex Branch and shot at the Moonlord with the Vortex Beater and Chlorophyte bullets. Usually when the core is open, the fight is basically over, but I still came close to dying, but not quite close enough.
There we go! There we go! Moonlord down in 1 year, 1 world. What a beautiful sight to see. It's done! We did it! Alright guys, bye forever, this is it.
Moonlord is down, and now we can get to work with endgame content, and that's so much fun! I spend so little time with this stuff, so let's see what one can do in the endgame. The boss bag gives me the Terrarian and the last prism, which is fantastic, but I also love the Celestial Starboard, and I gave it to my melee build. And before I continue, I have to place the Moonlord relic in the trophy room, and at last, the collection is complete. I grabbed my bottomless water bucket, excited to shimmer it into the bottomless shimmer bucket, but when I made Luminite bars, I saw the bucket as something I could craft by combining the bars of the bucket that I had on hand, and that shocked me. I was certain you shimmered for the bucket, not crafted it. That's weird, so I crafted it, but afterwards, I needed to satisfy the weird feeling in my gut that you should shimmer this thing, so I tried throwing in the bottomless shimmer bucket into the shimmer, and out came the bottomless water bucket. But no Luminite. Wait, what happened to my Luminite? I threw the bucket back in, and it turned into the shimmer bucket again. Wait, that means you can shimmer the thing, but you can also craft it. And if you craft it, you can never get the bars back. What is this? Why? Why have the crafting recipe? Why not give me the bars? What is this? That's dumb, but at last I got the bucket and started filling in the empty basin I had. But then I noticed it was the time of day that Lacewing spawned, so I stopped before finishing, and the credits must have blessed me with good spawn rates because I got 4 Lacewings, and I never get that many without a blood moon. Summoning her, I whipped out the last prism because that's going to be fun.
Let's do this! Rainbow v Rainbow. You ain't got nothing. Ain't got nothing on me. My rainbow's too strong.
I always knew this thing was strong, but even while chugging mana potions and getting mana sickness debuff, this thing destroys Empress. But not well enough for me to not do a dumb and lose. I can't be wasting Lacewings like this. I fought her again and took her down for the 49th time.
Very good. Stellar tune me. Gosh darn it! Alright. You're
I have wasted like, what, 10 Lacewings at this point? Oh, the pain I feel when those things fly away and disappear. I took down number 50 and still no stellar tune.
I'm going to cry. This is abuse, is what this is.
I was going to use the pylons to get to the artificial aether I needed to finish, but the goblins came and stopped me from using them.
Goblins, I don't have time for you. I'm in the middle of some emotional damage.
Figuring they wouldn't be a problem, I poured Shimmer into the build. Turns out, the Goblin Warlock would be a problem. So I guess I really should kill off the goblins, and then I got busy reforging the Moonlord weapons I just acquired. Now I just have to fight the cultist again, because although I can summon Moonlord more, I need more fragments to make the endgame armors. When I took him down, he dropped another dragon pet, which means I've gotten 2 out of the 3 times that I've killed him, and that's stupidly lucky. Why of all things do I have to be lucky with this? Give me the stellar tune! The Nebula Pillar spawned in the same place, but tragedy struck when Edmund unfortunately perished. Oh! Edmund! In a blind rage, I destroyed the Nebula Pillar, took a tombstone, and in honor of Edmund, I wrote a short eulogy for him on which I wrote the wrong name because I misremembered it at the time and, well, I have this unfortunate soundbite. We respect Edward too much to misspell his name. I am so upset with myself right now. But I finished the artificial Aether and I think it looks awesome. So happy with how that turned out. For the other pillars, I spammed the last prism until everything died, and this thing really tears apart the pillars in no time flat. I also wanted to mention that I absolutely love that the pillars only require you to kill half as many enemies after beating Moonlord. It's so very nice, and it's just one of those quality of life things added in 1.4.4 that I appreciate so much, and yet hardly ever engage with because I rarely farm the pillars after beating Moonlord. Usually it's over at this point. I farmed for late swings, but over the course of an entire night with a battle potion and water candle, I didn't get a single lace swing, and that is very upsetting. I took down the final pillars and then beat Moonlord for the second time while using the Terrarian, and this yo-yo really is a great weapon against Moonlord. I don't even have any yo-yo accessories, and it's great. I wonder what it'd be like if I did have the yo-yo accessory. I was going to use the last prism, but I forgot my mage potion, so before fighting him again, I grabbed those and the last prism is actually broken. My goodness, this thing shreds everything. It's better than the Zenith, my goodness. But I'm still a glass cannon, and after misreading the timing with the top laser eye, I was absolutely destroyed myself. But I had beaten him again, and I figured that would be enough for full Nebula, but it actually wasn't. If I hadn't lost 10 bars to the Shimmer Bucket, I probably could have crafted the full set, but oh well. I beat Moonlord a third time while focusing on just using the last prism. It does shred Moonlord like it has no business to, but I am a glass cannon and could die if any rogue laser decides to hit me. This whole run has convinced me that Mage is easily the best when it comes to DPS, but it's also the weakest for enemies to kill, which begs the question, what does Summoner got going for them? Actually, how do you beat Moonlord as Summoner? You'd have to be much closer than I am as Mage, or else they won't be close enough to attack. Dang, Summoner's got it rough. To illustrate my point with Mage though, I was about to take Moonlord down a fourth time and was having a good time on my starboard when two separate lasers did a quick 1-2 and killed me just before he died. Oh! Dagnabbit! I was still at least able to make full Nebula armor, though I still think sometimes that the Spectre armor is better. It came time to retire the Nightglow, and so I hung it up since it may very well be my new favorite weapon, and I put the Spectre armor on a mannequin. Another night came and I half-heartedly grabbed 2 more lace wings. Determined to finally get the Stellar Tune, I took her down 51st time and opened the treasure bag. There's only so many I can... I got it! I got it! I actually got it! Yes! Number 49! It's so beautiful! It's so beautiful! Tears in my eyes, I figured I might as well beat Empress once more, just to bring my total up to 52, while also testing out my new instrument. It's not as powerful as the last prism, but that's fine. It's still strong, and it's still so beautiful. Words cannot express the joy I felt in this moment. The Stellar Tune wasn't able to beat her fast enough before a day rolled around, so I had to whip out the last prism to finish her off for the 52nd time. I need a real life Stellar Tune right now. This weapon means way more to me than it has any right to. I killed Moonlord again, crafted full solar armor, and hung up the beetle armor at home. And now, it's finally time to shimmer the Rod of Discord and Clantaminator for the first time in any world of mine. I've used the Rod of Dissonance before while hosting servers and whatnot, but never in a regular world. And I have never even seen the Terraformer before now. Turns out there are now several new solutions that can turn biomes into desert, forest, and snow. Now I'm sure there's even another one or two that I never knew existed, but I haven't even heard of these ones. I'm going to have to play with them, but I'm just about out of time for this week, so I finished up my time shimmering all the NPCs since I've never seen many of their variants. I really like the Party Girl and Wizard, the Witch Doctor is awesome, and the Dryad is now a variant I've seen on the title screen when opening the game, and for the longest time I was wondering where this texture came from, and now I know. The truffle turns red and the clothier is really neat looking. I also found Edmund's hat while shimmering the clothier and I hung it up out of respect for our fallen comrade. The guy's variant is odd to me. I like the dye trader and painter. The golfer has me really confused because...
What? Why are you an animal? Wait, what? Guys? Huh?
The merchant is awesome, and now I actually remember having seen that one before. I love it. The princess looks like she's turned into a witch or a goth girl or something. The nurse and the arms dealer are pretty cool, but far and away, my favorite is the pirate captain who turns into a ghost. This is awesome. But that wraps up my time with this week.
We got the stellar tune! We got the stellar tune! Let me play a little song. I got the stellar tune. It's so cool. It's a stellar tune. Secret tunnel through the mountain. Secret tunnel. Yeah.
Week 3, and I'm wondering what to do. It just occurred to me, I got just about everything I wanted done.
Also, I was messing around a little bit, and this just, I'm getting way too much enjoyment out of this. This is, I don't know why I'm liking this. I'm having a good time right now. I'm having a very good time.
There are still a few things I need though. I need to farm Moonlord a bit more for the sake of getting the Zenith and Celebration, and also it just turned to Christmas, and so now I can get the Snow Globe, take down the Frost Legion, and get Santa Claus to spawn. I also learned the Stellar Tune shoots where my cursor is. I thought it just shot in a direction I was facing, but apparently it follows the cursor. I summoned a Moonlord, and I just love using the last prism against him, and that was going great until it suddenly stopped working.
Oh, my auto! I'm out of mana potions! Oops!
And this is why having a melee and ranger build to back myself up is super nice, and I took him down using the Terrarian yo-yo. I got the Star Wrath, which is great, but I still need to kill him some more, so I summoned him again and was close to winning, but also a little low on health.
We will be fine. Just...
Gosh darn it! Even though I died, I still had all the swords I needed to craft the Zenith, and I was grabbing them all when I realized the only enchanted sword I had was the one I put in this frame all the way back in February, I believe. I almost didn't want to take it down, but I did, and then went to reforge the Zenith to Legendary.
Alright, let's get this God, I got it the second I got it on the second. No, I got it.
With the Zenith in hand, I thought it'd be nice to farm for presents. Drinking a battle potion and a luck potion, I went to the underground desert and hollow biome. Maybe I'll get a dungeon key while I'm at it, but considering my luck when it comes to those things, I think I'm just going to focus on getting the snow globe. I also made sure to use the stellar tune. I farmed too hard to not use it a bit, and I was delightfully surprised with how well it performs underground. It can go through blocks to a certain extent and is really good at finding enemies to kill, so to speak. It didn't take long to get the snow globe, and I kept gathering presents until the potions ran out and returned home. I opened the presents and figured I'd sell some of the things I didn't really care about, but while I did this, I accidentally sold the snow globe. I didn't realize for quite a while until someone from chat asked why I had sold it.
Why did you sell the snow? Wait! No. Wait, did I actually do that? No! No! I didn't! Oh! Oh no!
And so, I returned to farming for another snow globe, and thankfully it didn't take too long, so after getting it, I summoned the Frost Legion right away. Would have been cool if I could have fought this event earlier in progression, but I guess this will just have to do. I suppose there isn't exactly anything I can get from it anyways, but then I actually started fighting the snowmen and they were really close to killing me. Why is Frost Legion so dangerous? Oh no! Heal! I'm going to die! I'm going to die to the Frost Legion! I am genuinely shocked at how close I was to dying. They really could have done it if I hadn't started taking the fight more seriously, and my channel would never recover if I had died to these snowmen post Moonlord. Santa Claus showed up soon after, but he spawned in at a weird place. Why did he spawn in the why is he in the desert? So I told him to move to the igloo and then check to see what he sold, just in case there was something particularly interesting I'd forgotten about, but it's basically just Christmas tree stuff. And in the spirit of Christmas, I bought the decorations I needed and set it up next to the igloo. Boom, the most festive Thorben Christmas tree you've ever seen in your entire life. At this point, I suddenly remembered I actually checked the wiki. I know, it's really not like me to do something like that, but I wanted to see if there was shimmer items I'd never heard of, and sure enough, there was one. If you throw the star cloak into the shimmer, it turns into the chromatic cloak. And this allows you to jump into the shimmer without phasing through the blocks. This is so cool! I had no idea there was something like this in the game. How have I never heard of this? Oh, and I still haven't fixed the meteor build. I made vortex armor with my remaining luminite, but I wanted to make maybe a few pillar tools, and I also need to beat Moonlord more for the celebration. This means I need to take down the cultist and the pillars again, and while I did that, I also checked my achievements and noticed I need 3 more achievements to unlock all of them. So I'll have to do that as well. When I killed the cultist, I got the Master Mode Dragon Pet for the 3rd time, which means I've gotten it 3 out of the 4 times I've fought this guy. And that's ridiculous. Now, one achievement I needed was flying the quadcopter into space, and the cyborg sells that thing. Problem is, the Stardust Pillar is over the house the cyborg lives in. I managed to purchase the stuff before he died, and then spent a long while trying to figure out how to fly the thing, while simultaneously being attacked by pillar enemies. Eventually, I took down the pillar and flew the quadcopter into outer space, checking off one of the 3 remaining achievements I had remaining. I quickly cleared the other pillars, and as Moonlord was spawning in, I was curious as to whether the Zenith or Last Prism worked better against him, and after fighting with the Zenith for the first time, I think I'd conclude the Zenith is definitely better. The Last Prism is a great rifle, but it requires more accuracy and potions if it hopes to match the Zenith. Maybe there's some way to perfectly optimize it to make the Prism better than the Zenith, but if you just want to mindlessly kill Moonlord, the Zenith is the way to go. Especially since I have actual defense with the melee build, while Mage dies in 2 shots. I made a Vortex hand axe because it looks cool, and then jumped into the ocean, waited until I was drowning, and drank some water, giving me another achievement, leaving one last one. And that was purifying the entire world. And that's a daunting task. Even after having separated the biomes properly to prevent spread, this, ooh boy. So instead, I focused on other tasks like getting the celebration. I used a celestial sigil and impending doom approaches.
Hello, impending doom, I'm Dad.
I took him down but didn't get the celebration. I did, however, collect a bit more illuminite, and it occurred to me that it would be nice to have the drill containment unit for purifying the world. But I also need Shrumite, Spectre, and Chlorophyte bars. And all those bars require Chlorophyte. And I got next to none of that. So I spent quite a bit of time mining nearly 700 Chlorophyte ore, bought a magic tome and shimmered it into the advanced battle techniques, which has nothing to do with what I was just doing, but I remembered I needed that. I gathered more glowing mushrooms and ectoplasm and crafted what might just be the most expensive item in the game, the drill containment unit. With this in hand, I went to begin the purification process, but then stopped to make the biome site potions and return to purifying. The only good way to go about doing this is mining a bunch of evenly spaced holes in the world and then spraying up and down them. It's not exactly riveting stuff, but I did get to play with the terraformer that turns blocks into desert or tundra, and I just love how it works, but we'll get to my journey of purification next week. It's time to go up and down, up and down and up, and guess what? Down, as I carved massive tunnels in the Crimson in preparation to purify all of it, and it took quite a while despite preventing the spread of the biome in the first place. I also ran into a Crimson Heart along the way and the brain spawned in, but I didn't pay a lick of attention to him and he died before I even realized it. While doing this, I learned that mining up these tunnels is much better than mining downwards. When mining up, maybe sand or silt will fall on me, but when mining down, no matter what I do, I am going to hit water at some point and then get stuck mining at like a quarter of the speed. So if you got to do this, mine straight up and never straight down. And let me know if you have any suggestions for making this process easier. With a hole's mind, it's time to get purifying. This is all pretty straightforward, but along the way, I actually spotted an enchanted sword. Turns out I had actually mined straight through a shrine without even noticing, and the sword has just been sitting here waiting for me to retrieve it. I spent forever trying to get one of these back in February and was convinced there was only one on the entire world, but now I got another, which I guess can take the place of the enchanted sword I used to craft the Zenith. I carefully went down every tunnel while using the terraformer and felt pretty good about getting all of it. Moment of truth, I went to the Triad and checked for status.
It's always 1% every time! You know it's going to be at least what? Wait, 14% crimson! Oh, wait a minute! 14%! It's 1% corruption!
I was then informed that she doesn't always update status until leaving and rejoining the world, so I quickly did that and checked status again with high hopes.
It's still 1%! Gosh darn it!
And so began the desperate hunt for the 1%. I found several patches of crimson and felt good, so I checked again, but still no luck. Remembering that I got a new NPC, I shimmered Santa Claus to see how the variant looks, and I quite enjoy it. The traveling merchant just so happened to be around at the same time, and I shimmered him as well. He looked real cool, and part of me was wondering if he'd stick around after shimmering him, but he doesn't, and now I'm curious if, when he shows up next, he'll be his shimmered variant, but that didn't happen before the month ended. I cleared the crimson thorns on the surface since apparently they count toward crimson spread, but that still wasn't enough. Unsure as to where the crimson could possibly be, I turned my attention to purifying the hollow. Perhaps giving the crimson some time to spread will make it easier to find later. And so I redid the whole process of mining up and down and up again, and then repeating this process with the terraformer. Unfortunately though, this meant I needed to purify my hollow build, which is sad, but it had to be done for the sake of saving the world. I felt quite a bit more confident about this one, so I left and rejoined, and the Dryad said there's still 1% left. That's frustrating, so I figured I'd kill Moonlord again until I got the celebration. I thought this might turn into a short grinding session, but he dropped the rocket launcher after the first kill, and it had the Unreal modifier. Well, okay then. Guess the world really wants me to focus on purifying, so I returned to my search again and again and again, and I slowly checked every block. I even used the Ranger accessory that lets me move my point of view, allowing me to look further, and no matter what I did, I could never bring that 1% down to 0. And because I only have so much time each week, in order to ensure each week is given the same amount of time, ran out of it before I was able to find that last 1%. And that sucks, ending on failure, but that's okay. The point of this run was never to accomplish every feat or collect everything. It was just to spend a whole real-life year on one world and do the things I never do. And sometimes it's okay to fail. So, that's it. I spent a little extra time on the world reminiscing about all that has happened. I looked at all the builds and major events that had occurred, even learning where I'd placed the tombstones I had lost a while ago.
This is where my tombstone... I found my tombstones!
I also unwittingly discovered that the zoologist sells a crawl-to-bead kite, and as I looked out at all that I had done, a party was thrown, and that was just such beautiful timing. This year has been such a journey. When I started it, I was so afraid I would get bored after only a month, and in those first few months, there were several times I was reaching a point of boredom when I didn't know what to do and couldn't wait for the week's time to end. But then, somewhere probably around July or something, Everything changed and I couldn't get enough of it. I have grown to love this world so much, and Terraria, my favorite game, I can proudly say has stood the test of time. Lots of people ask me where I get the motivation to keep going on this world, or talk about how it takes a lot of patience, but truthfully, I look forward every week to getting to jump onto this world again. My love for Terraria has exponentially grown after this challenge, to the point that I can't see any game ever topping it. So many achievements and adventures, grinding sessions and crazy luck, exploring features, weapons, and accessories, and more that I never knew were in the game. It was all so much fun, and I don't want to let it go. But the thing is, what makes a journey truly special is when it comes to an end.
This has been a pleasure, and this is perfect. The balloons going up to celebrate the end of the world. It's over. I have to go, and I don't want to hit save and exit. Do some confetti. Oh man. A whole year! A whole year of one world. A whole year. Thank you all so much for watching. For one last time this year. One last time. Have a good one.